are in the building. It says that we are live. So I can only believe that if YouTube or if StreamYard is telling you that I'm live, I can only believe that I am actually live. And apparently I am live because people are already in the chat. What is going on? Hello, good evening. Happy New Year's Eve to y'all. Janothan, I'm not that early. I'm like, what? Like 2 minutes early? I'm like 2 minutes early, Janothan. I'm 2 minutes early. It's all good. It's all good. We got Anthony Beltray out there. What's up, bro? How you doing? Jose Guzman. What's up, Jose? How you doing? Janothan's in the cut. What's up, bro? Gabriel. What's up, Gabriel? How you doing? Jeff is in the building. Hey, Jeff, what's going on, man? What's going on? Marvin Wallace up late over there. Whoo, what's up, Marvin? How you doing? Joseph is in the building. What's up, Joseph? We got Robert Madewell. What's up, Robert? How you doing? How you doing? Oh, look at that. Top Tech Geek. Uh-oh. Is he going to be up past his bedtime tonight? You got to stay up late tonight, Top Tech Geek. You might have to stay up past your bedtime tonight. I'm just messing with you. Alan Osborne, what's up, bro? How you doing, man? How you doing? Digital Slang is here. What's up? How you doing? Exquisite Bliss. Ooh, we got a rare Exquisite Titan. How you doing? What is going on? Good evening. Thank you guys for hanging out. I'm actually going to be live streaming back-to-back days. Ironically, tomorrow is my YouTube anniversary. So I'll be streaming again tomorrow night, obviously with it being Friday night and Friday Night Vibe, but it's going to be another special Friday Night Viber because it is my YouTube anniversary tomorrow. So that's going to be cool. So I'll be back tomorrow night. But tonight is New Year's Eve, and I figured I would just stream here for a few hours, bring in the new year with you guys. Since you guys are always hanging, y'all are like my ride or die. Y'all are like my ride or die, man. I do everything with you guys, man. I hang with you guys. We go through the ups, we go through the downs, we just hang out. We got more people coming in here. Well, we got F. Nick, what's up, man? How you doing? Mike McAinch, what's up? What's up, Mike? How you doing, man? How you doing? Neil H, what's up, Neil? How you doing, baby? How you doing? All right, he already in the new year. He's already in 2021. He's like, so you are coming from 2021 back to 2020. What is wrong with you, Neil? What is wrong with you? You should stay in 2021. Wisdom Empire, what's up, man? How you doing, baby? How you doing? So, I don't have a plan for this live stream. The plan is basically to hang out with you guys for at least until the new year, which for me is another 3 hours. So I'm going to be here at least 3 hours. I don't have a plan. I mean, I don't know what to talk about tonight because we done talked about everything under the sun in 2020. So we're going to make this live stream. We're going to make it an AMA. So basically, I'm going to make it an Ask Me Anything live stream. You can ask me whatever you want to ask me. I will answer it as best I can. I will do what I did last time. I'll throw out some links to some people and see if they want to come through or not. I didn't invite anybody. So, I think I did invite a couple people. I don't know if anybody's going to show up, though. But basically, I'm going to go link fishing like I normally do. I'm going to show up, throw some links on a few Twitter DMs, see if anybody wants to come hang out and things like that. But, yeah, I have no plan for this live stream. So, again, it isn't an AMA. This isn't an Ask Viper anything live stream. We can chop it up. We can talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. Whatever questions you have, I will answer them. Matt McCourt, what's up, man? How you doing, man? How you doing, man? How you doing? Let's see. Neil said, yeah, I like it here. I hate to break it, but the pandemic doesn't end when the clock strikes 12. Yeah. Hey, Shelly, how you doing? I don't know what you I don't know if you have any other plan for the evening, Shelly, but if you want to stop in and say hello for a few minutes. I mean, I don't know if you all have seen Shelly tonight, but holy God. I mean, Shelly is gorgeous anyway, but tonight she just like turned it up like to level 10. Like, damn. Like, woo! Shelly is like looking exquisite tonight. Like, woo, boy. Simply Pop, what's up, bro? How you doing? Unnamed review guy, what's going on? How you doing? How you doing? Somebody tell Jason to look at the clock. Jason, dude. 10, Jason, means 9. If you actually look at the page, Jason, it says 9. It doesn't say 10, it says 9. No, it's not. So, no. Like, there's no point in me going live like later on. I mean, might as well hang out now. But yeah. Digital Flame did a battery test on his AirPods Max. So I guess we could talk about that first since I did that. How did your battery test go? I'm curious. So for those of y'all that are subscribed to the main channel, you guys know I did a video about how I thought my AirPods Max was suffering a defect because I was having some unexplained battery drain while they were in the case. I did some testing, came to find out that when they're in the case, they're supposed to be in low power mode, which means they're supposed to like sip battery. They're not even supposed to lose that much battery, maybe like 1% every hour. Well, in the course of my testing the day before yesterday or whatever, I had them in the case and somehow they lost like 10% power within the 2-hour time period. And I was like, what the hell going on? It was being inconsistent. So people came into the comment section. They were like, yo, Viper, did you try resetting the AirPods? This was actually addressed a week or so ago, and that seems to fix the issue. So what I did the reset, like the comments suggested, and I did more testing today. And sure enough, it does seem like the reset actually fixed the issue because the battery drain has been non-existent since I've done the reset. So it does seem like it was I think it was due to a recent firmware update that Apple applied to the AirPods Max. So it does seem like the resetting of the AirPods fixed the issue for me anyway. I think Jason said he had the same issue and he tried resetting his, but it didn't work. But for me, reset means we're good to go. So as far as I know, it was just a one of those Apple bugs that happens when you get an update on a product. But yeah, we are good to go. So Digital Flame says he lost 10% in 24 hours. So yeah, that is exactly what's supposed to happen. I shouldn't be losing like 10% in 2 hours like I was doing. So I'm glad the reset worked. And to Janoson's point here, I didn't even think about resetting the headphones. I mean, maybe I'm old school, but I don't really think about resetting my headphones. I think about resetting my phone or maybe my watch, but I don't think about resetting my actual headphone. But I guess we are in 2020 where technology is more advanced, so everything has a computer in it. So now you got to reset the headphones too. So it's kind of crazy, but I did it and we're good. Hey, Elvid A is here from Norway. What's up, man? What is going on? It is 4 a.m. Wow, you are up early. Holy crap, in Norway. Well, Happy New Year to all of you all that are already in 2021. Happy New Year. We got Don Coben. He's also, I think, in 2021 over there. Everybody's in 20. All the people across the pond are already in 2021. They're waiting for us to catch up here in the Western Hemisphere. So, yeah, we're going slow. We're trying to catch up with y'all. We will get there eventually. But again, like I said, this is an Ask Viper Anything live stream. You guys can ask whatever questions you have because I have no rhyme, no reason, no direction for this live stream. So what I'm going to start doing now is I'm going to start tossing links in people's Twitter DM and see if we catch any fish. We are going fishing tonight because I have no plan for this live stream at all. But again, if you guys have any questions, let me know. And here we go. All right. So Wisdom says, which camera do you use for your podcast or live streaming? Okay. So my camera is overkill. I use the same camera for live streaming that I do to shoot my videos, which is the Sony A7 III. Obviously, I'm using a cam link that turns the Sony A7 III into a webcam, which is what I'm using now. So right now, I am using my Sony A7 III. I use it for everything. I use it to shoot the videos. I use it to do these live streams. So I use my Sony A7 III. You do not need a Sony A7 III to do live streams at all. All you need is a regular webcam that's at least 1080p, and you are good to go. You do not need a Sony A7 III or any fancy DSLR or mirrorless camera to do a live stream. It's overkill. I'm overkill because I'm the man about tech. That's my rep. I have to be overkill because ever since I've experienced this, I can't go back to regular crap. I can't do it. But you don't need this. You don't need this at all. Yo, Hugo, what's up, man? How you doing? All right, so we got a question from DB to Viper. I stuck with my 11 Pro. Am I missing out on not having a 12? No, you are not missing out at all. Actually, I would say you made the right decision because there is very, very little difference between the 11 and the 12 this year. And I think I even said that in one of my videos I made this week. If you have an iPhone 11 Pro or Pro Max, you do not need an iPhone 12 Pro or Pro Max. You are good to go. You are not missing out. You made the right decision. Stick with your 11 Pro and wait till next year to update to the 13 and you'll be good to go. Oh, absolutely, Matt. Oh, you know, Bruce Wayne is always in the building. Bruce Wayne is still here, okay? Bruce Wayne is not going nowhere. Actually, Bruce Wayne has ruined the S21 for me. I have no interest in the Galaxy S21 because of this foldable. It is extremely difficult for me to go back to using a regular phone after having used this phone. Like the S21, whatever. Does it fold, bro? Do you even fold, bro? I mean, that's how I feel. When Samsung is releasing a new phone, my first question is, do you fold, bro? If it was a bro, I'm not interested. So I'm not interested in the S21. I am not interested, okay? Y'all can miss me with that. That S21 ain't got nothing that fantastic about it. Whatever. What's up, Delaja? How you doing, man? How you doing? We got Bernard out there. What's up, bro? How you doing, man? How you doing? Seriously, the Fold 2 is not going. Like Digital Flame said, the Fold 2 is not going anywhere until the Fold 3 comes out, and that's assuming I can actually afford the Fold 3. because you know there's always that price thing. All right, so let me go, but let me go to the Twitter, see if I can get somebody in here, do a little link fishing and see if we can get some people to come in here. I told let's see, we wait, oh, get out of here. I don't care about y'all elephant. Get out of here. All right, so we got that going on. All right, Mia. We got that going on. We're gonna drop the link on a bunch of people and see what happens. I have no idea. Gonna see what that going on. Let's see what's going on here. Now, how y'all do? What are y'all doing up? What do you guys got going on tonight? What are y'all doing, man? Are you guys like? You guys? Hopefully, y'all are not. Well, I don't think if you are watching me, y'all obviously aren't at no big parties or anything like that. But what are y'all doing tonight? I mean, are you with family? Are you hanging with yourselves? Or what's happening? What are y'all doing tonight? What y'all got going on? I guess more importantly, what y'all drinking tonight? What y'all drinking over there? What is y'all drinking, man? I don't know. What y'all drinking over there? Obviously, I'm pretty sure some of y'all are partaking in the bubbly. I mean, you ain't got a lot of kick. I know some of y'all over there partaking in the bubbly. I got y'all. I see y'all over there. I know what y'all doing. I know what y'all doing. So, hey, if you are partaking in the bubbly, let us know what you're drinking tonight. Let us know, baby. Let us know. Let us know. Don't be shy. Don't be shy up in here. Let us know, baby. Let us know. My link fishing has produced a result. I just heard a sound. Oh my Lord! Oh, that was not what I was expecting. But okay, I like that. My link fishing has produced. I have made it catch you all. I have to bring in. This is a treat because this guy is rarely ever on a live stream with me. But we got him here tonight. I gotta bring in my man, the tech preacher himself, Easy Computer Solutions. What's up, bro? How you doing?
What's up, man? How's it going?
Are you drunk yet? You told me you were drinking. Are you drunk yet?
Hey, I'm almost there. I'm knee deep in the bottle right now. And, I'm knee deep in that, so I'm enjoying myself.
That's how you know, man. You know, my man Easy, like puts out a video every day. This man works countless hours a week.
Yes.
So I know he was probably waiting for tonight to just throw a few back in to relax. I feel you, man. I feel you.
I looked back in 2020, and I actually dropped a video almost every day.
Woo, wow.
It's been a lot of work. It's fun though, because what I do is after I finish a project, I immediately start a new project. Like I don't stop. It's always project after project after project, and I don't stop.
It's funny that you say that because you know how we creators are sometimes. When we put out a video, we obsess over the numbers and the views and things like that. But I'm glad you said that. When you put out a video, you are already on to the next. And I think that's a mindset that more of us need to take, especially in 2021.
Yeah. Well, we've seen a lot of changes in the algorithm with YouTube. And, we've seen a drastic drop in some views, right? I mean, I've seen my channel, granted, my channel is doing better, right? But I noticed a lot of content creators was talking about how they have seen a drastic drop in the view count and stuff like that. But I mean, we've seen some YouTube changes and stuff like that. I just keep the grind going. That's it. Just keep grinding and the views and your community will support you no matter what. And the thing about it is, if you go get frustrated at looking at the numbers, look, don't get me wrong, the numbers is frustrating. I mean, you look at your numbers, like, yeah, I could do better, right? And you think it's your fault that your videos are not doing good. But you can't win in the algorithm of YouTube. You can't win. So I always say, let's have fun and enjoy doing it. And that's my plan of thought on how I do it.
That is so beautiful. You're not worrying about chasing the algorithm. You're worrying about having fun.
Yes.
And you know what that means, man? That type of stuff is what the viewers come to see. That, and they catch on to that stuff. They can tell if you're enjoying putting out the content that you make. Because if you're not enjoying it, how is your viewer supposed to enjoy your content? So you make a good point, man. I like how you do that.
And the thing about it is, if you look at, if you chase the numbers, you already failed, because unless you got millions and millions of subscribers and you have a big platform, there's no way you can win, right? So we already know that you can't win with the numbers, but what you can win is making sure that you provide superior content for your viewers. That's the key, right? Obviously, we want more eyeballs. Marketing is done by you know, your subscribers sharing your videos, you posting your videos on different social media platforms, getting your subscribers to buy into your program to share your videos so you can get more eyeballs. So it's a lot of different things that you and your community can do together to get your platform to the next level. But if you could constantly get frustrated over the numbers, you already fail. Like I just look at, when I pop open the camera, I just look at, man, and I screw up a lot in my videos, but it's all about good fun. I want to be authentic. I want to have fun. You know, I'm the tech preacher and all this stuff like that. It's fun, man. And the response from the community is great, man. I love the community response. So I love it.
Man, it's a beautiful thing, man. That's why I wanted to be here tonight to rock out with my people here, because, you know, like you said, this is our community. I mean, they rock out with us every time we put out a video or do a live stream. So I figure no better place to be tonight than to hang out with my people. So that's why we're here, man. I feel you.
Yeah, and I mean, I see a lot of people that follow me in the comments. So thank y'all very much, man. I see somebody asked the question, what was my most satisfying? Wait. What was my most satisfied tech barrel in 2020? The butterfly keyboard. When I did the funeral for the butterfly keyboard, that was the most satisfying one, right?
Okay.
That was because after people have criticized Apple for bringing out that crappy keyboard, by them getting rid of it, that was satisfying. Now I've made funeral videos about a lot of product, but that was the most satisfying one. The butterfly keyboard. Bye.
And that was interesting because that was a special request from me, actually.
Yes. So yes.
I requested you to do that, and you did that for me, and then you put it on your channel too. But yeah, yes. I requested that you do that video, so that was pretty cool. I love how that turned out too. That was amazing.
Yes. And this for everybody to know, it's not even a script involved when I do those funeral videos. I just hit the record button and I record like 45 to maybe an hour and a half worth of footage. Then I go and I edit everything. So it comes out great. It does. But it's fun. A lot of fun.
It is, man. And it's funny that you how you were talking about earlier about how you don't chase numbers, you just have fun. Dude, tomorrow will be my 3rd anniversary on YouTube. I would be lying if I told you that I did not think about how people that started around the same time I have blue pappy and subscriber count.
Yeah.
Like blue pappy, but at some point, I think I learned to like turn my attention elsewhere because I can't really worry about that. It's like Roberto Blake always says, you can't worry about things that are not in your control, right? And the subscriber count is literally not in my control. All I can do is put out the content as consistently as I can, which is something I failed at last year, which I plan on getting better at next year. But all I can do is put out the content, and then, like you said, just move on to the next video. I can't compare myself to somebody else's channel. I can't compare my number to somebody else's number because we all have different variables going on. Different situations, we're doing different content, so I just have to worry about the things that I can control and then go from there.
But think about the fantastic stuff that happened in 2020, right? You got the smaller content creators, getting review units for the very first time, right? Google, Pixels, and other companies have sent out product to. LG has been very complimentary to a lot of smaller content creators. That's unheard of. I've been on the platform for 5 years. And, when I was at 5,000 subscribers or 10,000 subscribers, they wouldn't even talk to me, right? Then now things have shifted. You've seen a lot of smaller content creators being blessed by Google, by LG, by other platforms with devices or review you. That's the whole goal, right? You don't want to keep spending $1,000, on a device to review it on your channel. But it'd be nice to get your review units to give you honest opinion, honest reviews. A lot of people don't get it twisted. When you get a review unit, still you want to be faithful to your subscribers and not sell out to the industry, right? You still want to be on the straight and narrow. If something sucks, you say it sucked, and if it's something good, you praise it and you give it, constructive criticism of what it is, right? So look, I made funeral videos of product that I've gotten and it was review unit. So it's not the object of, saying that since I got the review unit, I got to keep saying good stuff about it so they can continue to bless me. That's not the case. Be truthful to your viewers first. Be truthful to your fans. The industry will always be cutthroat. Don't worry about that. Just do the best. Be honest about it. you know, but truthful to your viewers. They're the ones who watch your content. They're the ones who support you. They're the ones that go be your members. They're the ones who do super chats. They're the ones who do everything in it. So being truthful to your viewers is the most important thing.
No doubt, man. No doubt. Shout out to Fit Blonde Fitness for the super chat. Thank you. I appreciate it. And this is definitely the weekend for Netflix. That's what I'll be doing. Like today's Sabrina, the revenge Sabrina that came out today. Tomorrow, Cobra Kai season 3 is out. I'm gonna be on Netflix all weekend long. So that's where I'm gonna be. No doubt. No doubt. So I got 37 people. I got 37 people watching. I sent out a bunch of links to you guys in Twitter DMs. If you got a link and you can't join, don't worry about it. I didn't invite anybody. I'm just sending out the links just in case people can join. If you could join, hop in. If you can't, no worries. Don't feel obligated to come in. You don't have to. So I'm just hanging out. I'm gonna be here until at least 12 o'clock Central Time, which is another 2 hours and 42 minutes. So at the very least, anyway. But yeah, I'm hanging out. I got my man Easy Computer Solutions, the Tech Preacher. So I got an interesting question for you since I got you here. Like you just mentioned, you do burial video for tech. So what do you think will be the next piece of tech that you have to do a burial video for?
So I dropped a video yesterday, my frustration about the Galaxy S21, right? Some of the things that I'm not liking that Samsung is doing. Now, I've been seeing a lot of people praising the Galaxy S21. We've seen all the renders. We've seen live video of it. We know everything about the device. But nobody has brought up all the stuff that Samsung is taking away from the Galaxy S21. And that's interesting to me, taking it that, you know, we not getting quad HD displays. We not getting a HD card. We're not getting HD card support, right? So we're not getting so we're not getting memory card support. The pin probably only gonna be for the Ultra and not for the Plus and the regular one. We're not getting a power brick in the box. We're not getting headphones no more. It's so much things that got me so concerned about the Galaxy S21s that I made a video about it and my thoughts and my frustration about it, because this is not what Samsung wanted to do. I mean, they mocked Apple for the notch. Mm-hmm. They mocked Apple for the headphone jack. They mocked Apple for the power brick. Now all that literature has been pulled down, and now we're hearing full reports that Samsung would not have a power brick in the box. I mean, they're not putting the AKG headphones in the box, you know, and this is frustrating to me because a lot of people believe that Samsung will drop the price. I don't believe that's the case. I believe the phone's still going to be $899, $999, and $1299 respectively. So I think the phone's going to still be expensive, but not SD card support, HD plus displays, no power brick in the box. Now, look, granted, Apple already bent people over with the no power brick in the box, right? And they give you a USB type C to USB to Lightning, which screwed everybody over because your previous iPhones had USB A.
Yep.
Right. So you still had to go out and buy a power brick, but Samsung give you fast chargers in the box. That's the key here. Apple give you that 5-watt charger, which is suck, but at least Samsung gave you a fast charger in the box. Right. And that's the thing right there. I mean, so you don't get the fast charger in the box. I mean, look, the AKG headphones was good. They stopped giving it to you this past year, well, in 2020. So you didn't get the AKG headphones. You don't get the dongle anymore. You're not gonna get a power brick. You're gonna get an HD plus display, no SD card support. I mean, this is mind blowing. So I am going to give Samsung a rough time for this device in 2021.
I would expect nothing less from you. So
yeah,
just to be clear, all the stuff that you're talking about, the phones potentially not having, these are just for the S20 and S21 and S21 Plus. The Ultra will probably have most of these things. With it, right?
I think the Ultra is going to have S Pen support. Now I've heard somebody hit me up in the comments and say that, hey, easy. All three models probably won't have SD card support. So I think that the Ultra probably won't have SD card support, but I've heard that Samsung was going to beef it up to 256 gigs. It don't matter, but I'm just saying, like, even if they did that, the Ultra probably going to get quad HD display with S Pen support, which pins sold separately, right? And so even though the Ultra is going to be the device to get at a $1,300-$1,400 price point at that, you know what I'm saying? You look at the S21 and the S21 Plus, which if you don't want the bigger device, maybe you want a manageable, device that fit in the hand, but you still want all those awesome features. I think you should get the same experience across the board. Look at the point blank. Look at how Samsung did it with the Galaxy S10e, Galaxy S10 Plus, and the Galaxy S10 and Galaxy S10 Ultra. Now the Galaxy S10e was a relatively, cheap device, but it still had, almost the same features as the Plus and the regular and the Plus. But we saw this coming, we saw this after the Galaxy Note 9, and to this day, the Galaxy Note 9 is being praised as one of the better devices because it had a headphone jack, quad HD display, awesome cameras, beautiful design. It had everything. You had the headphones in the box. You had, you get a power brick, you get the fast charger, you get everything with the Galaxy Note 9. Then when the Galaxy Note 10 came out, what happened? They got rid of the headphone jack and stuff like that. And then when the Galaxy S20 came out, you get no AKG headphones. And so you see the trend, but the price points, you see that they're getting higher. So I don't know. I'm just lost for words.
It's funny that you say that we see the trend, and we definitely see the trend. Now, it's kind of comical to me because, like you said, Apple removed the charger from the box. Samsung immediately made ads mocking them or made some type of press release. Samsung mocked them. So basically that happened. But now we're getting all these reports that the S21 line will not have a charger in the box. So I just find it comical that on one hand, Samsung can mock Apple for removing the charger, but the first chance Samsung gets, they are copying Apple to a T. It's hilarious.
Yeah. And I mean, look, I understand why they're doing it because it's $1 million industry in accessories. Apple make millions of dollars on accessories, right? And I figured, Samsung might want to dib and dab into that too, but still, I think, if you want to be better than the competition, you have to be better than the competition. That's the point, right? If you want to be better, be better. Don't, stoop to, that. Okay, since Apple did it, and their fans didn't really care. And I slam, Apple for screwing over their customers, man. I really do because, it's one thing for not, giving you a power brick in a box, but this crap about, we want to save the environment and all that stuff like that. It's just call it how you see it. Like, it's an accessory, it's a money grab. It is what it is, right? And for Samsung to do the same thing, it's going to take the industry to something different. That means that LG go do it, Motorola go do it, and now you go have phones come out. That's like you buying a car with no gas. Like you walk into a car dealership, you spend $100,000 on a premium car, and you say, I don't have no gas, man. You go, nah, you got to do that yourself. You got to buy your own gas.
Yep.
That's it's like buying a house with no windows. I mean, it's
crazy, man. It's like I said when I was making the argument when we first found out that Apple removed the charger. I'm like, what about the people that are first-time iPhone buyers, people that don't have a smartphone, that have never had a smartphone? Now you're giving them a phone without a charger, so they have to go buy a charger. And if they got it on Christmas, they were just screwed into the 26th because you can't go anywhere on Christmas to buy a charger. And so it's like, damn, man.
And look, here's the thing: you got two kinds of consumers here, right? You got the techies that, yes, they got a drawer full of chargers, right? Then you have the average consumer, like my daughter and my wife. They anticipate on when they open that box, that's the first thing they look for, the charger, right? Because how many chargers do you have to buy every year? Because people, the chargers, they wait on these chargers in the box. I'm telling you, it's a lot more to it than just me. And I know I'm not the only one, right? You open up the box, you turn on the phone for the first time, you might got 30% battery life. What the first thing you gonna do? You're looking in the box for the charger. Hey, let me charge this phone up. And you're saying to yourself, you got to use your charger. But why? I got a new phone. I paid $1,200 for this phone, and I don't have a charger brick in the box. It's a hard pill to swallow, man. It's just that simple. It's that one little detail that the average consumer look back and say, man, this sucks, man.
Hey, it's crazy. And like you said, just because Apple started the trend, this is the trend that the industry is going to move in 2021. And it sucks, but I mean, not much we can do. I mean, once it gets started, it's hard to stop the ball from rolling.
Well, yes, something we can do, right? Us content creators like myself and you, we keep talking about it and keep talking about it. And look, you might lose subscribers. People get upset. They thumbs down you in the comments. They put I'm tired of you talking about it. Guess what? If I keep talking about it, then you can hashtag Apple or hashtag Samsung or send this video to somebody, or maybe the bigger content creators may say, you know what? Every video I'm gonna keep talking about it. And I promise you, I understand. We gonna put the charger brick back in the box. I see y'all guys is really upset about this. And look, we've seen things change before, right? We've seen tech industry that got slammed by content creators and by customers and stuff like that. They bought stuff back, right? We've seen a lot of things like this happen.
I've seen this happen one time, and that's when Samsung removed the SD card slot the first time, like I think 5 or 6 years ago. A lot of people complained about it, and then I think the next year or the year after they brought it back.
Galaxy S5, maybe Galaxy S6.
Yeah,
Galaxy S6 didn't have an SD card, and they bought it back with the Galaxy Note, the Galaxy S7. Mm-hmm. They bought it back. I remember that the Galaxy S6 or Galaxy, it's one of those Galaxy phones where they removed the SD card. They only gave you 32 gigs of storage. And it didn't have SD card support, and people was outraged about it. Content creators made videos about it. The bigger YouTubers talked about it. We all talked about it. Samsung bought it back. And that's the thing. Everybody have to keep talking about it, because if you don't talk about it, then they feel that it's okay.
Now, to that point, with the industry supposedly moving towards a wireless future, we know that there are rumors of a wireless iPhone coming in 2021. With the industry supposedly moving towards a wireless future, do you think that we can possibly maybe get the charging brick back? I mean, at some point we might need something else without the charging brick if we are going to move to a wireless future.
Well, I think if we go to a wireless solution, then they need to include it in the packaging.
Yes.
Okay, just say, Apple said we're not going to include the charging brick, but here is the hockey puck that they sell for $50 or whatever. I think for the $1,200 price point, let's think about this. If you go back and we talk about the Galaxy S6, right? Those phones was like $500 back then, man.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Boy, yeah.
When we talk about $1,200 phones, man, miss me with all this, more technology means more. No, man, this is BS, man. Listen, for a Apple accessory, right? Samsung accessory, it's pennies on the dollar. To include it in the packaging, saving the environment. Okay, if you want to save the environment, don't give me the books. Give me an app on the phone that has all my instructions on the phone.
Ooh, I like that.
Right? Don't give me the books. Give me a app on the phone that say, hey, this is how you turn on the phone. This is how you do this. So that right there, you save the environment. Don't give me the Apple stickers. Who cares about that? Right?
You better watch your mouth. They might grab you for that one.
I know. I'm just saying, like, for that, right? And it's so many ways you could, say you could save the environment by getting rid of the literature, getting rid of this. But the power brick, come on, man, give me a break.
Yeah, like I said, when I complained about this on my podcast the other day, it's so hypocritical, and the messaging is inconsistent, because with the iPhone 12 series, there's no power brick. But when I open up my $99 HomePod Mini, power brick. I'm like, huh? I'm sorry, but the phone is definitely more essential for needing a power brick than the HomePod Mini. That's the way I feel.
And that's the thing. And again, we talking about so let's put this in perspective. HomePod Mini may not sell 100 million of them, right? But the iPhone sells tens of 20, 30, 100 million phones.
Right.
So you think about, okay, the Pod Mini or whatever, you could put a power brick on there because it's no big deal. They don't sell tens of millions of those, but we could get tens of millions of dollars off of a customer walking into a Best Buy, buying an iPhone, but right in the accessory aisle, they got to buy the power brick with it. So we go make money off of the power brick. And look, a lot of people say, well, just get a third party. And look, you got a lot of Apple purists that want an Apple branded charger. They don't want a third party charger because they believe that it messes their battery up. Because Apple used to say this a long time ago. Be careful of what type of charger bricks you use. Use an Apple charger and stuff like that because it messes up your phone and it may void your warranty and all that stuff like that. Especially, Apple Care did. And then we talk about Apple Care. You buy a phone, you got to spend $200 for Apple Care. So that $1,200 phone just became $1,400, $1,500.
Yeah.
And by the way, I bought 3 of them this year. Okay, I bought 3 iPhone 12 Pro Maxes, and I had to get 3 power bricks because they all wanted new power bricks. So I mean, you think about 3 iPhone 12 Pro Maxes and 3 power bricks that I had to buy in 2020.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. The whole thing is, like I said, the messaging is inconsistent and it's kind of hypocritical to me because they won't include the power brick with the iPhone, but they will sell you a power brick in their accessory store or whatever, which requires its own separate box. You can't just buy the power brick off the rack. They got to box it up and then sell it. So you want to save the environment, but yet you're making more waste because you're building boxes for your power brick by themselves instead of just putting them in there with the iPhone. I'm like, come on, man, but whatever.
Hypocritical. And I think that, the stuff about, that it's, I'm eager to hear what Samsung said, if they even say anything in the keynote address about them removing the power brick, because Samsung may not even say nothing about it. They just,
that is going to be interesting to see if that happens or not. That it will be.
I doubt it.
I don't know. I mean, Samsung is kind of crazy, so we don't know what they're going to do, but it will be interesting. Yeah. I tell you one thing, we won't have to wait long because apparently the event could be January 14th. So. That we find out real quick here. I mean, time's moving very fast. Oh, Eric, man, 2020 has been quite the year for all of us, man. We know all of us have faced different challenges of one sort or another in 2020, but I want to know what are some of the good things that happened with you in 2020 as far as maybe your channel and things like that.
So what I did in 2020, I did a complete makeover on my channel in 2020, right? I changed my backgrounds. I went from filming with smartphones to professional cameras. That was a big deal that I did because since my channel is five years old now, and I was shooting with smartphones for 3.5 years. Well, going into 2020, I was shooting with smartphones, and one of the things that a lot of people started criticizing me was the image quality. Say easy. I mean, you're getting up there, 30,000 subscribers, 35,000 subscribers. I mean, you got to change it. You look a little bit. And I'm like, and I was an advocate of how good smartphone photography and cameras was. So I was always using my smartphones to film my videos. And so I had made the decision to say, you know what, in 2020, I wanted to make it a drastic change in my YouTube channel. I bought 4 cameras, right? I bought a Canon 90D, Canon 80D, a Canon M50, and an SL3. All right, I bought 4 cameras. I bought Sigma lenses, 18 to 35 millimeter, 1.8, all 4 of them. And then I bought a rack so I could have an overhead camera. Then I bought all professional lighting, and I changed the backgrounds. And I went all Rogue mics. So I went all Rogue mics all the way. And I did all of this in 2020. A drastic change on my YouTube channels because I wanted to say, okay, I want to make my image quality better. I want to look better. I want myself to sound better. I want everything to be better and so I did a full investment on my YouTube channel to be better. So that's what I did in 2020. And I'm glad I did it because you couldn't get an image like this with a smartphone, right? No. So I knew that I had to make some drastic changes. So what I did was I reinvest into my YouTube channel as far as image quality and mics and everything else, because I believe that, it's for the long haul because, it is what I do, right? So that's why I switched. And that was the biggest thing. And I'm glad I did it. And so some of the things that for me, I enjoyed 2020. I refocused myself on being me, right? Instead of trying to be somebody else. I think a lot of people fail to try to be like somebody. Me, I want to be authentic. And this is where the tech preacher came in at. In 2019, I started calling myself the tech preacher, right? Instead of Easy Computer Solutions of Easy, I started calling myself because I started preaching. Even though I was doing funeral videos for a very long time, I wanted to preach. I want people to understand I am passionate about what I do. And I look out for the average consumer. My whole channel is about the average consumer. I want to make sure that when I review a device, right, there's going to be a device work, I'm going to give you the good, the bad, the ugly about a device. And so that's my whole structure of rebranding in 2020, right? That's what I did. And then in 2021, I want to take that rebranding that I did in 2020 and just go to the next level. And that's pretty much what I'm doing here.
So I got you blown up right now because I want to talk about this backdrop real quick. For the longest time, I thought that was a green screen.
No,
a green screen. Can you talk about that? Because that is not a green screen.
No. So this backdrop covers my entire wall and some of the floor. And I have another backdrop, the same one on this wall, going all the way around my entire wall. And then on this side of the wall is all green screen. Then I have a portable green screen that I can move right here if I want to do green screen videos. But this is real. This is all real.
Yes, you all. That is not a green screen. That's real.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a lot of people thought it was green screen, but no, this is trust me, it's going from the ceiling all the way to the floor. This is a total backdrop.
That is incredible that that's a backdrop.
Yeah.
But that just shows you how much time and dedication that he puts into his craft, man. That's why he's the man.
Yeah. A lot of people thought it was a green screen until I started saying, no, it's not a green screen, it's a backdrop. Yeah.
Okay. So you all told me I have an echo. I don't know why I have an echo.
I don't hear echo.
I hear it faintly. I just turned off echo cancellation in StreamYard. I guess it's a little better. I don't know. Very weird. You wrote me. She's losing her mind. I think she's in awe of your backdrop. Yeah, we are about to be in 2021. Romita. We are still in 2020, but that man Eric had put a lot of time and money into his craft and his studio, and it's money well spent, as you guys can see. That dude's legit. He is the real deal.
I do hear echo.
See, I don't know what the hell going on now. Okay.
Yeah.
So you hear the echo?
Yeah, I hear it now.
Oh, now you hear it. Oh. I don't know why I have an echo all of a sudden.
Huh.
Never had an issue before. Now it's an issue all of a sudden. Very not cool.
And it just started all of a sudden.
Okay, let me turn that.
You got to love StreamYard. Gotta love it. Yeah. I don't hear it anymore.
All right, so when I turn off echo cancellation, they don't hear it, but you hear it. But if I turn on echo cancellation, you don't hear it, but they hear it. Oh, I don't. StreamYard.
Wow.
All right, well, we're gonna leave it like this now, I guess. Whatever, it's not that bad.
Yeah, it's one of those things that StreamYard have done some updates, right? And they but they're still working on it.
Yep,
they're still working on it. I think it was bad for Google to get rid of Hangouts.
Man. I mean, but shout out to StreamYard though, because they came in there quick with the replacement. Though.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know why Google felt the need to get rid of Hangouts. Hangouts was, man, we were jamming on Hangouts, man.
Oh yeah, oh man, Hangouts was great. I mean, you could do 4K. I mean, look, don't get me wrong, StreamYard's starting to do 1080p, but I think with the paid service, you got to get 1080p. But but StreamYard got to do 4K, man. They got to beef up that resolution a little bit. Once they do 4K, man, I think we're gonna be good.
I don't know if they're gonna get to 4K, Eric, man. That's a lot of bandwidth to produce a 4K stream, so I don't know.
Yeah, well, no, it's tough. The 1080p is great. I like the 1080p.
Yeah, the 1080p is cool. I mean, I don't I think I pay for 720p because 1080p is like double the price. But yeah, it's
And I pay for StreamYard so when StreamYard came out the paid service, I paid it for the whole year.
Okay.
Because I stream every week because I don't want to have no issues, So I feel I just went on to pay for the whole year.
No doubt.
It's it's been great, man. I mean, look, regardless of the pandemic and everything that happened, and look, our hearts and prayers go out to everybody, man. That because this Rona wasn't nothing nice, but we gave them content so they can stay home. That's the whole thing. We gave you content so you can stay home, so you don't have to go out there. With anything that you need to know in the tech industry, we gave it to you, from headphones to computers to phones and everything in between. So we gave you the content. All you had to do is just stay home and watch us. That's all.
We did, and it was more going on this year than just the Rona. There was a lot of stuff going on with the world and society and things like that. So we had a bunch of stuff going on, but I think we as content creators, we did a hell of a job this year, like putting out the content, even given what the hell going on around us. Like the world wants to just burn itself, but we kept going, man. So no doubt, we did good.
It was a tough year, man. I watched a couple of videos out there, and I do see some of the frustration. A lot of content creators out there, man. I watch your boy video that God, it's on the tip of my tongue. All the thing I think about is right after this.
Travis.
Yeah. So I watched his video, man, and I felt it, man. Like I felt the frustration, and I watch a couple of other content creators about, them trying to reach their goal in 2020 and they didn't reach it and stuff like that, and it's frustrating, because think about it. Most of us is one-man bands. We make the video, we produce the video, we have to edit the video, we got to post the video, we have to market ourselves. It's a whole lot of stuff to do, for people to watch. And sometimes when you post a video, you get 200, 300,000 views, 10,000 views. It ain't what you want it to be. And it is frustrating because you put a lot of time, work, and effort in the video, and you want it to be seen. Sometimes when you post a video, you think to yourself, this is the best video I ever made. And you post it and it flops. And it's so strange that you put, look, sometimes I make videos that take days to make videos for me sometimes. Because I try to make videos every day. So I might be working on another video for 2 days while I'm working on another. So it's like I'm in between videos doing this video, that video, to try to keep the content fresh. And so it's tough, man. I was out there in the cold shooting a video outside, and it was cold, man. I was out there shooting the video, and I'm freezing my butt off out there. And, the video did good. A couple of thousand views on it, probably my average views, right? Mm-hmm. But I thought when I watched that video, man, I really played it off, man. I was shaking in my boots, man. It was cold. And I'm out there at the park shooting videos. Look, I got my cameras all out there, man. I got my monitors out there, man. It's tough, man. And I made a video when I got pulled over by the cops, man. I was out there shooting that night. And when I shoot the video at night, man, I got, $5,000 worth of gear out there. I got smartphones all over the place, and here come the police, man. And I shot that part of the video because when the police came up on me, I got the camera running, man. And, it's scary, man, because I shoot videos at night. I'd be out there at 2:00 in the morning shooting videos, man. So yeah, I shoot videos at night, and a lot of people don't appreciate the hard work though, and I think that frustrates to a lot of content creators, man, because when you're shooting out there 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning to try to get nighttime footage, people, you suck, I don't like your channel and all that stuff like that. And it's tough, man.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy because the viewers, they do not see the work that we put into the video. They only see the product that they see, the video, and it's all edited and polished form. They don't see the work that we put in. But speaking of content creators that gave us content in 2020, it's time to bring in one more, you all. We got to bring in the man, the painfully honest one himself, Mr. Jason T. Lewis. What's up, sir?
Good evening.
I just watched his video with the Apple. He having problems, but battery life. Watch his video. Yep. With your AirPods, and I decided not to get those things, man. It's something that I just didn't want to bring to the channel. Even though I thought about it, I'm not knocking it because I got Master Dynamics headphones that I paid $600-700 for, but
see that it says 1.
Wow. You're having issues.
Yeah, you having issues.
And you did reset, right?
Yeah, I put that out yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. But
yesterday.
after I put the video out and I was talking about it on Twitter, a lot of people were saying, "Oh, have you tried resetting them?" And I was like, "Well, no, because Apple didn't tell me to," and they had like responded to my tweet. But I went ahead and did that, looked up how to do it, did it, and problem is still the same.
Which is funny because when I made the thing, well, a similar video to yours, one of the comments I got on my comment thread, somebody gave me like a long comment like, well, why did you refer to the Mac Rumors thread? Because the problem was solved in that thread. All you do is do a reset, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I didn't know there was a solution. So I did the reset, and they've been doing what they're supposed to do when I did the reset. I had them in the case for 14 hours after I did the reset, unplugged, and for 14 hours they were still sending 100%. So I think the reset solved my problem on my end at the very least. So
well, I will say I didn't put them back in the case. I just was like, well, okay, I reset them, I rehooked them up to my phone. They should work as they're designed to do, or there's still a problem. So
yeah, I mean, even if they're not in the case, they should still go into low power mode.
Right.
So,
right. Yeah. So I haven't touched them all day. I listened to some stuff last night with them, and then I haven't touched them all day, and they're sitting there at 1%, almost dead. So there's not even like a, oh crap, we're at 10%, we better go into ultra low power mode. There's not even that. It's just like we're just gonna go and drain all the way down.
Yeah, you should straight draining. And you might have a defective pair, maybe. I don't know. Weird.
Either that or see, I don't think, and when I was on that Mac Rumors thread, I don't think I had this problem at first. And a lot of people on that thread were saying that they were fine for the first like week or so.
Right.
And then there was an update.
Yes.
And that's when the problem started to happen.
Yep.
Now, see, that could be people are just excited about having the new headphones and they never had them sitting for long enough for them to wear down. But I do remember there being an update, and not long after that, I noticed this problem.
There was definitely an update done. And I think, like you said, after the update happened, I think that's when the problem started.
Yeah, I just passed on them. I got so much. See, one of my biggest issues is I'm so behind on reviews. So I have tons of product to review, and so I felt that if I knew I couldn't get jumped right on the Apple Airpods, then I was gonna pass on them. Like if I didn't, when they first came out, if I didn't jump on them real quick, then I was gonna pass on them, and so that's what made me pass on them. And I knew that I was gonna. My headphone videos don't do that well anyway. So I mean, I might get 2 views on the shit. So I figured,
Well, and if you're not 100% in the Apple ecosystem,
yeah, I'm not 100% in the Apple ecosystem. I'm all over the place. I mean, I got 132 phones, man. I really got all the iPhones, but I don't use iPhones. Like I buy them, but I don't use them.
Yeah, and I think for $550, if you use iPhone, iPads, Apple TV, all that kind of stuff. If you use, Macs and that kind of thing, if you're dead set, like everything is in the ecosystem.
This my main drivers, man. I mean, he's here, and I mean, like Z Fold, and
I gotta get back on LG. I got to get back on LG to send me one of those wings. They were like, "Yeah, we're going to send you one."
Yeah. They just updated the wing recently too, so they have better functionality. Hey, Eric. So me and Jason, I think we do a podcast every Tuesday. So on our podcast, we were talking about how we're not really that interested in the S21 because it's not that different from what we've been getting for the past 10 years. I know you said that you feel like the S21 is going to be probably a downgrade because Samsung is like omitting features. But are you like, even if Samsung included all those features, are you even excited for the S21, Eric? Because after using the Z Fold 2, I am not that excited for the S21 at all. I have no excitement for that phone.
But the thing about it, and I think Samsung is not excited about it. I mean, you think about what they're doing with the phone. I mean, look, after I dropped the video I did yesterday about my frustration of the Galaxy S21, I got people hit me in my DM to say that Samsung will make these phones plastic. Now, I said, well, nah, Samsung ain't gonna make the S21 plastic. So I somebody sent me a couple of articles saying that there's going to be a plastic bag and all that stuff like that, like they did with the Note and the FE. So I'm not believing that yet, but no SD card support that's been confirmed. HD Plus instead of Quad HD. I believe that's been confirmed. S Pen support only on the Ultra, not on the Plus and the regular one. So yeah, I don't know, no power brick in the box, those type of things. It's frustrating, man. If a $900 price point, $1,000 price point, $1,200 price point for the Ultra, I don't know, man. I'm not excited over the Galaxy S21. It's because of that. I think I'm utterly frustrated of what I'm hearing, and we would know more in the next week or so once the keynote address come out. But I'm more frustrated than anything because I'm gonna review the phone, but I'm going in it. I'm gonna try to go as open-minded as I can, but you can't be open-minded when you got the Galaxy S20 Quad HD display, beautiful build quality, all the bells and whistles, and all of a sudden you get the Galaxy S21, you get a plastic bag, you get no SD card support, you get no power brick in the box, a HD display instead of Quad HD. It's kind of hard not to call those things out,
Yeah. I mean, to me, like the more that I think about it, I think about the fact that Samsung, this was their flagship phone, right?
Exactly. This is their flagship. Well,
and I mean, the Note 20 was supposed to be their showcase phone, or the Note line in general was supposed to be their showcase phone. That's now going to the Fold and that kind of thing. But the S21 was their flagship phone for everybody.
Yeah.
And now it's just like, okay, so they got one $1,400 model that's going to have all the stuff,
right? And
then the rest is, I mean, this is the end of the flagship era.
Yeah.
I mean, and if Samsung's going to sell you a $1,200 phone that's made out of plastic and is only 1080p, then why not buy the $300 phone?
I mean, we saw this coming with the Galaxy Note 20. I mean, that was outrageous. I mean, HD Plus display, it was plastic build, no SD card support. That was for $1,000. For $1,000, that was terrible, man.
Yeah, no doubt.
So, what something else me and Jason were talking about, Eric, is that if we know that these S21 phones are going to start at maybe $899 or $999, why not wait for the inevitable fan edition that can come out later on in 2021? Why would anybody buy an S21 phone if Samsung is probably going to make a fan edition later on in the year?
Well, and the reason why is because why even buy the S21? I mean, if you got an S20, that's a downgrade. If you got a Note 20, why even buy S21? Like, we did because the 888 processor. Come on now, that's a joke, right? I mean, the 865 is a great processor. 865 Plus is a great processor. Those
855 is a great processor.
Between the 865 Plus and the 888 processor. Come on, we're not kidding ourselves here, right? So if you're buying the Galaxy S21, it's because of the geek in you. You want the latest and greatest, and that's it, pretty much.
See,
you won't see nail difference, in either devices.
No. Here's the thing is though, like what they're putting out, if it is what we think it is, what they're putting out is not the latest and greatest. I mean, it's like, we're going to charge $1,100, $1,200 for a mid-range phone. Right? So I think even the enthusiasts out there are going to be like, well, I mean, what's the point? And the only phone for the enthusiast in this lineup is going to be the Ultra.
Yeah.
And they're not going to sell very many of those, and they're not going to sell very many of the 21s, period, because the same thing happened last year.
Right.
Last year, they put out the S20 and the S20 Plus, and nobody bought them.
Yeah.
Because they were too expensive.
Then Samsung pulled the wool over our head with the S21 Ultra. Oh, God, I got an S21 Ultra that I don't even turn on anymore because that phone is terrible.
Oh, you mean the S20 Ultra? Yeah.
S20 Ultra because of the camera. I mean, Samsung was sending out updates every 5 minutes, and it still couldn't fix it because it's a hardware issue. I mean, the focusing was so terrible on it. Now, I would agree that the Galaxy S20 Ultra was not a great as far as the camera features. But I also have the Galaxy S20 and the Galaxy S20 Plus which was really good. But the Ultra was not that great.
No.
That was the bust of the year, in my opinion.
Yeah, and for Samsung, and I think I really think that the reason they had to put out the FE here toward the end of the year was because they needed to sell some phones, and they didn't sell very many of those S20s.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and if I was somebody who lined up day one to go get my S20 or whatever, and I pay full price, and then a couple of months later, we all know it's going to be cheaper, and then they put out a phone that's cheaper and better.
And better, yeah.
You know, people are so, you know, rabidly followers of their favorite company and stuff. But at a certain point, I mean, if you're a Samsung knight out there, you know, marching in step with everybody else, somebody's got to say this is a bunch of BS.
Yeah,
you know, because I mean, there's only so far you can go. It's you know, you could always say, well, Samsung phone better than OnePlus phone or whatever, and you could compare things, but these aren't even comparable to other flagship phones.
Right. And I mean, Samsung, we won't have this conversation if Samsung drop all three devices at a groundbreaking price. It's all about the price. Yep. And we know that's not going to happen, by the way.
Right.
But if Apple, I mean, not Apple, but if Samsung say, you know what, we're going to sell this device, the Galaxy S21, for $599, Galaxy S21 for $600 or whatever, about $699, and the Ultra for $899, then I think we could excuse the HD Plus display and stuff like that. But they come out with a $900, $1,000, and a $1,200 price point. Yeah, it's a DOA situation there.
Well, and I mean, if you want to look at what Apple did this year compared to what Samsung did, Apple put out a phone at $450 that made the right kind of sacrifices to make it worth that much money, but didn't take away some of the stuff that was important to the user. And then they come out with the Mini and the 12, and you know, those, they gave us basically every price point from right below 500 all the way up.
And but Samsung just it's what Samsung is doing is just opening the door for another company. Maybe LG can kind of dibby dab a little bit. LG biggest problem is marketing, not their phones, but it's marketing.
Yep.
Well, and you know this too. Like LG, I love LG phones, but I've had the V60 for a year and I haven't gotten a single OS update. I get the security updates, but I haven't had an OS update at all.
That's LG's issue, right? Yeah. So LG's making some changes, right? They're gonna the mid-range and budget devices, they're gonna let somebody else make them, and they're gonna focus on the flagships, which that's fine. But the problem is okay, if you drop a Wing 2, you drop a V70, you drop a LG Velvet 2, and the rollable phone's supposed to come out. Okay, you got 4 high-end big dogs that's coming out. What you going to do with them? Are you going to market them? What is it about these devices? Because they're going to be premium. Yeah. And you talk about above a $1,000 price point. Now, I can tell you 99% of a lot of people out there won't spend over $1,000 for an LG device. No, so it's going to be very difficult.
A lot of people won't spend more than $800 on an LG device because and they're lucky if they get that. And the reason being, like, LG had 4 or 5 down years where they weren't doing so great with the phones that people would buy. And then they turn around. And I mean, the V series phones to me have always been solid. I didn't like when they took away the little screen. I didn't, you know, it
was great. V10, V20.
But those phones have always been solid. But when you let the G series crap the bed as bad as it did for a few years there, you know, I think the conventional wisdom out there with most consumers is LG is like the redheaded stepchild of Samsung.
But LG got an opportunity. That's the whole thing. If Samsung screw up with the S21s, and then LG could make a comeback. But the problem is, even if Samsung screw up with the S21, the millions of dollars of marketing go make it great.
Yeah,
all they have to do is get people's money.
Yeah,
I mean, no doubt. Yo, shout out to DB for the $5 super chat. Thank you, 30. The question for y'all: tired of Apple being stagnant and not changing the iPhone, but too in love with the ecosystem for Android. What do I do? Well, you can do what most of us on the panel do and
Buy an iPhone.
It's just in both worlds. Buy an iPhone and an Android.
Well, the thing is, like, I think that Apple, sometimes people look at Apple and give them a little bit more of a harsh glance, but there's not much. I mean, yeah, there are folding phones now and all that kind of stuff, but in the mainstream, most of the phones are, rounded off slabs. And I didn't like the design of the 6 through the 10s or the 11. I didn't like that sort of rounded design. I like this squared off design a whole lot more. And it brings back some of the things that I liked about the older phones. But at a certain point, like, what else are you going to do?
But you also got to think about it like this. Apple has a problem. They've sell tens of hundreds of millions of phones to customers. They cannot change that. This is why they can't change the OS. When you got mom and pop that know iOS, when you got the kids that know iOS. I mean, before my daughter graduated from high school, when I went to all the high school functions, 99.9% of all the teenagers had iPhones.
Yep.
The parents had iPhones. The grandparents had iPhones. Everybody, I ain't seen their Android phone nowhere in the crowd.
Well, man, I mean, when it comes to teenagers, there's that fear of missing out. There, you can't be the one who doesn't have an iPhone.
Exactly right.
You got the green bubble. Green bubble is not allowed.
Yeah, I mean,
so that brings up the point of why Apple can't change. Why? Because they have an ecosystem of loyalists.
And one thing that I think Apple does differently than an Android manufacturer is they build a system that people can, they want ease of use, they want familiarity, they want people to be able to use their stuff. And while iOS 14 was definitely the most changes they've made in maybe ever in iOS, right? And now we're getting the iOS and the M1 Max, and they're going to be running the same apps and stuff. So but it's a longer game than I think it is for a lot of Android manufacturers.
But you think about this, and this is my prediction, and I know when Apple do this, it's going to change the industry. Even though Samsung came up with the Galaxy Z Fold 1, the Galaxy Z Flip, Galaxy Fold 2, fantastic devices. When Apple pop out a foldable phone, it is going to be crazy. It's going to be expensive, but they're going to market it. It's going to be on every station, every football game, every halftime, everything. I mean, we're going to see this phone pop up all over the place. Apple going to pay a ton of cash to let everybody know that they got a foldable out there. It's going to take the market by storm. Now, I think that Apple go come out with this, and a lot of people waiting on this foldable phone that Apple go drop. It's obviously not going to come out 2021, but maybe 2022. When Samsung will be on their fourth generation at this point, and Apple going to drop a foldable, this going to be crazy.
Oh yeah.
So Viper, we talked about this on Tuesday. What were our thoughts? What did you think about the potential for an Apple foldable?
Well, I alluded to the John Prosper leak about the iPhone flip, and I was like, I was not interested and I'm not interested in that at all.
Yeah.
If Apple made something along the lines of the Galaxy Z Fold 2, I would be more interested. But as far as an iPhone flip phone,
I don't know about that. I don't think they go do that. I think they go do exactly what I'm thinking. Is they're gonna go do something like the Z Fold 2, come out like more like an iPad Mini type of display on it. If they could pull off pencil support on it, I think it's gonna be.
See what I want, and what I want them to do is like. So I had the Z Fold 2 this year for a while, and there were just like ergonomic things about using it that I couldn't get myself used to, like the width of it and everything, and trying to hold on to it while you're using it one-handed, and I just never got comfortable with it. But if Apple comes out with something that, like those rollable screens, we're talking about the Oppo X or whatever, where it rolls out and then its final form is just a tablet form that's like the iPad Mini or something like that. I mean, I can see people getting really excited about that.
And plus, I think Apple will make it thin, slim, lightweight. It's not going to be thick like a brick. So it's going to be very, very thin, because they love thin phones. It's not going to be no big brick Even if they go out and go foldable, it's gonna be slim. It's gonna be thin, man. When you close that thing up, that thing gonna be size of an iPhone 12. It's gonna be thin, man. So I think that's Apple have to achieve that point first, and I think they'll drop it.
I think you're right. I think ultimately, though, I look at the Duo, the Microsoft Duo, and I think both of those screens are wide enough to be usable, and it looks like a book. That's like a form factor that we all know works. I mean, we've been using books since the 12th century, so I look at that design and I'm like, yeah, I could get behind something like that. I mean, unfortunately.
It's funny you mentioned that because I think sometime last year, John Proctor had leaked had a leak about Apple maybe working on a design like the Duo with the dual hinge, with the dual display on the one hinge. So it's possible that they might still be working on that prototype. We don't know. But shout out to Anthony for the super chat, $2. He said, "Why OnePlus camera's not good?"
Because they're faking it. That's what it is. It's as simple. It's the reason why OnePlus. And look, you know what the thing about it? Every time OnePlus have a keynote address, they bring professional photographers on the stage.
Yep.
And why would you put your neck on the line as a professional photographer and talk about how good these cameras are when you know that we go get these phones in hand and we go test these phones out? And OnePlus cameras have not been that great.
Well, I mean, one reason for those photographers to take it on that stage is they getting paid some cheddar, which I imagine you can do pretty well if you're like a top end photographer. But whenever somebody gives you five digits to take home,
that's true.
But
money over integrity, right? Money over integrity.
But see, to me, like this is always the question, like. If you show the work that you act like Apple always does this, they take real photographers, cinematographers, they give them the device and they say, make whatever you want, and then bring it back to us. And of course, they have all the stuff that they want at their disposal and they have years and years of experience and they're very good at their job. That doesn't mean, so if you see that with Apple, it's like, okay, you see those beautiful photos, those beautiful videos, and I mean, you're stupid if you think you're going to get that kind of quality out of it. Because you're not that guy. but then with something like OnePlus or even Google, like Annie Leibovitz is one of the most celebrated photographers of the last more than half a century, right? She doesn't have to take Google's money, right, and be a show pony there for the Pixel. What was it? The 4A? No, just the 4 and yeah. But she was sitting there letting some like marketing major from a Midwestern school ask her questions about photography on the stage, and I'm just like, what the hell is going on here? But I think ultimately, like, you have to. It's like if somebody asked us to host an award show, right? Maybe that's not like our thing, but they're going to pay us $5. And at that point, I think like I'm going to try and make a way in my mind and in my execution to make this fun, but I can't turn away $5.
Right, that's true. And look, I think what the problem with OnePlus is not the optics, because we're hearing that the OnePlus 9 is going to have Leica. You can have Sony, Leica. I don't care what lenses you put in the device. It's all about the software.
Yeah.
It's not about the lens. I mean, I got crappy phones like Motorola G Stylus that give you good photography. I mean, I got good. I mean, you could go back to an iPhone 4 and you could get good photos.
Oh yeah.
The problem is with OnePlus is not, they keep on, you can't put 1,000 megapixel camera to make it look good. All you gotta do is look at the Galaxy S20 Ultra, right? That was a terrible camera.
108 times zoom though, man.
And it was fuzzy. It was terrible. It was one of the worst cameras on the planet.
Yeah.
So it's not the OnePlus is, proclaiming they're going to go Leica and all this. It don't matter.
Yeah.
The software is not there.
I mean, that's the thing. Apple's got the computational software that they saw that it was working for Google, and so they figured out that like after a certain point, the physicalness of a smartphone camera is not going to be able to make a big difference because you're not going to get a bigger lens. so you got to figure out a way in the software to make the software do what a larger lens would do, what, you know, more aperture would do, et cetera, et cetera. And if OnePlus isn't going to invest in developing that software, I mean, I think you could probably like pay Leica however much money.
Jason, time the hell out, Jason. Time the hell out.
Okay.
OnePlus, you said OnePlus is not going to invest in the software. They better invest. They're raising the price of their phone, Jason. Where's the money going?
This is their like cash out time.
But you know, OnePlus made the drastic mistakes, right? They market themselves at the flagship killer for years and years and years. They gave you high specs at a low price. Yep. We didn't care about the cameras at that point, right? We go get a $400 phone with 20 gigs of RAM in it, the flagship processor, a beautiful design, a beautiful display. We didn't care about the cameras because you're paying $500 less than the competition.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? Welcome to the OnePlus 8 Pro, right? $1,000 price point. Now, since you go hang with the big dogs, that means you have to be the best at everything.
Yeah.
Right? And it wasn't like that. No wireless charging. You know, cameras suck.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, if you're going to play in the NFL, you better be able to pass the ball.
Absolutely. And so now the OnePlus 9 is probably OnePlus. Look what the Nord did. I mean, OnePlus took a back seat in 2020. I mean, they can't. I mean, the rumor that they came out with the Nord 1 year software updates. They kicked that can down the curve, right? They're not going to support the device, the Pro and all that. Those $1,000 devices. I mean, look, OnePlus was all about speed, but guess what happened? Samsung putting 12 gigs of RAM in their phone. One UI is great, better than ever. Apple has always been fast. So you can't go by speed anymore because all phones are fast. So now what's next?
Well, I mean, it's just like I was saying with like the iPhone SE. Apple put stuff into the phone where it matters, like the same processors, the big phones, you know, like it would, but at $450, you're like, okay, so I don't get the best camera. I don't get like the bigger size or any of that kind of stuff. I get the home button. Maybe I want that. Maybe I don't. But people are willing to pay it, right? But if you're getting like not the best camera and you're paying the same price as you would for an iPhone or a Samsung device, there's no reason to buy your phone.
Right.
OnePlus, they stepped up to the next level, and they were no longer like the giant killer. They wanted to go up there and play with the giants.
Yep.
And it has not worked very well.
If you're going to swing with Mike Tyson, you better have that power. If you don't have no power in your punch and swinging with Mike Tyson, you're not going to last.
Because you know what Mike Tyson said?
Yeah.
OnePlus came up there with a plan, but everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
Yeah.
So
OnePlus 9 gonna be important for them. They got to bring it with the price. They got to bring it with the optics, and you can't talk about speed. I mean, the need for speed is over with.
Yeah, that's done.
So even with design, I mean, you got beautiful phones across the board. So I mean, it's not about the design. It's not about it's all about what you're gonna do with the cameras and the price. You can put the Leica system in. If you go Leica go be that's an expensive company. So I don't know how they're gonna price it, because if you look at Leica cameras, they ain't like your ordinary DSLR mirrorless camera. They are 10,000. They're up there with RED cameras. They are very expensive cameras. So I don't know.
You can pay a company like Leica to be able to use some of their intellectual property and then put their name on your box. But if it doesn't come out in the final result, that's on you in the software at this point. So, I mean, Leica just made a nice little bunch of money, and
that's the cost to the consumer. That's where the $1,000 price point come in at.
Yeah.
So I mean, we gonna see Leica branded phone. It's gonna be a Pro model. It's gonna be $1,099, $1,100. But it's a OnePlus though. That's the thing. Like you never see you don't see yourself spending $1,000 for a OnePlus. Come on now.
And with their cameras, it's been well known that the cameras have not been good. And that's okay for the OnePlus 5, 5T, whatever. But now that we're up to the 9,
Yeah, no.
I mean, if you're going to roll around in the stink of bad cameras for that long, you're going to stink for a good long time until you prove better than that. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And here's the thing about all this branding on smartphone cameras like Sony and Leica and that kind of stuff. Who have the 3 best cameras in the smartphone market?
Yeah,
Apple, Samsung, Huawei,
Google.
I'm sorry, Google, right?
Yeah.
Huawei, Google, Samsung, Apple.
What lens company do they use?
Sony.
Yeah, but I mean, they don't put it on the box.
Right, no.
They put the goods inside, and the proof is in the pudding.
Yep.
If you're trying to sell me the name on the back of the phone, then that tells me that there's probably not anything worthwhile inside the phone.
Oh, Huawei did that too. They put Leica names on their devices, and I mean, they phones are, but I mean, I don't know what the situation with Huawei go into 2021, especially with the the different administrations going in and out or whatever. But we don't know what Huawei, they sold the Honor brand. So I mean, I don't.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see because, like, as much as I would like to mess around with Xiaomi's and Huawei's and stuff like that, 70% or more of my audience is in the U.S.
And that's one of the reasons why I don't do international phones like talking about, because my audience is not,
Yeah, and I'd love to grow my audience in different places, but I mean, the hoops that you have to jump through in order to get the phones, and then I mean, the guys in the UK, they cover these phones because they're available over there. And, as a content creator over in the US doing phones, I'm kind of like, well, okay, those guys have a reason to cover their phones because they're for sale in their countries, So
it's hard. It's hard as a content creator to cover a international device because the comments is like, okay, can I go on Amazon and buy this phone? And some of you can't buy them on Amazon. You got to go to eBay. Then you can't trust a lot of sellers on eBay.
You can go to AliExpress,
Alibaba, and all that. Man, you might get a brick in a box, and then they go come back and attack you. Hey, man, I bought this such and such a phone, and I bought it, and I paid $1,000, and to get it imported, they gave me a brick in a box.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that's the thing. If you go buy something from Alibaba or AliExpress, and then it's like $50 for 3 months shipping or whatever it is, it's like, okay, so I buy this phone now, I pay a premium price, I don't see it for 8 weeks or 12 weeks.
Yeah. And that's hard. That's hard for your viewers too. It's hard to, first of all, you can't use your product code like we use for Amazon, saying so you can't get the residuals off it, so that's one problem. The second problem is it's hard to put trust in a lot of eBay sellers and international sellers and stuff like that.
I just used eBay for the first time since the iPhone 10 came out like a couple of weeks ago, because I got totally scammed on the iPhone 10. I had somebody buy the iPhone 10 from me, pay me, and then I shipped the phone, but the payment hadn't cleared yet. And it turned out that they were like running money through some German thing that had this system where like the money didn't have to be there for the German bank to honor the money, and then it never got there, so I never got paid.
Yeah, eBay is always risky, man. eBay is always risky.
Yeah.
Yo, Eric, this is probably a silly question given how many CESs you've been to, but are you registered for the digital CES? Are you going to?
For CES?
Yeah.
So I registered for CES. It's in my email. I think I registered incorrectly because I don't know if I put myself down right, and they was asking me for credentials. So I don't know what I did. So I did register for CES, and they sent me an email a couple of days ago, which I haven't responded back to them. They was asking me for to send them some type of special credentials or something like that. So I don't know if I registered wrong. So I might have to go back and re-register it again for the virtual CES and stuff like that. So I want to participate in it. I mean, it's all techy. Even if I don't, I'm sure that somebody will be live streaming it somewhere. It's going to be somewhere, whatever the major events is, somebody going to have a a stream or something. So hopefully I can get in, and it'll be different this year. But
I'll
everything.
tell you what, a virtual event to me, as somebody who's going to be making videos, is a whole lot easier.
Oh yeah,
I don't have to like just drag myself all over Las Vegas and then dodge back to my Airbnb where there's no decent internet and try and like put a video together. I went last year and just said, I'm not even going to bother trying to make videos. I took a bunch of footage I never used and I was exhausted, and it was just really weird. And I mean, I'm going to sign up for the virtual thing because why not? But I've got, like you said, I've got headphones and gaming headsets and all this other stuff that has been backed up that I haven't covered in January. Is like the perfect time to get that stuff out there. Yeah. Before Samsung drops that the S21, and I got to focus on that for a couple of weeks.
Yeah. And that's the thing. So I think I'm like, for me, if I don't do the virtual CES, I'm gonna just focus on all the backlog of stuff that I have to review.
January is a good month to do that because we all know that all our views are going to be down in January anyway. So
I'm determined to at least tread water.
Hey,
that's my goal.
Do your thing. Yeah. Do your thing. So Jason, does it mean that you're not going to register for CES?
No, I'm going to register. Like I said, TCL's invited me to something. I'm sure once I register, there'll be some things that people invite me to come check out. So I'll do that stuff, but I'm not going to make it like a major focus.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. It seems like when there are CES videos that go out in January, it seems like the views don't really get that many views. I don't know, maybe just because
I think people wait on Mobile World Congress, especially the phone techies, like the phone guys, right? They wait on Mobile World Congress, but Samsung and them do their own keynote addresses. They don't even be at CES, so that don't, they don't even fade. Like CES had to get the major players back, like they did a couple of years ago. But
I mean, some of them be at CES, but I think like Samsung Mobile, I don't think they're gonna be at CES this year.
Samsung
is gonna be there. Yeah.
I mean, why do you go to CES when you're having your own event like a week later?
Yeah, on the 14th, right? So they don't be at CES anyway.
Right, and so I mean, they don't even be at CES, and you might get the Flex Pi 4, the Flex Pi, this phone or whatever.
That's still a thing.
You go get Sony. Sony might drop the One Mark III.
I mean, LG is going to be there. We might get a peek of what but last year LG had all the phones that they had in 2019. So it was like, but TCL and some of the small
TCL be there,
and TCL like made a good showing this year with the phones that they put out, and what they showed last year as like their sort of like pilots of potential phones, like the trifold phone that they showed off and stuff like that. I mean, it gives companies that don't get as much attention, when it's the Apples and the Samsungs and that kind of thing of the world throwing their phones out, it gives them a chance to have a little bit of a showcase.
Yeah, so, Motorola might do something. I mean, I'm always eager to see what Motorola does.
Yeah.
They need to do something this year. I mean, it's a lot of things the door's open. Apple might drop the iPads, probably February. So we all waiting on the Pro series of the M1 chips from Apple, right? That's gonna be oh my God. So they're waiting on that.
Yeah.
It's gonna be great.
I think 2021 is gonna have the potential to be, I mean, 2020 was a disaster. Like we started out with CES and all of a sudden everything closes down. And even before that, the Asian manufacturers were all messed up. So we didn't really get rolling in 2021 until like September, October.
Yeah.
And then we had, a lot of good stuff come out. But if Samsung's going to put out a phone in January, then that's going to help some of that January slump.
Yeah.
And then, if Apple puts out new iPads in February and then I really think we're looking at probably June for like the MacBook Pro 16. and maybe like early fall, like an October event for something like the iMac. The iMac is going to be badass, I think.
Yeah,
I can't wait to see what if the new iMac looks like an XDR display. but doesn't cost $7,000. Then I think that's going to be an amazing looking computer. That's the way. I mean, that's the only way they can go. But I
own that. Give it to me.
Yeah. I'll just be like, okay, I'll open up my Apple Card to you. Take away the money.
No, I'm curious. I know me and Jason have had to talk about our objective for 2021. Eric, you talked a little bit earlier about maybe continuing to ramp up your studio and things like that. But what other objectives do you have for going for 2021, Eric, besides filling out your studio thing?
So I want to, finish the studio a little bit, and I'm gonna get out the studio and do some more of the outside videos that I was doing earlier this year. Get more outside and do more of that content, and just kind of clean up the footage a little bit, and make things just a little better. As far as just cleaning up the footage, because I go back and I look at my videos, it looked better, it looked good, but it's not great. I critique myself into saying what I should do. I mean, I got a teleprompter, and which I haven't hooked up yet. Not really reading line by line, but more bullet points.
Right.
I just want to clean up the just to clean up the footage a little bit. Have a little more, just sticking to the bullet points and stuff like that. Have a little more fun. Be a little more relaxed. Trying to get my camera angles right a little more. The lighting, I got so many lights. I don't think I got my lights positioned right. Trying to get that phase dark look here and there. It's a lot of things that I'm looking to clean up a little bit. I really got off the ground working in 2020 as far as my camera gear and the lighting, the studio, the overhead cameras, the backdrop and stuff like that. I got the green screen ready. I mean, I do a lot of green screen videos and stuff like that, but I want to clean it up a little bit when I make my videos and not to be too fast. So sometimes I get my feelings and I pop open the camera and I'm ready just to draw out a video. Sometimes I'm going to scale that back a little bit, get my thought process together, and it just, maybe not put out videos every day. Like maybe I need to scale back to maybe, 3 times a day or 3 times a week instead of, because I post videos almost every day.
Yeah,
and so my work ethic is I do one project, and once I finish one, I'm on to the next. I don't stop. I'm up 3-4 o'clock in the morning just working constantly. So that's some of the things I'm gonna do in 2021. I'm gonna clean back and sit back a little bit and say, you know what? I may not post a video every day. Maybe post a video every third day, or maybe a Monday, Thursday, and Saturday instead of pushing content out as many. Because a lot of people tell me, hey, I can't even stay caught up. I mean, every time you turn around, I watch one video, you drop another video, and this, that, and other. So, I think I need to scale back a little bit more of that.
Yo, Lethal Emperor, thank you for the super chat, sir. Happy New Year to you too. Thank you. The coffee link, as always, is in the description of this live stream. So if you want to buy me a coffee, you don't have to, but if you want to, it is in the description of this live stream, no doubt about it. But yeah, Eric, man, you put out so much content, man. Like I need to be more like you in 2021. That's my goal, to put out more content.
I think, for me, I'm at almost 2,000 videos. Right? And when I looked at my analytics, I can't believe I pushed that much content out. That's two things is wrong with that picture. I'm putting out too much content, right? And it's not being well received as I want it to be. And I'm not focused too much on the content that I need to put out because I'm rushing to put content out every day. So I think that for me, I need to sit back and scale back and say, hey, I'm not missing anything if I take a day off. So that's my problem. My problem is that I'm so hyped and I'm ready to because I have so many videos in the pipeline that I need to make, right? And it's because y'all know how it is. You get your emails. People, look, I got my PO box in my about page, and people just send me product, right? So you get product in your PO box. You open it up, and you got all this product you're sitting in there, and I'm like, wow, what is this? What is that? So then you have, you sponsor stuff. You got to make your money somehow, right? So you got your sponsor stuff and everything. But for me, I think in 2021, I need to sit back and relax. I need to eat some popcorn, and I need to scale back and say, okay, I need to do this a little better. Get my thoughts, my bullet points, be a little more clear, be more objective to what I'm saying. Because I could pop open the camera, make a video about a lot of stuff. Mm-hmm. But I think I got issues with that. I think I'd be so ambitious making videos. And I think I'm getting addicted to it. So I need to scale back and do some stuff different.
Getting addicted to making videos is not a bad thing. I think as far as it is with you, where some of the issue might lie as it relates to YouTube, is that you make videos about everything, which is what I like to do. But we know that when you do that on YouTube, it your growth kind of takes a hit because you're not niched down per se. So
I want my channel to be about all things tech, and that's hard on the algorithm, and that's why my subs are low. My subscriber count is not as high as I thought, because I might make a video about headphones, but not turn around and make a video about a phone. Then I make a video about a tablet.
Right.
Then I make a video about a computer. Then I make a green screen tutorial. I'm just like all over the place. And, I think with the algorithm, they're looking like, okay, are you a phone guy? Are you a computer guy? Are you you gonna make tutorial about green screen videos? What are you gonna do? What we need to focus your channel on? And I just have this firm belief that I don't want to stick to one genre. I don't want to stick to just making phones. Yep. I think they're gonna drive me nuts if I do that.
Yep.
So I think I can't win. So I'm in a really bad situation as far as trying to win the YouTube algorithm. I can't win that part.
Right.
So I know if I can't win that part, then I'm just gonna have fun.
There you go.
Just have fun doing it, because I can't win. I thought about my subscribers. I'm like, wait a minute. I mean, I'm barely hitting 50,000 subscribers. I got 1,900 videos. I got almost 15 million total views, right? And I'm sitting at 50,000 subscribers, and that's the reason why. It's because I'm all over the place. And I think a phone person don't want to watch a headphone video, right? A computer analyst, a person that's trying to find information about how to repair their PC as far as software won't watch a headphone video. But I make all those type of videos, though, and it hurts.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of dealt with that too when I started out with gaming headsets, and then I was doing headphones a little bit, and then I transitioned over to all that stuff plus phones, and it took me a year or two to get people to pay one full cycle of phones, and then people started watching my phone videos. But at that point, I sort of took the headphone stuff way back, and only did that stuff every once in a while. I mean, that's been the thing that I've seen, the thing that I've noticed this year. And it hasn't been this way as much so as it has been in the past. But I look at Rene Ritchie, and Rene Ritchie he covers a ton of stuff. He covers a lot of stuff in depth. He covers a lot of stuff that's current news. He covers a lot of stuff that's technical, et cetera, but it's got one common denominator. It's all Apple, and but see, the thing is, that's his wheelhouse. That's what he's covered and known for however long, decade plus of him covering that stuff. So that works for him because it's the stuff that he's always covered, and he's got a wide enough gamut of stuff coming out from Apple that he can talk about something different every day, right? Yeah. And he's grown like crazy this year. Right. And I watch that and I think okay, the people that do really well are the people who are really super focused.
Yeah.
Like only talk about laptops, only talk about smartphones, only talk about Apple, maybe only talk about Apple computers, you know. And those people do really well because the algorithm's like, I see what you're doing. Okay. And you can almost call it. As soon as you see somebody put out 10 videos and they're all about something, you know, in the general same vein, and they're really focused, they're going to do well. But I mean, what I'm finding with my stuff these days is like, so I went through the drama period where I was just like trying to piss everybody off all the time. But you can only do that for so long before people get tired of listening to you. So I started to pull back around and like and try and be more balanced and run a channel that, like, now that it's my job, it's like I want to run a channel that I can actually like feel good about and get excited about sitting down every day and not have to like, you know, drag myself emotionally through the motions of pissing people off.
Yeah.
You know, so this year has been a lot about bringing that stuff back around, covering stuff on a more like covering the phones in more depth, doing the stuff that I did before that one Apple season where everything went crazy. But this has been my worst year on YouTube.
Yeah.
By a lot.
Yeah.
And you know, I mean, I'm thankful that I've been able to like keep bringing in enough money to like to do my part with the bills and stuff, but I'm not putting money in the bank or anything. You know, I had some opportunities to do stuff on Amazon, et cetera, that helped. But going into 2021, I mean, I want to find a way to make quicker content that doesn't take, like, I take longer to make videos now than I ever did when I had a full-time job, probably just because I don't have to get them out in 2 to 3 hours. So I end up like spending the morning getting them filmed and then some of the afternoon getting them edited and up on YouTube or whatever. But I want to make some, like, do a morning news show kind of thing that I can just do three stories, maybe 15 to 20 minutes, and just be on and off and not worry about editing too much or anything like that. But then also, like, people have really responded again to the audio stuff that I'm doing.
Yeah.
Like last year, my AirPods Pro videos at the end of the year did really well. And now again this year, the AirPods Max videos that I'm doing are doing really well. Yeah. So I want to figure out a way to, okay, so if I'm going to be talking about tech and it's going to be phones and it's going to be, you know, is the overall heading tech audio, you know, like that's the angle that I'm coming on, so that somebody who is an audiophile or somebody who cares about audio and wants to learn about the tech or whatever can come and learn about smartphone audio, can come and learn about headphones, can come and learn about speakers. Like, I've got all this crap behind me that I love to geek around with, but I can't talk about it on my YouTube channel. Yeah. You know, because this is all like the difference between consumer audio and pro audio. It's a totally different audience.
Yeah.
But I like
my problem. I think it's my problem. I had to really sit and think about it. Should I mean, because for the last 5 years, I mean, you know, I've been all over the place about tech. I believe that I want to do all things tech, but it doesn't work.
I mean, there's one or two ways to look at it. And I think they're both valid. I think you can look at it as, like, you know, a goal-driven thing where you want to be able to be successful with the algorithm in such a way that your videos get more viewers. And that's okay. Or you can look at it as like, I'm doing this the way that I want to do it, and it might be a slower roll in terms of like growing via subs and views and anything like that. But you just have, at some point, everybody who makes videos has to make that choice.
Yeah.
But I guarantee you one thing: if you said, I'm going to talk about Samsung for 3 months, you would see the algorithm figure you out, and then be like, okay, we see where he's going. And then like, once you get that momentum, the goal is to like kind of stick some of the other stuff back in, but not change the umbrella that you're working under. I mean, because that's the past couple of months I've been talking, well, I mean, Apple's been putting out a ton of stuff, but I've been talking mainly about Apple stuff. and have started to see things start to roll in a better direction. And I don't want to talk about Apple stuff all the time, but Apple gives you that. Apple gives you
that. He put iPhone 13 in his title for the last couple of episodes, and it does well for him, and he said the reason why is because y'all keep clicking it.
Yep. Well, and that's the thing, like, and John and I have talked about this. You kind of become somewhat trapped by your success.
Yeah.
Like, so with John, he's been doing these Apple leaks, and that's been bringing him a lot of views. And if he puts out something that says, Samsung S21, half his audience is going to not click on it. And so, but eventually, just like anything, there's going to be another change where it'll be another adjustment. I mean, John hasn't been doing Apple leaks for his whole career. He's had to adjust multiple times from one year to the next, just like everybody else. And so to me, it's just like there's that balance between doing what you feel good about, but then also being cognizant of how you can sort of penetrate the algorithm.
I've always said that the algorithm is basically a measurement of human behavior. So, and humans are kind of funny. Like, humans want what they want. We are creatures of habit. Keep saying we are creatures of habit. So it's like, I think I made this analogy before, but when I go to Starbucks, I'm going to Starbucks for coffee, even though they sell pastries and different things like that. I'm not walking into a Starbucks for their pastries. I'm walking in there for the coffee. When I go to Dunkin' Donuts, I mean, they got other stuff besides donuts, but if I'm going into a Dunkin' Donuts, I'm probably going in there for a donut. And I think YouTube, in the way that the algorithm like grades a channel, is the same way. When people click on your channel and watch your video, they come to you or your channel for a specific type of content. So if you offer something that is outside of what the algorithm pegs you for, as you guys know, it doesn't really do too hot because, again, the algorithm is the measurement of human behavior, and humans don't like surprises and things. So I think that's...
So, I mean, you're right. When I do phone videos, camera reviews and stuff like that, I get thousands of views on that. I do a video like this. I did a Wi-Fi mesh system video. Barely cracked 1,000 views. But in turn, I turn around and drop another phone video, detailed about this and that and the other. I get 5,000, 10,000 views on it with no problem, and stuff like that. So you're right. That's why I felt that if I would have did something with Apple with the headphones, while everybody else was probably getting tens of hundreds of thousands of views, I probably wouldn't even crack 2,000 views on it because I haven't done a headphone video on my channel in 2 years.
Here's one of the tricks that I've learned though. Like, so you got the mesh Wi-Fi, right?
Yeah.
So if you make a video that's only about review of mesh Wi-Fi system and it doesn't connect to your channel in any significant way and what people know you for, that's probably not going to do so well. But if you say, how does the Samsung Galaxy Note 20 Ultra and the Huawei this and the LG Wing that and the iPhone, how do these all perform on this mesh Wi-Fi system?
That is.
Then you've got your hook, and you're satisfying the people who sent you the Wi-Fi, right? And there are always little ways to do that. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. But I got into a rut where like I was doing one kind of video, and that one kind of video was doing really well until it wasn't.
Yeah,
and I wasn't doing anything else anymore. So when it got to the point where I wasn't feeling good about the videos that I was making, and there's just a lot of negativity hanging around the channel in general. It's like I didn't have like, oh well, I've been making headphone videos all this time too, so I can like fall back on that a little bit more. I had to just basically like start up again. Yeah. So it's been a long 18 months.
That's been my thing. So my total focus is like what y'all saying. I mean, once I go into 21, that'll be my general focus is what's working for the channel. I go back and I look at my views, my highest views. I mean, I know if I go to parks and do camera reviews or whatever and stuff like that, I know that's going to get tens of thousands of views. I'm good with that. but I try to mix it up a little bit. And that's what my plan of thought was. Okay, cool. I know I'm gonna make major views on this video if I do that. But if I do something outside the bounds, maybe I can grab that crowd, or maybe my subscribers might watch that video. Maybe I might can do well on that. And it always fails out. Like it doesn't do that well. And so, I mean, I'll take the 1,000 views, right? I mean, yeah, granted that it's not what the channel usually do, but you know.
Yeah. I mean,
and I needed a mesh router. So I look at things that I need too. So I'm like, I needed a mesh router anyway. My other router wasn't doing that well. So I stuff like that. I feel that, okay, cool. Yeah. Some things you get sent to you and some things you need,
Okay, I'm not going to ask. I'm curious, Eric. Me and Jason got new routers ourselves. So Eric, which router did you get?
I got the Tealtronics. They gave me the 2-pack mesh system. I got one sitting right here. Yeah.
Yeah. See, Viber was talking up this router that he was going to get. He's like, "Oh, I got this. I'm getting this super cool router." I went online and I looked at it. I was like, "That is pretty badass."
It is badass. It's good.
And then I was like, "Oh, I reviewed one of their routers before. So let me send them an email." and you never know, like so the router that I reviewed for them before was the Amplify HD Wi-Fi mesh router. And like Zach saw me for the first time on that video. Like he didn't see one of my phone videos or anything else. Zach just happened to see that video. So, he's become my partner in the podcast and, all that kind of stuff. And people find you in weird ways. So those videos do have some value over the long term.
Yeah, it does. Over the long term. Yeah.
Like the video that's done best for me this year is literally like, I think I made like 3 or 4 gaming headset videos this year. I made one about a SteelSeries headset. And that video has given me like 10 to 15,000 views per month, every month since January. It's got like 200,000 something views right now, but it started out the first 2 months. Nobody watched it. It had like 6,000 views and it was just like sort of dead.
Yeah.
And then the pandemic hits and people are playing a lot more video games at home and they find that video. And people have covered this, but like I covered it pretty in depth and it's a pretty expensive gaming headset. So all of a sudden I see my Amazon affiliate stuff perking up. I see the views coming through on that. And that's not a video that I didn't make that video thinking like, yeah, this one's going to be hot.
Right.
I just made that video because they had sent me the headphones like a year before. and I hadn't gotten around to the video yet. So it's also that balance of like, there's the evergreen stuff that people are going to look for throughout the year, products that don't change very often,
right.
That, and so at different times they're going to be looking for that stuff. And then you've got your like headline stuff, like new Apple phone comes out, new Samsung phone comes out, and that's the stuff that you're going to get like the immediate views on.
Right.
So Emperor, to answer your chat here, so you click on the stuff that you want to buy or thinking about buying. We as creators, we call that trend jacking. Trend jacking, yeah. So basically, it's usually the hot trend, like the Airpods Max. Right now, that's the trend. So most creators, if we do tech, we're probably making videos about the Airpods Max because that's the trend. We're trying to jump on that trend to get the view because that's what it is. So we all, any creator that works for anything on YouTube is trend jacking. I mean, that's what we do. If we see a trend, if we see something that's going to be popular or potentially be popular, we are going to make videos about it. I mean, that's just what it is.
You can't do only that.
Right.
I mean, you start out that way and you get like a foot in the door.
Right.
But that's what I loved about covering iPhones back a few years ago. It didn't matter who you were, Marquez Brownlee or some kid who, is making videos out of his bedroom for the first time. You got the iPhone on the same day. So you get a chance to compete and maybe draft off of some of those bigger creators and get some people seeing your videos. It's not quite the same anymore.
Yeah.
But once you get into your YouTube career where like Eric, where you are, and I've got like 1,400 videos or something, you build over time something that people sort of say, this is what I identify this channel with.
Yeah.
You know, he's good with audio. He's great with smartphones. You know, your channel, like, oh, he does these really awesome videos where he like conducts funerals for dead tech. You know, I mean, you know, but those are the things that I used to be known for, the Can You Trust series.
Yeah.
And you know that worked great for a while, and then it didn't. So you know, it's just like, yeah, the trend jacking thing is real, but I found that one way to get really burned out really fast is to always try and stay on that and stay on the outside edge of that leading edge. You know,
thing. The problem with it is sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't work.
Right.
And the thing about it is, like, you know, even though I'm good for like the funeral videos, right? Mm-hmm. Hey, I got a lot of flack for funeral videos, like showing crucifix. I remember that people like showing crucifixes. If you notice on my funeral, I started showing crucifixes. The music, I had to change the music up a little bit. People, you know, kind of coincide the music with death, right? So I changed the music up a little bit. Then I have to be careful when I make a funeral video. I can't be like, you know, especially what's going on in the world, right? With all of, you know, like COVID-19. Right now, I would never make a funeral video right now, right? It's because people get in their feelings about it, you know. I mean, you know, so it makes it's really very, very difficult, even though it's comedy. It's really fun. Like, it ain't nothing serious, right?
Yeah.
But people hear the music, they hear me up there all dressed up in a 3-piece suit on. I got a casket on, you know, on the green screen, and you know, and people like, oh man, you suck, and I can't believe you did this video. They got people dying for real. You showing crucifixes. Don't get religion mixed up with your YouTube channel. And so I went through that period of me making funeral videos, and I had showed a crucifix or whatever. Even with the flower, I had the red flower I always put in the casket box. People hit me hard for those videos. I was like, people really didn't like some of that stuff in those videos.
Yeah, comedy is hard these days, man, because a lot of people, they cannot take a joke no matter how.
It's you know, I didn't like it, man.
The one thing that I've learned over time, you know, because I got a lot of flack for a lot of the videos that I did too. Can You Trust videos? People were like, "Who the fuck are you?" Like, right. You know what I mean? But you know, the thing of it is, I mean, you're probably hearing from 1% of everybody who watches the video. They just happen to be the 1% that are a-holes, right? And they're going to complain about whatever,
yeah.
And you know, they go on the internet to complain about stuff because their life sucks.
Yeah.
You know, and everybody can be a jerk on the internet without consequences.
Yeah.
And I just learned over the years to be like, and I know you've learned this too, but it's just like, you know, people are going to say whatever they're going to say.
Right.
And if I worry about it, then I'm no longer working for myself. I'm working for them. Like they're renting space in my head, and I don't got. And well, maybe I got too much space in there anyway, but like, you know, if I just try really hard not to let them get in my head anymore.
Yeah.
And you know, it's like, which is hard to do. You put a lot of time, a lot of effort into a video that you're really proud of, and you think is funny and everything like that. And then, you know, the majority of the comments that you see are people like nitpicking and crapping all over that. It's hard to take.
Yeah. But I barbecued a phone, right?
Yeah.
So I made a video of me barbecuing the phone. I really took a phone. I had 3 camera angles going on. I was outside in my backyard. It was a ZTE phone, right? I mean, ZTE hate me. I get no love from ZTE no more. I did this like 2 years ago. I took a phone. I was outside in my backyard. I mean, I messed up my grill doing this too. And I did a drop test on the phone. And then I took the phone and I put it on the grill. I put lighter fluid on it. And I was giving commentary. I burned the phone up and I'd seen it blow up in flames. And I got all that on the video and I posted it. And people hated me for that. ZTE hated me. All of them. They all cut me off, man. And I was like, oh, man, it was comedy. It was fun. You know, and that was people. Oh, God, that was. I don't know if I would ever make that video again. Put it like that.
Well, and those are the things you learn. Like,
yeah,
I've been disinvited from all of Samsung events. I got taken off the Team Pixel. So I was making inroads, like getting invited to this stuff, and then I guess they didn't like what I was saying, and people I know who are a little bit more familiar with how Samsung PR and stuff works, they're like, oh, you pissed off somebody in Korea, and that'll take a while to get off that list.
Probably. So we are running into our first milestone here for the folks on the East Coast. You're about to be in 2021 here in about 3 minutes. So allow me to say early Happy New Year to our folks out on the East Coast here.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. I'm at the place out in a minute, but because my drink is getting dry, and I know my wife not ready for I don't have drinks.
I'd have messed you all up. You were supposed to get drunk tonight. I'd have completely messed you up. My bad, man.
I love tech, man. Let me tell you, this is my passion, man. Like the way I have my studio set up, and this is I talk about this a lot, like for a lot of content creators. Always have your studio ready to go at all times. Like I walk in my studio, I turn on the camera, my SD card is blank. I got 4 cameras. I turn them on. All my SD cards is ready. My lighting is ready. My monitors is ready. I'm ready to go. I got my mic here. I'm ready to go to record in 5 seconds. I don't have no setup, no nothing. I'm ready to go at all times. So when I come in my studio, I get the link. I click on the link and I turn on the camera. I'm good to go. I'm ready. 5 minutes. I'm good.
I keep telling content creators, you mess with Viper, you better be ready to go because you never know when I'm gonna throw you a link in your Twitter DM. So you better be ready to go.
Yeah, I've been dealing with that because I've been changing stuff up all year because I'm stupid. But I just the other day I put together this table. It's like a small IKEA table, and I've got 3 cameras hooked up on it, on like monitor stands, and then I got a camera monitor here. I got my laptop here. I got my audio interface and my channel strip here. And like when I sat down to jump on this, it usually takes me a while to get on. I hit the link. I made sure that all the stuff was coming through, and then I jumped in.
That's it.
How quickly you got in tonight? I was shocked.
Yeah, I didn't have to unplug anything or figure out why something wasn't working. It's like I just
and it makes it easy. Especially if you have your thought, like for me, when I have my thoughts, like I want to say something on the video, like really fast. I mean, I am instantaneous. Turn on the camera, turn on the monitors, have all 3. Look, I got remotes for all my cameras. I got 4 remotes sitting up on, so I can just click, and it start recording by itself. So I'm good at that. Yes, I got remotes. These things is a beauty, especially when you got a camera over here, you got a camera way at the top, you got a camera on this side, a camera back there. All you're doing is clicking remotes. It works. I love these things.
Yeah. I got 2 lights hooked up here, 2 of those Godox SL60s, and so like this is my work setup. This is the thing that I wasn't doing before. Like every time I got something new, I was putting it into my regular setup. So that meant, I was always having to fuss with stuff. And then I just decided, like, I'm going to make a video recording setup, and I'm not going to touch that. And then that's my work setup.
Yep.
There you go. So Happy New Year officially to the folks on the East Coast. It is now January 1st, 2021 on the East Coast. We still got an hour here for me and Jason in the Midwest.
Yeah, I'm
Eric, I know you said you got to hop out. I appreciate the time, man. Hey, Eric, I'm going to hit you up because we got to get together for a longer podcast next year because, we got to get that done, bro.
Yep. I will give a huge thanks to being on your being here with y'all guys, man. It's always a pleasure, man. Always
Absolutely.
a pleasure.
Yeah, it's good to talk
with
you,
man. I appreciate you joining me, especially on short notice. So thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Later on.
All right, so I just got a text message from our buddy Zach. So we're about to have the Painfully Honest Tech podcast all over again here in a minute.
Painfully Honest Tech podcast.
All over again.
Times 2. You get it twice this week. I actually put up the podcast today.
Oh, okay, nice. There you go.
It's the first time I've got it up on a Thursday like we promised. Like probably maybe the second time all year. So
that was up. That is what is up. Definitely.
Yeah. Well, Zach was riding me. He's like, you gotta get that.
No, not our Zach. Not our Zach. No way.
No.
I think me and you need to get together for a podcast again. We haven't done it for a while.
It's been a while.
On my podcast anyway. So.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be fun. Just let me know.
No doubt, no doubt. So I emailed Michael, but I'm guessing he's on vacation or something. I've heard nothing back, but that was like a couple of days ago. So I'll see if he responds next week. If not, I'll email him again, I guess. But
yeah,
it is what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm like I said, I'm Jason. I know a lot of people probably aren't excited, especially people who have been at CES multiple times. But I'm excited, even though it's virtual. This is my first CES. I get to go to all the Zoom meetings and things like that, and I guess I'll see what's going on with these companies and see what they got to offer. So I'm looking forward to it. I know it's not what it normally would be if it were in person, but hey,
yeah. Like I said, it works better for me because, like,
right? Yep.
You know, I was miserable after 2 days at CES last year because I was just like, my legs were hurting, my back was hurting, everything was hurting, and I wasn't actually making any content, which is why I went there in the first place. So, you know, at least doing the virtual thing, you can sit here, you take notes, you listen to the thing, you get on the camera, and you do the video, and you're done.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, if I do attend a meeting and I feel like they got a product or idea that's pretty cool, like you thought, I can just go and turn on my camera, make a video about it relatively quickly and get it out. So,
yep,
that was pretty cool. I mean, even though CES and digital issue, there's a lot of companies that are going to be making presentations and things like that, and a lot of the big names too, like Samsung and TCL and IBM and Intel. I mean, all the big time players are going to be there in some way, shape, or form. So it should be interesting.
Maybe Intel's going to explain to us how they're going to break the 5 nanometer barrier.
Maybe
catch up with the rest of the 21st century.
There's a couple of presentations on 5G. I'm interested to see what they think about that because I've been telling you guys that 5G is the most overrated smartphone spec ever. So I'm curious to see how they're going to advance 5G.
I think ultimately 5G has the potential to be good enough that we don't have to have other internet connection to our house.
Yes.
I mean, it has the potential to be that. It's nowhere near that now.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I've got my iPhone. It's got 5G. I every once in a while look and see it says 5G up there, and I'm like,
I have actually turned off 5G on my iPhone. I have it on my phone too, but I turned it off on the iPhone because it's just.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing like any significant difference. I mean, the iPhone is fast enough anyway.
Yeah.
So
but when you are in an ultra wideband area where you get that super fast 5G, it is amazing. But it's so rare. It's like,
yeah. Maybe in 2 to 5 years, that'll be more widespread, and it'll start to make a difference in what we do.
When I first got my iPhone and Verizon switched on their nationwide 5G, it was slower than my 4G. So,
yeah.
I think it really depends on what area you're in and what carrier, because I think some carriers are doing a little bit better than Verizon as far as the nationwide 5G goes. So I don't know. I still think it's overrated even right now. So
yeah, I mean, this year it was just all about marketing.
Yeah.
You know, everybody, it was going to be relevant enough that Apple and Samsung and all these people could 5G all over the place. And and the people who don't follow tech, that don't know this stuff in depth, they're going to the smartphone store being like, do I have to have a new iPhone, or will I still be able to use my old phone?
Somebody DM'd me on Facebook the other day, and they were asking me, should I get an iPhone 11 or iPhone 12? And they were asking me about 5G, and I told them, like, no, you get an iPhone 11. You don't need an iPhone 12 for 5G, because 5G is nothing special.
No, not. I mean, if you live in, New York, LA, Chicago, some places, yeah. But yeah, the MM wave 5G, as Genosis said here, is what makes the difference, and everybody else has just got like 4G plus,
pretty much, if they're lucky.
Yeah,
if they're lucky, man. So me and Jason have about 54 minutes before we celebrate our new year. What do you drink tonight, Jason?
Water.
Okay. Oh, that's right. You don't do the crazy stuff.
I saw somebody post on Facebook earlier today. They were like, 2020 happened, and for some reason I stayed sober through the whole thing. And I'm like, yeah.
I shouldn't laugh, but that just kind of cracked me up a little bit.
Yeah.
I got wild cherry Pepsi tonight, y'all.
Oh, nice. I haven't had that for a while. I'm not.
I got like 4 or 5 bottles of it in the kitchen. I love it.
I'm not a Pepsi guy. So
Coke guy.
Mostly.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, I think there was just more Coke products in the area where I grew up than there, like, you know, and at that time in the 70s and 80s, I mean, Coke was kind of still like a little bit above the Pepsi. You know, Pepsi was the up and comer.
Mm-hmm.
So like in West Virginia, at least when I was growing up, it didn't matter what you were drinking, you called it Coke.
Yep, I can understand that. Yep.
So like, you know, unless it was something specific like a Faygo Red or like a did you ever have the like the red drink with the cigar store Indian on the can?
I don't recall. No,
I can't remember what that was called, but it was.
I do remember Faygo though.
Yeah,
it's still around today, I believe.
Yeah, it is. It is. Faygo was what you got, you know, when like your mom brings home Faygo, you know, you're not like ordering pizza that week from the pizza because she's brought home Faygo, and that means there's no money.
When you get Faygo when things are tight, like uber tight, no doubt. So I got an interesting question for you. Now I know you make music and things like that, and you have a separate music channel. But what tech content, I'm curious, would you like to cover on your channel that you can't for whatever reason because of YouTube and things like that? What tech content would you cover that you don't currently cover?
Well, I think I think I can still like cover the consumer electronic stuff, headphones and that kind of thing within the umbrella of what I do on Painfully Honest Tech, but it's more the pro audio stuff, the audio interfaces, the microphones, the studio monitors, you know, how-to stuff that would go around that. That's stuff that I would really like to cover, but I know that bringing that to this channel would mean like a complete restructure. Like I'd have to basically commit to that,
right,
and let go of all the other stuff if I wanted that to be what this channel does. But I think if I do it, you know, Painfully Honest Pro Audio or something like that, you know, I'd like to do that. And like Eric was saying earlier, I want to figure out a way to get the stuff that I'm doing done more efficiently so that I'm not working on Painfully Honest Tech videos like 6 days a week. And for me, that means like I said, some of the more quote unquote live stuff, but then also like doing A roll and maybe some B roll for some stuff that I can then edit over the course of the next couple of weeks, so that then I don't have to worry about I've got to get a video out today, and you know I got to get my notes together, and then I got to film, and that takes the whole day at this point.
Yeah.
And so I want to be able to like do more of my music stuff. Like I've recorded like I think 5 songs, and I've just decided to do that in this batch way, where like instead of doing one song and then filming the I mean, you never film yourself actually performing unless, you know, a lot of people do. They do the like smartphone video thing, right? But for me, I just want to do it with a little bit more production value. Yeah. So it's always like record, then mix it some, then record the video, and then editing of those videos is a lot easier than editing like the tech videos, because I mean basically all I do is I try to get at least 3 camera angles where I just run through the song and get 3 different camera angles on 3 different occasions, and then I bring them into Final Cut and put them together as a multicam clip, and I just cut where I want to cut.
Chop it up. Yep, no doubt.
And the audio is always easy to sync, because when I'm filming, what the camera's is recording the audio for what I've already recorded, so syncing it up is easy.
Yes, just like I do. It's funny, when I record my videos, obviously I use different mic, but my camera also has a mic, so I just sync the audio up, and boom, there you go.
Yep.
Now it's time to bring in the third member of our Painfully Honest Tech podcast crew. So let's bring in the man from the Great North, Mr. Zach Talk Tech. Good evening, sir.
Take off, eh?
Hi. So Santa Claus brought me these really nice Star Wars glasses.
Ah, I see.
What are you drinking tonight, Zach? Yeah.
Is that a White Russian?
No, it's actually a
Oh.
it's a pina colada.
All right, Shelly.
You like pina colada, getting caught in the rain.
There you go. There you go.
The guy sent out a personal ad to cheat on his wife and got a date with his wife.
What?
That's what that song is about. The
Is it
guy,
really?
yeah, the whole premise of that song is guy is like frustrated with his relationship, so he puts out a clandestine personal ad for somebody to go on a date with him, and when they get together for the date, it's his current girlfriend.
Okay, I gotta interrupt y'all because I gotta bring in a stunner tonight. I mean, she is stunting on everybody tonight. We gotta bring in the stunningly beautiful Shelly Dave today. Hey, Shelly.
Wow,
I saw pictures earlier.
Love at midnight.
exactly.
Yeah. In the fumes of the cave.
We gotta blow her up.
Woo! Look at it. Right?
You're like-
Sparkles.
You
I know,
better
I was
be
like-
going out somewhere.
I'm going to the couch. I have sweatpants on.
Oh, nice.
I did this for my live stream. I was like, even though it's New Year's, I can still put on glitter all over my face. And I did.
Damn, y'all. I mean, damn.
I feel bad because I didn't even take a shower today.
Oh,
You know what though? Today was the first day I've showered in a couple days. So, you know, it's balance. It's balance.
I love how honest she is.
Shelly, how are you doing this evening?
I'm doing awesome. Thank you. I am so excited to be here with you. I was gonna say you popped into my live stream earlier tonight, and it's just kind of cool that I can like bookend the night with coming into yours.
I appreciate you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
Zach, did I ask you what you're drinking tonight?
Pina colada.
Oh, and by the way, yes, Jason, you're completely right. He puts the ad in the paper. It's his wife that shows up, and they're like, "I didn't know, huh? I guess we have more in common than we thought." And then it's all of a sudden they rediscover each other again. So it becomes this whole like thing.
When in reality, you know, it would be like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And then the other person would be like, what the fuck?
I like Jason's shirt. I want it. He's got the bigger version of the classically trained. Have you guys seen this?
Yeah, classically trained.
Yeah, dude, that's awesome. That now is that one from 80s tees? Because theirs is a little bit different than that, unless they have another version. Do you know?
You know, my wife and I saw a bunch of like I can't remember what the site was, but they were selling a bunch of them.
Yeah.
And so she ordered 3 for me.
Okay.
So one was the Stay on Target, of course.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
that's mine came from 80s tees and
Yeah.
this one does as
classically
well.
trained, and then the other one, which you'll probably see sometime next week, is Never Forget with the floppy disk.
Oh
the
yeah, okay. Yeah.
VHS and the cassette.
That's awesome.
So, I've talked to Jason about this a little bit. I know I've talked to Zach about this. So, Shelly, I will ask you, what are your objectives for 2021 as far as YouTube and everything?
Oh, it's so funny that you. Okay, well, actually, so my live stream tonight, I actually droned on for an hour about not only things and lessons that I've learned from the past year, life lessons, YouTube lessons, as well as my one-word intention for the upcoming year, and like business, YouTube, all that stuff. So, long story long is that the goal is abundance. And so if you want to, the whole one word intention is everything that kind of rolls up into that now, whether that's, so I have some business goals when it comes to a dollar amount that I'm trying to get to from sponsorships, AdSense, affiliate sales, digital sales, e-course. And so that's kind of where I'm going with this year. My motto is if it don't make me dollars, then it don't make sense.
Oh, I like it. I like it.
See, I need to get to the point where I can actually take all of those things that you just rattled off and put them together so that I could add them up. That's where I need to get.
Well, and see, mine is a very slow trickle. So it's like, $5 from a subscribe button on Etsy and, $1,000 from some e-course like thing that I've sold. So, I mean, it's a very small trickle at this point. And my goal is to, at the end of the year, be able to put it all together and be like, damn girl, you did 6 figures this year. I'm not even at a fraction of a percentage there, but that's the goal.
Yeah, I think this year for me, it was kind of like, well, if I don't know, I don't have to feel bad about it.
So Shelly's montage would be
Yeah.
right.
Yes.
Appreciate
Of
that.
course.
And I was actually so I mean, if you guys want to go into it, you can definitely go watch that. And I go into a lot better detail about it, but saying that I've added up everything that I've made on YouTube, and it's not a lot. And I made more from a brand deal. I made more from like even creating finally the iMovie Made Easy course than I did in 4 years of being on YouTube. And I just I'm never going to get to the point where I'm going to make any good money off of AdSense and have that be okay. And I just have to realize that. And I have to, I mean, Jason, you and I, we sat at Vid Summit and I said, my biggest hope is that I can get paid in the same month and not have to roll over 2 or 3 months in AdSense. Because sometimes there was one where 3 months, it was like $99, you know, and that took 3 months to get there. And I almost cried. And I was like, are you effing kidding me? $99? You couldn't just get to 100. And so it's just, I just know that's not going to happen for me. So I have to find other ways, and that's coaching and consulting and all of the rest of it.
I had my best AdSense month from the month I did the live streaming, and that's mine. And that's also taking away, I subtracted the super chats. So, and I look at the CPM, like the playback and everything like that. So I don't know if that's an indicator of the channel or if that YouTube is pushing live streams more. But honestly, it makes me feel like maybe tomorrow should be day 1
of live streaming forever.
Of live streaming forever.
I was talking to my friend Chris Perillo, and he was saying he's going to do a goal to live stream every day in 2021. And I was like, holy bajolies. I did 30 days or 31 days in Vlogtober. You know that, Zach, right? And even that was tough. That was a tough time.
December, and that was rough. Doing it every day, holy! I can imagine doing it every day.
Yeah.
God,
well,
no.
I remember when Chris Perillo, like that was all he did was like do a morning live stream where he just sat in his office and like he took questions from the people who subscribed to him and like or were
Chris.
I just know who he is.
Okay.
I've never met him, and the way that I found him was like early on when people started watching my videos, they're like, he reminds me of Chris Perillo.
Chris and
I don't think so at all.
Well, and that's so I said, well, I don't know who this person is, so I'm gonna I don't agree with him either. So, but no, I mean, he's a really interesting case because he's been in this game for so long, and he's been doing. He did traditional media. He's done like the YouTube thing. He's done the live streaming thing. He said, "Screw you, YouTube," for a while. Like,
yeah, he's an interesting story. I'm gonna try and get him on my show one of these. I should actually get all of you guys on my show in the next upcoming year. Okay, FYI, you're all coming on my show next year.
I'm there. See, I've been thinking too, though, like my AdSense stuff. I mean, it hasn't been spectacular compared, like, and this is all relative, but I was just so happy, like in October, November, and December, that I had finally made it over $2,000 in AdSense for the first time in like the whole year.
I don't even think all year combined I get $2,000.
Well,
actually, I know it's not that much.
Like I don't really I don't really deep dive into the numbers and stuff, but like it says that my US CPM is like $12.
What's your RPM? Ooh, is that
I don't know.
$6?
I don't know. I mean, it might. I just, like I said, I took Daryl Eve's course this year.
Oh, you did?
And it taught me that I shouldn't have taken the course because, like, that way.
I told you, dude.
I learned a lot of stuff, but the way that they approach making a channel grow.
It's pretty cutthroat.
And it's like, it's sort of antithetical to my personality. I'm not a numbers guy.
If you want to sit sometime and go over numbers, I'd be more than happy to sit with you and like strategize. Because one thing that I'm always very proud of is I can always help my friends find ways to make more money. Like,
yeah,
that is just a special gift I have. I can do it for anyone but myself. So
well,
if you want some help, I will help you.
I mean, look at our friend Roberto and for Viper. Have you received any super chats tonight?
Yeah.
Like, okay, I won't drop any F-bombs, but like F&A that he 500,000.
Yeah.
Roberto. Like, I started watching him. I think he was around 90,000.
I think that's when I 35,000.
When I first found him, and then him and I got to know each other more personally when I think he hit around 150. I'm not sure where he was. I think he's around the 250 mark when we went to Vid Summit.
I remember that he crested 400,000 like sometime maybe late 2018 or 19, maybe early 2019. I can't remember, but
good for him though. Good for him.
Yeah, it's Roberto has always like recognized what his channel is and how it works, and he's just kept chugging away in that way. But he's also like we were talking about before, like everything changes, and you have to be able to recognize, like, okay, what I was doing before worked great, now it's not doing so well. What's the pivot? And he's recognized that stuff very well. And I think as he grew as a creator, first he was just doing the Photoshop tutorials and Premiere tutorials, and then he started to feel more comfortable about other things, and he branched out into doing other stuff. I mean, he's a good case to look at too in terms of like
very antithetical.
Shelly, you were asking about so playback CPM for me is 1605. RPM is 1205.
That's not that bad, because like even in like the highest, no, it's pretty good, because I have some where my RPM is like less than $3, and it's a lot of the iMovie tutorials.
What's RPM?
It's the revenue per mil, so it's kind of what you guys get after like the advertisers and stuff get taken out. So there's a CPM, which is what advertisers are paying, the RPM, which is what you guys are actually getting, or closer to it. But it also what you actually get after super chats, memberships, all of the stuff kind of combined. Nice. So it's the and in case anyone out there, the CPM is cost per, it's mille. It's like a French word. It's for 1,000. So that's why people commonly refer to it as cost per 1,000.
Gotcha. Yeah.
But it's costing, it's what it costs for the advertisers to get pretty much onto you, not what the revenue that you actually generate is. So they finally have released the information for RPM. And so that's actually more accurate of what creators get.
Nice.
So I'm just looking right here. My playback CPM is about between $10 and $11 total, and then RPM is about $5.
Yeah, that's actually fairly low.
Yeah. It's a lot of like what I do, is not.
I mean, there could be anything from like adding additional mid rolls in. Can greatly increase that for you, because most of your videos are above 8 minutes, so you should be throwing in another mid-roll.
This is another thing that I haven't done, but usually like I tell when I'm putting up a video, I say, check all these boxes, they're all checked, okay, go at it, YouTube. and do your thing. And I haven't really focused on that, but I suppose that's something that I should.
That's an easy fix that you do, is to do that.
Viper, what are yours at, or if you don't mind sharing, or do you not want to?
And you also know it can change. It changes at any given time. So you can change that from a rolling 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, lifetime, because it can change week over week.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I mean, there's probably videos that I can target to, videos that I know are doing, like I have one that's like been getting me 10, 15,000, maybe 20,000 views a month, and it's still like totally evergreen, and now that the new gaming consoles have come out, so if I focus on the evergreen stuff with another mid-roll ad, then yeah.
Well, how long's the video?
Probably like between 12 and 15 minutes.
So you could have actually like 3 ads total on it.
Yeah.
Just do all of them except for the one after, and like you're good.
See, my replays, so my streams have always been 45 minutes to an hour, like on an average an hour. I've never gone back after and added more. I've always just told YouTube all the things, and then I'm not sure what they default for a replay on that, like, because I have premium, so I don't know what.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, Zach.
Yeah.
Play over the past 28 days, the playback CPM is 821 and the RPM is 401. So, but I don't have any mid-roll ads in any of my videos because it's just not something I want to do at this point in time.
It would be great if TubeBuddy could like just go in and like put a mid-roll ad in everything.
Well,
I thought they had that feature.
Doing it automatically. If you didn't opt out, and I think it was sometime in summer they made that change where any video over 8 minutes and YouTube was automatically putting mid-roll ads into them.
Even if you're not in the partner program. Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's what I was thinking about, is like, okay, like, are they putting these things in? Renee is here.
Hey, Renee, Happy New Year to you.
Well, we didn't have to page him. He just showed up.
I know. Well, I think I talked about him earlier. So yeah,
It's like Beetlejuice.
yeah.
Happy
much.
New Year, Renee.
But see,
If you didn't opt out, Jason, then yeah, they were automatically putting them in it for you.
yeah, I got to look into it because I thought I would see a bigger bump because most of my videos are over 8 minutes, at least like probably 70%. So, and Renee says his CPM is 330.
And he doesn't use any mid rolls because the do sponsors. Yeah, I see you with your sponsors. No,
Sometimes-
I'm proud of you. No, I'm super stoked for you.
Hey, Shelly, do you want to know where you can learn more about sponsors? Nebula or Skillshare. So you have to roll it in naturally.
I
was a
know,
natural
right?
development. That was total Linus Tech Tips, like the way I
But I
rolled
would
that in.
say props to you for always disclosing early and visually and audially because so few people actually do that correctly. And Renee's just a stand-up guy and actually does it correctly. So props to you for all of that because
Well,
disclosure
he's also a journalist with training.
it doesn't matter. I'm saying that I always see it, I appreciate it, and I know that it takes a hit for some people's credibility, but I think not for him because people just see him as trustworthy and honest anyway. So I'm just talking nice about you. I'm saying I appreciate it.
So okay, we need to elaborate on it because you said Renee does it correctly. So that means to me that you have seen people do it incorrectly. So my question is,
Tons.
what is an incorrect way to do sponsored ads and things like that?
Talk for 5 minutes about how to get ready for makeup for the day and spend a whole bunch of time talking about one foundation, which is like weird. I'm like, how are you talking about reveals age spots and like evens, like a 97% of all the people who try. Oh, it's an ad. And that's when they drop that in. Thanks to Clinique for sponsoring this portion of the video. No, there's no this portion of the video. It's sponsoring this video. So like, just be honest about it. And you would think there's no hashtag ad. There's no on-screen mention of it, like visually coming up. There's no in the FTC, like if you get one at all, it's buried at the very, very bottom that said a portion of this video was sponsored by Clinique or whatever it is. Right. And then there's an affiliate link for purchases with a coupon code with no kind of disclosure at all, saying that the person who is actually putting and providing that link is going to receive a commission probably, or it's being tracked in some way. So like all of those things, plus, I mean, it's just like not apparent in the title. Like it's so blatantly gross and against everything that I would stand for and what is allowed under FTC. Like it's gross. So
yeah, whenever I see those videos, they're so transparent. Because you're like, man, it's weird. They're talking about this general topic, but only about this one.
Only this one thing for 3 minutes in a row.
and then they're like, I'd like to thank so and so for sponsoring this portion of the video.
Partnering with me on this portion of the video. I'm like, oh, bitch, no.
And then it seems like the bigger a YouTuber you are, the more likely you are to say a portion of this video was sponsored by whoever. Yeah. And I'm just like, what portion? Like what portion was sponsored? It's almost like they feel bad, like they would be less of a big time YouTuber if they said I got sponsored to make this video.
I think if you're as long as you're aligning yourself with sponsors and products that you like using and that you've used, it shouldn't feel like an ad to you or your audience or feel forced. And I mean, because that's the way I am. Because I've been approached by plenty of companies. Can you talk about this for 5 seconds, or for 30 seconds, and we'll pay you X amount? And I'm just like, well, I don't know if I'd ever use your curling iron, but
I get pajama sets, lingerie sets, and these for the baby girl toddler that I don't have, this Mommy and Me kitchen setup set, and I keep getting them from Amazon sellers, like multiple per week. They think that this is what, and I'm like, have you seen my channel? Am I hiding some little toddler you think that I have?
But see, that's the thing. Once you get on that list, whatever company put you on that list, it seems mainly to be like overseas companies.
Yes.
That don't have a marketing budget. They just spam you with whatever.
And I think it's gross when you see also, we're just going to spill some Tazo tea here for a second.
Ooh,
but all of the people who are like, oh yeah, I just I pay for this product and then the company reimburses me, or it's PayPal. You know what I'm saying? Like, or here's this Bluetooth speaker for It's shaped like a computer, so all you have to do is leave a 5-star review on Amazon.
You wouldn't believe how many.
Why?
Can you leave us an awesome Amazon review and we'll send you this? And I'm like,
Yeah, and then we'll send it to you.
And I did. You know what I do? As I reply with, have a look at this, and I send them the outline. I copy and paste it, and also a link to the Amazon's terms, but actually highlights that part that you can't do that. And then I also put at the end. By the way, I'm forwarding this email. I never do, but I just do it to make them bugger off.
I'll just say it. I think one of the grossest companies out there is the coldest water bottle. And I don't know if you've seen this, especially if you're prevalent on TikTok or Instagram. But basically, it's a water canteen, like the Hydro Flask type thing, keeps your water cold. And they'll say in their documentation, you have to have a dedicated video or review or a TikTok, and then you have to have product placement. So it doesn't have to be held up, but it must be in the shot visible somewhere for a good 5 to 10 videos. And for all of that, you get $50.
Fuck that.
What?
Yeah. I was just like, and if you're lucky or if you're a bigger one, then what they'll do is they'll also give you one to give away. But it is so ridiculous. Every time you go on TikTok or Instagram, all you see in the background, your eye immediately goes to, oh, it's the coldest water bottle. Or they're dancing around and they're holding it, and it's like, oh, it's the coldest water bottle.
One of my biggest pet peeves, I've started having this happen with brands that I work with. It happened with Divoom. They're sending me a digital. It looks cool. It'll look cool in the background. So I said, sure. And so I said, okay, I'll review it, whatever. But also Pataka. They're like, here, we'll send you your thing. Can you also use our website link? So they want me to sign up for their website for the affiliate stuff. And I explained to them, I said to my Pataka rep, I said, no one's going to buy your stuff from your site. I get my clicks through Amazon. People know Amazon, right? And everything like that. So I explained to this. I said, listen, I'll put the clicks, I'll put your links below the Amazon one, and I'll just show you. And I showed them just a few days ago. Here's the click through, where people are clicking. 90% of the clicks are going to Amazon.usa. And then a couple of Amazon Canada, and maybe one or two out of all those hundreds of clicks going to their website. So I'm not a fan of that at all. If you're going to send me the thing to review for free, cool. But I get to use my own affiliate links. That's just how I work.
Oh. Yeah, so thank you for the super chat, sir. Appreciate
that makes up for the F-bomb from Jason. There we go.
Preposterous. Actually, they did say, though, if you are willing to not swear and drop as many F-bombs, that can also help raise your CPMs.
Yeah, I only swear on Viper's live streams.
Fair enough. Thank his CPM.
Dude, we swear all the time on yours. What are you talking about?
That's true. But I never monetize those. So there you go.
So once again, before we continue, happy New Year to my people on the East Coast. We got another 26 minutes here in the Midwest. I think Shelly has another 2 hours, I think.
Oh yeah, it's only 9:30.
It's 10:30 here. I got an hour and a half. So
Shelly, you could have easily claimed the new year when the ball dropped in New York, and you'd be done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, but one thing that I'm
portion of this new year was sponsored by New York.
So I'm still working with Studio 71, which has been
really.
Yeah,
I think that was a good choice. Remember how you and I talked about it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's
because you suck at the administration side, so yeah.
Well, yes, I do. I mean,
have you liked them? We could talk separately about that. I've only had one interaction with them, and it wasn't great. So,
well, I'm going into year 3.
Okay, well then it's maybe better for you because you've grown with them a bit more too.
Well, actually, I've grown less with them, but
no.
I mean, so
my thing was they threw a party down at I don't even remember, Vid Summit, VidCon, something like that, and they brought in all these exotic animals. And I remember my friend Exotic was, well, among others, there were a whole bunch of people really, really upset because they brought in all of these exotic animals and in a very loud nightclubby type thing, just stressful for animals. And they had this sleazy conservationist person, showing off these animals, and so they could take photos with it. And it was a big shit show.
Was it that goddamn Carol Baskins?
So I was gonna say, Jason,
her husband whacked him.
She was on CNN with Anderson Cooper earlier. Jason, I know you were talking about this earlier, and because you and I still have to talk about the whole podcast edit thing. And I know you said you want to get faster,
Right. Yeah.
Right. And I understand that your current process. Okay, so first of all, no one eloquates and antiquates a video like you. They're so well written. We know this. We've acknowledged this many times, right? You do well because you do well. You're a writer. That's what you do, right?
Yeah.
And I would hate for you to I would hate for you to just to kind of put salt on that just for the fact of being faster. Because I mean, I know you said, I mean, you made less videos this year. You didn't grow like the way you wanted to,
Right.
but I mean, you're damn near 200,000. You're like what, 4,000 away, maybe 3,000.
I think I'm just over 195.5. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
So
Yeah.
so in my opinion, I'm not, and I understand the need to change and everything like that, but I hope you still continue to put the same sort of nuance and the effort that you do with your current script writing, everything like that, with your stuff and everything. But I don't want to see you sacrifice that for the fact that, okay, I got one extra video out this week or something like that. Do you know what I mean?
Well, see, the interesting thing is, like, I think I only wrote fewer than 10 scripts this year, soup to nuts, and I've just been using notes. So, and one thing that I think benefits our friend Renee Ritchie is his ability to speak. At least it seems like to me, watching the videos, not seeing a bunch of jump cuts and that kind of thing, to speak extemporaneously about what he's talking about.
You know, using big words I'm drinking here, but go ahead.
Just like he's been doing, like on Twit and all of these other places, he's been doing these live streams. So he's really accomplished at speaking about the products off the top of his head, right? And I get the feeling that helps him with his content. And so that's one of the reasons I want to do kind of like the news thing. If I pick 3 stories and do a 15-minute news thing, then I can speak off the top of my head, not worry about it too much. And then, yeah, exactly. A decade doing it weekly. So
yeah,
Renee is quite eloquent.
yeah. So if I can get 2 or 3 of those in, and then also do 2 or 3 of my regular videos, then I'm getting more content and hopefully working more efficiently. So
I understand.
yeah, but I mean the thing for me when we were talking about so I have a price that I've agreed with, and it's gone up a little bit, but my manager and I have a price that we ask, and we always get those things that are like, I do this for $50. Usually I think they end up coming to him, and I just never see them. But I mean, I have turned away work that I could have made money on, but not taken it because it would undermine the price that we've sort of set for the service that I would render.
Gotcha.
I mean, if somebody finds out that you usually charge $1,500 for a 30-second ad spot, and you did it for somebody else for $1,000 or $800, then it's not going to do you any favors.
Do you also guarantee like a certain amount of clicks or anything like that, or do you just not work that way? It's just here's the length and here's the price.
Sometimes there are clicks attached. Usually it's something pretty reasonable, like 25,000. And I try and pair stuff with videos that I know or have a chance to at least within 3 months get to that number. Because usually it's in like a 90-day window.
Gotcha.
That they want that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of times it's just a straight up like, give us 60 seconds. We'll give you my normal price right now, which is lower than I would like it to be, but gettable, is like $17.50. If I could get that once a month, plus AdSense, plus affiliate, plus one thing I want to add is I want to get my website done. I want to build a mailing list. I want to have at least some kind of like informational thing that I can give to people, and then eventually like some kind of course that I could build. I mean, I could also write a book.
I'm pretty sure that Shelly is good at the mailing list thing. She can help you with that.
Yeah, most of it is just the problem that I always have, which is that yes, I want to do a website and build those things into it, but when you're making 3 to 5 videos a week, when do you build the website? and do a good job of it. Like, because there's nothing worse than building a website yourself, having it be kind of halfway done, and you're always kind of limping along trying to deal with the thing that you didn't get done the first time. So that's like my next step.
I'm going to respectfully disagree with that, because I would much rather have a half-assed website that collected me 1,700 names on a list that I could remarket to than a perfect website in 5 months from now and zero names on my email list.
What about a link? So for example, I'm just spitballing here. What if Jason did something like a simple like Rivet, right? Which I don't even know if those guys are still kind of in business, Shelly, but I think you know more about them than I do. But then also put something in like the first few lines of his description saying, you know, if you want my how to pick out a new phone, how to pick out proper headphones, PDF list, click the link here. So the person clicks the link.
You could just do landing pages.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, just do a landing page and send them, and through a sequence, it's gonna get them into like a doc that's stored either like on their thing or on S3, or like I did it actually with MailChimp for my the YouTube like how-to guide.
Yep.
And it's just a MailChimp landing page. It sends them a confirmation email, and then when they get it, there's a link inside of it that takes them to the PDF to download. Right. And so that was an easy way, but you could also get hooked up with Kajabi or ConvertKit or a ton of different things that all offer the same. But I would rather see you just do one single landing page with an email freebie than the whole website.
Yeah. See, where I get caught up in this stuff is that like I worked in graphic design and publishing for almost 20 years. And so
start ugly. It doesn't have to be beautiful. You can make it beautiful later. You can hire out to make it beautiful later, but at least give them the bare bones structure of like, here it is.
I gotta jump in here real quick. Jeff enjoyed dropping the $10 chat, and she loved the eyes that Kelly spent so much time doing this.
No lie, I spent at least 40 minutes on YouTube doing like watching tutorials for the palette that I was using for this. So thank you.
I'm not gonna lie. I like that I'm right beside her here on the grid here. Very nice.
Don't get too close there.
No, seriously, Jason. I seriously contact me like in the new year. I would love to sit down with you because I feel like there's probably some stuff I could help you with, and I would be happy to help you.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I will. I really do appreciate it. This has been a weird year.
I think you just have this perfectionist tendency in you that you don't want to do it unless it's like right. And if 2020 has taught us anything, it should be that like there's just never going to be a right time. There's right now. So you might as well just do it ugly, like fix it later.
Yeah,
Renee, that's about right, Renee. That's definitely about right.
Yeah.
Like seriously, we get you set up with, if you had some sort of PDF or something that you wanted to do, we could throw it up on a Google Drive or something even, and we could get you a landing page, and it could be ugly and disgusting, but you know, it would start making emails like, because now, even if it's only a few hundred people, I'm sure for you, like mine's a few hundred people, yours would be a few thousand people, I'm sure, if you signed up, but you could actually then do something where it's just an email recap of the week and say, this is the latest video I put out this week, and you can get an extra surge of views on your video. I mean, it could be super simple.
Yeah. And you're right. Like, I don't think of myself as a perfectionist, but ultimately, like, just through my experience, like my thought process of like what it has to be in order to be considered like
good enough,
publishable.
Yeah, and I know you're coming from this. I know you say you're not a perfectionist, but anyone who's like an author or someone like that, or a musician, there's always this one more take, one more revision, final draft.mp4 for reels. You know,
it took me 8 years to write my first novel.
Well, at least you finished it.
I did. I finished another one too, and it's taken me like 5
I felt the same way around my first e-course. Like, it may be ugly and it may not be the best, but I finally finished it because I was not, even though it was all virtual, I was not going to show up at Vid Summit again and have to talk to Justin Brown from Primal Video and tell him and Steve Dotto for the third year in a row that I just didn't finish my course. It was embarrassing. So, and it was my fault because I was just like, I need it to be perfect. I need it to be great. And then I was like, no, I just need it to be done.
I just realized with the timeline of how things hopefully roll out, both Canada, US, mostly I guess North America, there should be a Vid Summit this coming October in 10 months. Right? Yeah.
Well, originally, remember they said that they were going to try and shoot for an in-person in like May.
Yeah, I think trying to go for something in May.
Yeah,
Wow,
they had said
May.
that originally when Vid Summit was first going online in October. So I wonder if they'll actually do that or push it back to October for realsies.
They probably
Yeah, I don't know. May seems ambitious.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we got a vaccine now, but we got what, 8 billion people?
But this was also back in like July when they were sending the email. So
Yeah. Is
Yeah.
MrBeast still involved with that? He's still involved, right?
yeah, he's a partial owner.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, and Daryl's pretty involved with the day-to-day of his
Oh, you know
channel.
what that means? That means if we go, as long as they still serve lunch, we'll get MrBeast burgers for
Any
lunch.
of you had any of those yet? Any of you tried that?
Oh, the MrBeast burger?
Yeah.
No.
It's supposed to be up here in Canada in a couple weeks. There was a tweet that went out about how he's going to open up the app to come here to Canada. As soon as it does, I'm going to try it. But you should have access to it, Viper. You're in Chicago.
Well, I'm outside Chicago. Originally, there wasn't one near me, but now there is. So maybe I'll try to find it this weekend.
Get on that, yeah.
Yeah, I just keep getting stuck in this place where it's like there's growth and then there's metastasis.
Huh?
And I kind of feel like MrBeast has crossed the line. It's like
Big word alert. What the hell did that even mean?
when a growth metastasizes, it means it becomes cancerous.
It becomes like a horrible part of like dangerous and
Wow.
The
can kill
structure
you.
of the cell changes, and then it proliferates and ultimately causes cancer that kills you. I mean, maybe I'm still like that punk rock kid who just doesn't
You're not
trust
wrong
people.
though.
I just don't trust people, and I recognize the need to say like, okay, I'm making a boatload of money, and that might not last forever, so I might as well make as much money as possible.
I'm in like a kayak or like a dinghy. No, not a. I don't even have a motor. It's like a kayak.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, more power to him, of course, because if you're a creator, then any criticism that you have for anybody has got a touch of the sour grape.
Yeah.
But I just remember when he was at Vid Summit 2 years ago, and now he's like, I mean, the best way to categorize MrBeast for me is he is a game show host.
Yes.
And
that's fair.
And like, it's an interesting transition from being a YouTuber to basically a game show host that just, is mostly interesting because of the audacity of what he does. And nobody would watch it if he was giving away $5 bills. Right?
I like watching him from the creator angle. Not like I don't like watching his content to be entertained. I just don't find that kind of content entertaining. But I like watching it from the creator angle. Like when I'm watching him, I'm going, okay, how did he get this done? Like, what's the deal that he had with the brand? Like, you know what I mean? Like, why did he use these angles? Why did he cut there? Stuff like that. That's how I like to watch him.
That was one thing that I did have an opportunity to sort of get a backstage look at when I took Daryl's course. Like the amount of detail that they go into planning every tiny step that goes on with that channel. And they were just starting to launch the gaming channel, and they had been planning the gaming channel for 6 months before they ever broadcast a live stream of a game.
How many channels does he have?
He's
24.
He's got.
Really? I didn't know that.
MrBeast Shorts. He's got MrBeast. He's got MrBeast Gaming. And those are the big.
Does he have a podcast channel, or does he do a podcast?
When
I
would
don't
he do?
think he does. No.
I mean, when would he have time to do a podcast?
I've seen him be a guest on other people's podcasts, but I don't think he has his own.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, but I mean, he's got so many irons in the fire.
Yeah. I wonder at one point though, like it's all brain and no heart, and sometimes it's almost a little disheartening to see everything that's so calculated, and it's refreshing to see something, I don't know, even as much as people want to say she's a plant, is like Van Girl or how do I, or something like that, where it's just like Kelly Stamps, someone just kind of like a breath of fresh air from this highly calculated, almost
You know what?
only.
You know what wasn't calculated this year, and it turned viral, was on TikTok. Dogface, just skating along there, takes a swig,
Yeah,
the swig of the
ocean
ocean
cranberry
spray,
guy.
and that
Yeah.
blew up for him. And such a great, like, what a great story! Like the ocean spray, people caught wind of that. They bought him a car. I'm not. He's doing all sorts of stuff now and there, but like that's an example, right? Shelly,
See-
he just goofing around.
I'm really happy for him about that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it kind of bums me out because there are no legs for that, right? He hit the right thing at the right time,
Yeah.
and he's able to capitalize to whatever extent on the immediate aftermath.
Well, I don't think he'll be around a year from now. Not to that.
Oh, no.
height or
And
anything like that. Yeah.
That's the thing. He can't build on that.
Yeah.
And so it's a cool thing to have happen for him. And I'm glad that, I'm glad for all the things that are happening for him. But there's that twinge in the back of my mind that says like, but you can't like build a channel or build a TikTok presence or anything off of like riding skateboard, singing Stevie Nicks with cranberry juice. And I'm always looking for like, okay, what is a sustainable idea? How can I build an idea that has enough runway to go far enough that it can be like a years long thing?
I think it's like, do you want to be an NFL player and make the majority of your money in 4 years and maybe deal with the consequences of your body for the rest of time after? Or do you want to go and be a job that you really enjoy / makes good money and doesn't actually make you want to hurt yourself consistently for the next 30 years?
All right, 7 minutes. Happy New Year, Big Mig Gaming. 7 minutes, baby. 7 minutes.
See, for me, like, I think the perfect sport for playing long term and making money, like NFL, we all know that everybody's the standard, like the standard number of years on average for an NFL player is 3.5 years.
Yeah.
And so if you're a really good player that gets money up front, then cool. If you're like a practice squad player, you make about $100,000 a year for however long you can stick on the practice squad. But like if you like baseball,
oh my
baseball
god,
is the perfect sport though, because you can play for 20 years. And
but you have to play 300 games. I thought you were going to go with golf because you can start fairly young. You can travel the world.
The thing about golf, though, is that golf as an individual sport relies so much on your ability to be consistent. You don't have a team to sort of like go with the ebbs and flows of your personal performance. So I feel like in golf, if you're not like one of the top level golfers, you could go a year without making any money, or just getting money off of your endorsements or something like that if you're not playing well. Whereas in baseball, once you get to that level, you kind of have.
But it's still way harder on your body, and you're away from like your home for so much longer.
Yeah, but I mean,
from spring break to World Series, that entire time frame is so long, and like the fact that they have to rest their arms for pitchers because it's too much on their body to pitch 2 games in a row for 30 years, I just no.
Yeah, but it's like you say, it's one of those things that you can do for a long period of time and like seriously make bank. Like Derek Jeter, before he even retired or as he was retiring, bought a stake in the Miami Marlins.
Right.
So like he's gone from player to owner, and that's a multi-billion-dollar business.
Yeah, but it's also very, very, very rare.
Yeah.
Between Jeter and A-Rod and like a couple of other players, like there aren't a lot of those stories. There's a lot more of those like got up from the minors and then played one season, then went back to the minors. Like,
yeah.
Shout out to my man Joseph for the $4.99 super chat. Happy New Year, Joseph. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Wow.
If we're talking about players who make money for long periods of time after they're done playing,
Michael Jordan,
Bobby Bonilla, and the contract that
the Bonilla thing is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
And you have to say that it's good on him.
Yeah.
And the Mets will always be the butt of a joke for the rest of their existence.
So for those of y'all that don't know what we're talking about, Bobby Bonilla used to be a baseball player for the New York Mets. somehow, some way, his agent got him a contract that paid him $1 million every year until what, he's 65 or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
What?
And he hasn't played. He hasn't played baseball since what, like 2003, 2004, or something like that.
Yep.
Wow.
And he gets paid every year. Every sports network is like, yes, it's Bobby Bonilla Day, and he gets paid.
Wow.
And I mean, if you can get that, good on you. But I mean, you know, Bobby Bonilla was at least. I mean, I was a Pirates fan. He was a great player when he was young. He went downhill pretty quickly. But yeah, if you can get that contract, then you're in good shape. But I really feel like, I can't speak from experience, but I feel like if you can make $1 million, you should be able to figure out a way to make that generate for you over like, I mean, I'm looking at myself as like almost 50 years old, like $1 million, if you're not stupid about it.
Well, $1 million in the bank, even at the lowest percentage, is still going to be $30,000 or something a year, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, most people, unfortunately or fortunately, $30,000-$40,000 might be what they make in a year. So, I mean, if you don't want to live above your means and stick it in savings and live off that, I mean, can you? Yes, but there's a lot of other ways to like put it.
See, think about it this way though: if you have $1 million and you buy yourself a house that you won't grow out of in a place that you know you'll want to live, and of course these things can change, but you take that payment, which is usually the biggest payment that people make next to their car, you know, buy a car outright, drive it until it's dead. Yeah, I mean, this usually, if you have $1 million, your lifestyle
Well, it depends on where you buy your house.
Yeah. I mean,
in Seattle, you can be like, here's your studio apartment. That will be $950,000.
I mean, with $300,000, I could buy a house that I would never be tempted to leave in Iowa City.
I was amazed at how big of a home in Las Vegas that you could get when I was there earlier this year, almost a year ago now.
Yeah.
Even if I were to sell my home for Canadian, the worth it's worth here, and then convert it to American, it would still get me a really huge place in Las Vegas. And then you would look at, for example, Los Angeles, and you could rent a closet there for $3,000 a month. Like,
you share with someone else.
Things might turn around for Los Angeles, though. I mean,
well, now that you don't actually have to live there and everyone's working from home, especially all these big tech companies, a lot of people can move out of Los Angeles to places where they can finally afford a real place.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I mean, but when you think about Las Vegas and also Florida, and to a certain extent Texas, but not as much, those are the places that really like got into the, you know, subprime mortgage thing.
Ooh, do we need a countdown, Viper?
I don't know. I'm just waiting for the clock to turn to.
Right. I think it's just about your time.
Any minute here. I got some fireworks queued up too.
The rhythm and the rhyme.
I can't play the music on this channel because I'm not allowed. So that sucks. But
you pay for TubeBuddy, right?
On my main channel.
Yeah, then go to Audio Hero and download some free songs. That's how I use all of my music for my live streams. And then Zach has the stream.
No, it is now January 1st. We made it, Jason. We made it into 2021.
I don't know what to say.
Wow, everything's changed. Look at it.
Oh my gosh.
The world feels like a different place now.
Happy New Year to all my people in the Midwest. Let's cue up some fireworks. Woo! Yeah. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Woo! Whoa,
Well,
baby.
You know what the best thing about 2021 is?
Cucumber.
There's almost no way it could be worse than 2020.
Shut up, Jason.
Famous last words.
I don't know, man.
Woo! So apparently this YouTube channel has 10 hours worth of fireworks. We're not going to stay for 10 hours, but I think we could let them play for a little bit. Oh, man. Oh, Jason, I don't hear any fireworks outside my window today.
I was gonna say, weren't they like setting them off like 3 days before, like 4th of July or something like that for you? Like,
week before that. Yeah,
the week before. Yeah.
Well, there was something weird about 4th of July this year. I feel like maybe because they were setting off like firecrackers and all kinds of stuff around and actual fireworks in my neighborhood, like weeks before the 4th of July. And I think that maybe they were just really cheap or something.
Oh, there you go. Now I hear them.
Viper's checking. Are those fireworks or are those gunshots?
They're starting to pop them outside now. It's pretty cool that they have like a YouTube channel that plays like 10 hours of fireworks. So.
I mean,
Yeah.
what's the how many views has that thing had?
Let's see.
2 million something.
When did it go up?
Yeah,
2014.
2 million. Yeah, 2016 had over 2 million views. Yep,
Wow,
crazy,
Yeah.
right?
That's evergreen.
Definitely.
definitely.
And I don't think I don't think you can get a copyright claim for this.
I mean, I guess it depends. If it was their fireworks show and they just looped it for 10 hours, then I guess they could.
Oh man.
Well, I have another hour to go, and Shelly has 2 hours to go. Yeah. So, but with this, because I wanted to be here with you guys for your countdown. I'm gonna take off. My wife and I we're gonna make some more of these margaritas, and
Pina colada.
oh, is that what? Sorry, yeah, no, I had a margarita earlier.
Okay.
With tequila. Holy
I have
cow!
some rosé prosecco to go open, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna jet too.
We also have some sparkling white wine. It's not champagne. It's sparkling white wine. So
Well, Zach, thank you for joining me tonight. I appreciate you, sir.
yeah, thanks for coming on, Shelly.
Thank you.
Looking
Yes, thanks
good.
for having me.
And Shelly, Lord have mercy, you trying to break the internet tonight, girl. Woo!
I'm trying. It's not being successful, but it's still up and running. Okay.
No. Woo! Thank you for joining me. I appreciate you.
Of course. Thanks for having me. Happy New Year, everyone.
Yeah.
Here.
Are you ending your stream now?
No, I'll go.
Oh, she left.
Yeah, she thinks I'm leaving. Yeah.
Okay. Well, have a good night. All right. Happy
See
New
ya,
Year,
man.
guys.
Happy New Year.
Yes.
What's it?
Hey,
Thursday?
did you know that the podcast episode actually came out today?
Yeah, I saw your Lipsum email or the
That's
tweet.
the thing is, like, I looked everywhere. I could not figure out, like, it didn't have anything that was giving me specific links for the specific services or anything.
You have to actually go to them. Like that's what I did, and then I put them in like a keep note thing, and then I copy paste over into Twitter, and then I put the fancy logo and just fire it off. I mean, it took a couple minutes, but whatever, right?
Yeah. Okay. I didn't know. I've never listened to a podcast except for on a podcast app. So
I mean, there's the Lipson thing is just integrated. Like when you click on it, you can go ahead and play it. But I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like nobody knows what it is. Whereas if you put like a tweet out and it says Apple, it says Spotify, Google, people will click that, right?
Yeah.
Right. So and then unless they're looking for us, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Well, I mean, podcasts are weird. Like how much of a podcast audience is search based on topic?
I've never actually searched for a podcast. Like I've never typed in like tech podcast. I've always like
See,
searched
that's
for
the-
Viper. I've searched for ours, and then I've subscribed and away we went. Right.
So the majority of podcasts that I listen to are true crime.
Yeah.
So I will search true crime,
Yeah.
and then it brings up like tons of stuff. And at this point, I've listened to enough of them that I've listened to the majority of the bigger ones, or at
Mhm.
least the ones that I care about. So I'm always looking for like the new one that's down the list. So I wonder if people do that with tech podcasts or not.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you get it. I guess you'd have to look at your analytics. I'm not sure if you get analytics from Listen for Us or anything like that. Or
There's a graph that goes like this that I'm sure I could dive deeper into and find out something.
yeah.
But as long as it keeps going like this.
By the way,
I'm good.
See the Baby Yoda?
Oh,
That is?
Yeah, check it out. I'll give it.
Oh.
It's one of these.
Oh.
It's one of those cheap. Oh, oops. Oh no.
It's
There. It's one of those, cheap, like the 3D lamp.
yeah.
okay.
Right. So my Santa brought me this. The kids. And there's like a Millennium Falcon. There's a couple different ones.
Nice.
Yeah. It takes a couple batteries, but whatever, right?
Yeah.
It's a thing.
Cute.
Grogu, though.
Yeah, I'm kind of bummed that he won't be there next year. Or will he?
You never know.
Will he be like teenager Grogu?
No.
He'd be like, I'm eating
He's
everything.
already like 100 years old.
That's true. That's true.
No, I think to serve the narrative, he must be gone. That's my thought process.
Interesting. We're not getting new Mandalorian until early 2023. Or sorry, early 2022.
But we are getting like 12 Star Wars properties between now and then.
Yeah. Well, so December will be Book of Boba Fett, and they've already said they've had to push Mandalorian further ahead a month or two. So it'll be either January or February 2022.
That's
Well, I mean, it was a long wait for this one.
Yeah, but I
So-
mean, there's also WandaVision comes out in a couple weeks. Literally in a couple hours here, you guys can start watching Cobra Kai.
Cobra Kai!
There is another, I think, the Cassian Andor prequel story, which is supposed to come out later on this summer.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I think we got a nice run. I think once studios sort of got the lay of the land, they were like, we could do a lot of stuff.
As long as the storytelling is still there and it's quality and you can hit, I mean, it's amazing that they kept the lid on Luke Skywalker coming back, because they filmed that over a year ago.
Yeah.
Right. And that, I mean, if you, for example, you can look up reactions of people on Twitter or on YouTube reacting to Luke coming back in the X. I mean, I remember the first time I watched it that night.
I got a little misty. I got a little misty-eyed myself. Of course, I cried at King of Staten Island tonight too. So I have like I'm emotionally unstable. I don't know if you know that.
Oh, I am totally. That's why I haven't done anything today. I didn't do a show or anything like that. I was in a bad place today, but hey, I'm good now. Thanks for having me on. I wanted to wish you guys a happy New Year.
One margarita and a pina colada will get you there.
I've only had a couple. It's no big deal. Happy New Year, guys. I love you guys, but lots. I know we have our differences here and there, and everything like that. But you guys are like brothers to me, so appreciate
you. You too, man. Have a great evening.
All right, take care.
I'll talk to you soon.
Later, dude.
And then there were two.
That's me and you. Hello?
Yeah. I'll just sit here and talk.
I can sit here and talk too. What are you doing with your New Year's Day? Any plans?
No, not really. I mean, West Virginia played football today and won, which isn't I mean, West Virginia had a nice little early 2000s where they won some bowl games, but historically they haven't. Today they beat Army, which was one of the weirdest football games I've ever watched.
Well, the only thing I can remember recently about West Virginia is that Kevin White was a receiver there, and I think they used to be good back when he was on the team. But then he got out of Bears, and he was a complete.
And the curse of the Bears was upon him.
If that's what you want to call it, yeah. But he didn't do anything in Chicago.
So Kevin White, I mean, I think he could still play. Problem is, like,
I would imagine so. He hasn't played any hardly.
Well, I mean, he got injured preseason for the Bears in his rookie year.
Yep.
I think he ended up playing a little bit at the end of the year, and then he got injured early in season 2, and he just got snake bit. Like he couldn't stay healthy enough to get on the field. But man, I watched that guy do some crazy stuff in college. I mean, just, not necessarily in the league of Randy Moss, but in terms of the big playmaking wide receivers in the NFL right now, he was in that league. He could go up with an Amari Cooper or somebody like that. Like he makes those plays where the guy just throws it up and he comes down with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope he's not done. At least he got paid.
I mean, he got drafted in what, 2016, 2015, maybe something like that.
2015 sounds about right.
Yeah, I think Google should know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, okay, here we go.
I mean,
when was Kevin White drafted?
Kevin White was drafted on 2020, March 2019, and others.
2015.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you guys had Nick Kwiatkowski.
Yeah.
And you let him go. Oh, he's frozen. Or am I frozen? What happened? I can still see myself. Joseph, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Yeah, we gotta roll with the old. Is Viper gone? Welcome to Friday. Welcome to Vibe Live with Painfully Honest Tech. Oh, he's been frozen in carbonite. He should be very well preserved. Yeah, he'll be back. Either that or somebody just like fireworked his internet connection. So yeah, it's 2021, 11 minutes into 2021, and the excitement has not worn off yet. Dun, 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 dun. All right, Viper. All right, let me see. I'm looking to see if he is. Nope, no tweets. Let's see. Maybe he had to reboot. So, yeah, I just sent him a DM. I'm sure he'll be back as soon as he can. So, what's everybody else doing on New Year's Day? I mean, back in the day, I didn't plan anything for New Year's Day because I would be hungover. Now I still don't do anything. Yeah. Oh yeah, you just reminded me. I got to turn off. Like I have a perpetual 7 o'clock alarm that goes off every day but Sunday, and I don't want it to go off tomorrow. So Genosis, thank you for reminding me. Change. Apple gives you too many opportunities. Apple gives you too many opportunities to do things. Like, you know, there's like 5 different kinds of alarms. So what did happen to Viper? He hasn't read my DM yet. See, whenever stuff like this happens, I feel like I have to look at the national news to see if like anything exploded. AirPods Max, how are they going? I love the way they sound. I love the functionality, but unfortunately, they are draining charge like nobody's business. When I first jumped on the live stream tonight, I looked at what my battery percentage was, and it was 1%. So, which is not ideal. Not ideal at all. Still says 1%, which I think means they're probably dead. So, yeah, it's got to be that alien router. Hopefully, I don't know. This is weird. Maybe anybody got Chicago news to? He's trying to get his internet back. So, yeah. He just sent me a DM. He's coming. He's coming. How long did the AirPods Max last? I mean, there's supposed to be 20 hours of playback. But unfortunately, mine have been just draining when not in use, and whether they're in the case or not in the case. And so I used them one time during this battery charge, and they're at 1%. So see that, Genosis, that's a good question, and I can't control, unfortunately, the what comments go on the screen because it's not my stream. But yeah, that's the question. If they offered to replace them through Apple Care, or, you know, I mean, it's still within the return window. So that if I wanted to get a replacement, would I be able to get one? I mean, you would think they'd have to hold on to enough that they could have a slush fund of units they could replace. But the thing is, like, now that there's a problem, of course, I'm sitting here thinking, like, do I want to still have $550 sunk into these, or do I want to wait for, you know, Model 2? I don't know. So I'm reading Joseph here. It's rain. It's raining. Yeah. We got snow. So Oh, ethnic, is that right? Well, I mean, I figure I can lay them down so that the cups themselves are just, they're just sitting as you would put them on your head, or I could lay them flat. But honestly, for $200 or for $550, you shouldn't have to like baby them to get them to do what they're supposed to do. They should do what they're supposed to do. Now, I'm sure that this is some kind of software or firmware issue. But yeah, it's pretty frustrating, honestly, because at least with like in-ear headphones, you could put them down on a wireless charger and charge them up, and that wouldn't take too long. But with these, I mean, I don't have a lightning cable long enough to plug these in and still wear them. So it's kind of a bummer. And I've got other wireless headphones, but they're all, wait, I'm gone? What's happening? Can you guys still hear me, see me? Anything? Okay, good. Yeah, I mean, 20 hours of battery life is good, but it's not as good as the competition. And, like I said in my video the other day, I've got these Q10s that don't drain any battery at all when you have them turned off. You could turn them, like, I haven't used these very much. I've never charged them. They advertise 60 hours of battery life, and I've never drained the initial charge. And I used them a decent amount when I first got them. So, I mean, Apple's doing something different, and I applaud that. But if they're not gonna be good at the basic functions, at least until they get this fixed, then I don't know if I want to have $550 sunk into them. I don't want to be a beta tester for $550. So I did, Doug. A lot of people were suggesting resetting the headphones, so I did that, and it didn't do anything. The battery drain was still the same. So, all right, Mr. Viper. No update. Yeah. I don't know. Oh, yeah? That's cool. I mean, Joseph, like, I guess it really depends on the consumer. I mean, people who buy good headphones and like good headphones, I don't think they'll be as put off by this price as a lot of other people. But if you're used to buying like headphones anywhere from like, $20 to $150, and that's sort of like what you're used to, then yeah, the $550 price tag is shocking, and maybe you wouldn't consider it worthwhile. But I will say they are the best sounding headphones of their kind that I have right now. I'm testing them against the Drop Pandas from Drop for a video coming up soon. The Drop Pandas, everybody loves them. I just got them earlier this week, late last week, and haven't really put them through their paces. So I'm going to see, but I like the sound signature of the AirPods Max a lot. It's very bright, it's very crisp, it's very tight, and it's very like energetic, and I appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, like the AirPods Pro being $250 when they came out last year, that was a number that not a lot of people had approached in buying headphones. And yet, I think the majority of people who bought AirPods Pro were probably, I would imagine they were satisfied. I was a big fan of the AirPods Pro. I still like them a lot. I mean, my case is broken, so I don't use them as much. And I want to buy a new case. I just don't want to pay $100 for it. Well, Nick, the thing is, like, I'm not a big subscriber to all of the. Yes, you go. Yes, my AirPods Pro case got chewed by my puppy when he was a puppy, and I still haven't replaced it. The thing about the AirPods Max and AAC versus Bluetooth versus LDAC or any of that stuff, aptX HD, whatever. I honestly don't hear the difference between those things. I mean, I can sit here in front of my, $1,500 worth of studio monitors and tell that they sound a lot better. Get whatever format I'm feeding them. But the thing is, like, when you're listening to something that's not like a professional piece of equipment, it doesn't make that big a difference to me. Like, I've never really appreciated a difference between, one format or the other listening to a consumer headphone. And I just don't think consumer headphones are really all about that. I mean, at $550, it's fair. It's a fair question, but the AAC format has always sounded really pretty good to me. And at the end of the day, for me, it doesn't have does it sound good? Am I enjoying myself? If the answer is yes, then it's fine. And I haven't had anything go on with this whole AAC thing to say I'm having a subpar experience. I think sure, there's room for the AirPods Pro audio to improve. I still think they were among the best, again, like surprisingly so, among the best sounding in-ear true wireless headphones that I had. The sound signature is different. I mean, now that Apple has several products out that are in this audio realm, HomePod Mini, AirPods Pro, AirPods Max, we can tell that Apple is going for a certain sound signature. That's a lot different than the sound signature that a lot of other companies go for. And I mean, there's always room for improvement, but it's a very pleasing, enjoyable sound signature to my ears. And look who it is.
Well, this is garbage. My internet is completely out. Wow. So I'm now having, and I couldn't even get back into using my iPhone or my iPad because you can't hold a StreamYard on a mobile device. I thought they took care of that, but apparently not.
But you can do the hotspot.
Yeah, I am now using my iPad as a hotspot, but
yeah, that's what I had to do when I was having internet trouble a couple weeks ago. I had to hotspot.
This is garbage.
Yeah. Well, we were deep diving into the AirPods Max.
These things, yeah.
Mine are still at 1.
I was about to use mine to do this live stream, but then I couldn't do it because the stupid iPad couldn't host the damn stream. I mean, I can still use them, but
yeah.
I don't know what the hell going on. I guess the internet outage out here. I don't know what's going on with that. That's
maybe you got some fireworks in your internet cables.
I guess I don't. I just find that strange that it just went out all of a sudden at the stroke of midnight. Damn near.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, are we back? I think we're back. Hold on. I think we're back. Okay, let me switch over and see if we're back.
He's frozen again. Will he unfreeze? Or will he have to go back to the hotspot? I think he's going to have to go back to the hotspot. Let's see. I have to admit, though, the alien router thing is the real deal. So it tells me that everything is great. Oh, now we got two of you.
Yeah, we are back. We got rid of the straggler here. Can't get rid of the straggler. Oh, yes, I can. Get out of here. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Sweet.
So are you back on the internet?
Yeah,
Connection,
my internet's back finally.
Cool.
Doesn't wasn't that long, but kind of annoying when you're in the middle of a live stream, your internet just goes out.
Yeah, and I'm looking at my Amplify app right now, and just kind of looking at, like, I'm only using 1.2 or 3 megabits per second up and down.
Ooh, nice.
Which I don't know enough about how this stuff works to really know, like, what that means. It seems like live streaming would take more bandwidth than that, but
I think it depends on the resolution of the stream, because remember, we're only going 720p here, so
right. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Good, right? I'm looking at mine, and I'm using well, hold on, let me go back there. I'm using 1.2 megabits down and 1.2 megabits up. So
yeah, so it's the same.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. I feel so bad. I had a meeting set up for like the day before Christmas with one of the guys from StreamYard to talk about sponsoring my live streaming stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it was scheduled for 3 p.m. And I don't know if it was that. I don't know. And they're on the West Coast. So I was like, I'd been doing something. I was tired. I needed a nap. I laid down to take a nap. And then I woke up and realized that it was 3 p.m. my time, and not 3 p.m. West Coast time.
Ooh.
So I had missed the meeting.
Yikes.
And I was like super apologetic, and he was like, yeah, it's cool. Let's figure out another time, but we haven't touched base again yet. That's the holiday, so I'm not worried about it. But still, I feel like a doofus.
It happens. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can probably get the meeting again at some point.
Yeah. I'm not going to bother him again until after the holidays are over. So
before I got cut off, I was asking you, what are you doing on New Year's Day?
And the answer is not really much at all. I think I'm going to try and work on some music stuff. Just while after you left, I remembered, Genosis helped me remember that I had an alarm set for 7 a.m. tomorrow, so I turned that off. Yeah. Nick, like the Elgato Cam Link that I have is rated to stream 4K. I don't know that it's I'm like pushing out 4K quality from this. I know I can record at 4K using it.
I have the same cam link. I have the 4K cam link. I never used the 4K part though.
Yeah, I think you can do 4K 60 with this. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. I just never do it.
Yeah, I don't record in 60 typically. You know, like I'm recording in 4K 24 right now.
Speaking of okay, I was gonna say, so you also record in 24 frames per second, huh?
I was doing 30 and 60 for a while.
Oh.
And I don't know, but I'd been doing 24 before that. So when I got this new camera, I decided, like, well, let's see what 24 looks like with this camera. So,
hey, Thomas, how you doing? And also, Bandrew's here. Hey, Bandrew, Happy New Year, sir.
Look at that donut.
He is ready.
He's got that look of like a Chicago cop who's just come on the beat.
Hey, you gotta be careful. You know the audio police might find you.
It's possible. It's possible.
So I'll tell you what I'll be doing tomorrow. I'm going to be doing a serious binge of Cobra Kai. What I'm going to be doing.
Yeah, we'll probably watch some of that too. I still
Netflix is the only company that does it right. They don't make you wait for this weekly episodic monkey crap. They give you the whole season in one fell swoop, and I love it.
Yeah, I mean, Apple TV gives you what, like the first 3 episodes,
Right.
and then that's just like blue balls. It's like, oh, you got me into this, and now you're going to tease me.
Right.
Just give me the whole thing. Let's not drag it out.
Please.
I got a date with another TV show next week.
I hate it. Nothing worse than like when it ends on a cliffhanger and you have to wait a whole week to see how it proceeds. Yeah. Oh, so annoying.
I've been watching that new Bryan Cranston show, Your Honor. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I like it. The first episode was like crazy. Like it was like so packed with stuff that I was my eyeballs were like bang. But now it's kind of slowed down, and it's getting into that sort of like upper middle class white people kind of like existential whining that really annoys me.
Uh-oh.
I mean, that's like all of like contemporary literary fiction has I mean, it's not all that, but if there's just a lot of upper middle class white people whining.
Oh boy.
And as a white person, I feel like I can say that. But it's not that interesting to me. Although I think Your Honor is like kind of spooling up for an exciting end.
That's cool. That's on Showtime, right? I think.
Yeah, it's funny. Like now, I never know what it is because I watch a lot of that stuff through the Apple TV Plus app, which I think is really great. It does a really good job of like tracking what you've watched and then popping it up when like the next episode's ready or whatever. I like the way it works.
So speaking of Apple TV, Jason, and Apple TV Plus, as you are aware, I think you got it for free like the rest of us, but our free trial ends in February. Are you going to renew?
It depends on what they offer. I mean, are we going to get new seasons of the stuff that we already watched and liked? Are we just, I mean, if they want my money, they've got to give me like, I want to see Morning Show season 2.
I think the only thing that's new that might be coming, I believe, is Dickinson season 2, which I enjoyed season 1, so I'm definitely looking forward to season 2.
Which one? Okay. I haven't watched it. I'm always a little trepidatious to watch like literary sort of takes on literary stuff.
Right.
Makes me nervous. But I do like the actress whose name I'm blanking on right now.
Get her name.
Yeah, I do like her. And so I might check it out. I guess season 2 is coming. I saw it advertised. You're right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed Morning Show. I started watching Servant, and then I started watching it and I didn't get through like a whole episode.
Okay, so I'm gonna put it to you like this. That show got on my last damn nerve because I could not figure out the plot throughout the entire first season. Other people like BenderTube and Andrew Edwards and John Redinger, they love that show. I hate it just because I could not. It never established an actual plot. It just keeps you like trying to figure out what's going on. So you might like it. Me, got on my nerves.
See, this is another one of those things. Like, I like the actress Lauren Ambrose is her name, I think. I liked her a lot in 6 Feet Under. She was like gonna be the new Scully before the new X-Files sucked so bad. She was like the younger FBI agent that had red hair. I like her a lot. However, right now, Servant is like really weird.
Yeah.
But also like whiny white person problems.
Okay.
And like, it's not a good combo because as much as I like weird and creepy, I don't like listening to white people complain. So it's just the way it is. So,
alrighty.
Oh, we have a serious question from Bender. Okay.
No, I don't. I use my phone for all my calendar needs.
we have a small wall calendar that we got from our grocery store in our kitchen. And I just think it's like a vestigial thing. My wife does write like family related things on it, but I don't know that anybody ever uses it. I'm terrible with calendars. Like when I had a job, I had to have a calendar so that I would have stuff. You know, I would have the stuff in it. I would get reminded, but now I don't have any. I don't have any real calendar events. I sit here in my garage studio and make videos and stuff. So yeah, but we usually have a small wall calendar, you know, like a little 18-month thing. The days of buying calendars, but you know, and having like, you know, naked firemen on them or something like that, those days are over.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're over, but yeah, highly unlikely.
Yeah.
Highly unlikely.
Yeah. Annalou, I also have like a wipe off calendar thing. And the problem is like I'll fill it out and then I'll just start going by memory. So that then like 2 weeks later, the thing is totally out of date. And I don't feel like going back through and writing everything again. So I tell you, man, I'm not one of those people that like my brain doesn't think organized. My brain sort of like vamps on stuff. just does its thing.
I think I've noticed as I've gotten older that I'm more forgetful, but usually it's just short term like memory, like forgetfulness. Usually I'm able to remember at some point what I need to remember, but yeah, age is not a good look.
Yeah, I'm starting to do that as we just saw earlier. I'm starting to do that. Like, what's the name of that actor thing?
Yeah, I mean, y'all thought me ask Zach the same question twice about the pina colada. I'm like, did I ask you that?
Yeah, I mean, usually I'm pretty good with that stuff, but those times are becoming more frequent where I'm just like, I don't know. But I do feel like for the YouTube thing, I should have a calendar of like what I'm doing every day and only do those things. You know, like if I'm shooting A-roll for 3 videos on Monday, then I should shoot A-roll for 3 videos on Monday and maybe some B-roll, and then edit a video on Tuesday to put out and then edit on Wednesday. You know, I could be much more organized with it, and it wouldn't be such a Herculean effort to get stuff together. But every week I have that plan, and every week I either decide like, oh, I'll just put out a video today on Monday.
So I think I thought Shane asked, what is the stream about? At this point, this stream is just me and Jason talking about any and everything that comes through our head, pretty much.
Yeah.
And Happy New Year, Alan. Welcome.
Yeah, definitely.
Welcome.
Definitely. Yeah, we've been just sort of, again, I'll use this word, been sort of pontificating extemporaneously about whatever comes across our heads.
Pretty much. Now, it's funny because I just told you about how sometimes I forget things like short term and then I'm able to remember, but I am pretty good at like sitting down in front of the camera and recording a video. And I mean, sometimes I repeat myself in the video, but most of the time I can actually get a whole cohesive video done. And you know, I don't script, so everything comes off the top of my head anyway.
Right.
But I'm pretty good at not repeating myself in my videos. So when it's time to get stuff done and not repeat myself, I'm pretty good.
Yeah. I always like, I didn't used to do this, but now I kind of will say like one line 3 different ways, you know, because I'm like, oh, I didn't deliver that in a way in the emphasis that I wanted to or whatever. But I'm working this year. I've been working over the last part of this year and then into next year on being able to be like more just a continuous stream. Like I just want to cut down the amount of editing. I want to get a template, a Final Cut template together that has all of the little doodads that I would want to put into a video.
Hey, Anthony, thank you for the super chat, sir. I don't know about Apple buying Sony, but thank you. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. They were talking about that happening, I think, earlier this year or maybe late last year, but I don't see it happening.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, in terms of like, I mean, Apple is definitely like branching out, but they've never been like a serious media company. They've
Right.
been a media delivery company in terms of like Apple Music and stuff like that.
Right.
But media creation and delivery is like a whole different deal.
Definitely. So to piggyback off of your point about being quicker with editing, things like that, I've been using Final Cut for about, I think, 2 years now, but it wasn't until about a month or two ago where I figured out that you can have multiple projects open in Final Cut Pro at the same time. And so when I figured that out, what that allowed me to do is I made one video and I put all my graphics and things into one video, but then I would open another project. So now instead of having to remake all the graphics for the next video, I can now go back and just copy and paste the graphics that I made from the last video and move them to the next video. And that saved me a nice amount of time. I love that.
Yeah, my problem is like, unless I use something for a decent period of time, I usually like I don't it's not like right in front of me. There's got to be a way, and I never really learned to use Final Cut other than like generally kind of understanding how it was supposed to work. And I probably should do some tutorials and stuff and or take like an online course. But you know, I always feel like either it's going to be too much of stuff that I already know and then too long to get to the stuff that I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, I feel like there's got to be a way to have like a boilerplate project that you can just like. So I'm thinking in terms of like using a Logic Pro or something like that. You can have a template that has all the tracks laid out, all the virtual instruments, all the stuff, all the effects that you want to use to start out a recording project. You can have all that stuff set up and make it a template. So then you say open whatever template, and all you have to do is like arm things to record and record. Which I feel like there has to be a way for Final Cut to do that. You know, I'd love to just open a project template that has all of my assets already attached, and then just drop my footage in, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't looked for it or seen it yet. I need to do some research.
Yeah, like I don't know if there's a way to like just drop your footage in and have all your templates lined up. I don't know about that. I mean, because every video is different, and you got different edits that need to be done and things like that. So, like I said, what I've been doing, I just I made the one video and I made all my graphics and things like that. So I could just what I do is I go and I copy the graphic from the one video to where I want it in the next video, and I just keep going back and copy and pasting everything that I need and put it where I want it, and then I'm good. And that saves me at least 15, 20 minutes every video because I don't have to make those graphics.
And that's the kind of thing that I've done that in the past, but then like I will have restarted the computer, or you know, I'm using a different drive for this project or whatever, and the stuff that I was using isn't there. So then I just you know, but Doug makes a good point here. He says that he has a channel assets library in Final Cut. So I'm assuming that you just keep that library loaded into Final Cut, and then you grab stuff out of that and move it to the particular libraries and projects that you're working on, which is kind of halfway in between what you do and halfway in between what I want. So, but yeah, I got spoiled with audio recording programs that give you that template, that ability to make a template, right? And a lot of it comes from the way that audio recording used to work when it was just physical, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of studios would set up their analog gear plugged into where they wanted to be plugged into and all that kind of stuff, and they just had their workflow where every new song that they were going to do, you just pull them up from the tape onto the channels that you already have laid out as like vocals, bass, drums, blah, blah, blah. And you're always ready to start working. And, you know, all the effects that you would want to use. And of course, as you mix or whatever, you'll change things. But like one of the most famous mix engineers out there worked with U2 and Adele and all these, you know, multi-million dollar artists is this guy, Chris Lord Alge. And he has like a studio that basically any historical piece of gear that you would want, et cetera, he's got it. But he has everything set up, all the knobs turned to where he wants it to be, all of them coming into the mixing board in the way that he prefers it, and he almost never changes anything. He just has that setup, like, and runs everything through it. It's so much so that he's been able to make like audio plugins that mimic the different sounds that he has on the outboard gear that comes into his recorder. So that's my dream with Final Cut.
That is pretty cool. I know our buddy Drew from Taylor to Tech, he is able to edit his videos in such a way where he'll put the file in Final Cut Pro and he'll look at the wavelength for the audio and he can know where to chop up the video depending on the wavelength and the audio. I wish I can do that. I can never do that because I end up fumbling my words so much and I can never just look at the audio wavelength and tell where to cut it because my video will be a hot mess if I did that. But it's pretty cool that he could just look at the audio wavelength and know where to cut the video up. That, man, if I could do that, my editing will be real quick.
Yeah, I can do that to a certain extent because, you know, usually I'm editing not too long after I did it. And I'll remember like, oh, I did this 3 times. I like the last one better. And the waveforms always look generally the same.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's like, okay, this must be the first, the second, the third. So I want to cut for the third. And I also, everybody has little ticks. I have like that I say throughout or so's because those are like, I'm transitioning from one idea to the next. So but I've come to be able to recognize like what an and what a so looks like. And so when I'm just scanning through, I'll know what those look like and know when to start cutting. Which is a really cool way to do it. And I also have my mouse set up. I think we talked about this before, where on the MX Master 2S that I have here, this little push down pad is set to Command B, which is cut. Yep. And then the first, like the lower back button or the lower side button is set to delete. So I just have to go like bam, 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 and whatever I was chopping out is gone. You know, so it's just like three clicks.
I don't know if we can explain to you all enough how much of a cheat code the Logitech MX Master mouse are for editing video. Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah. And I just really like, those are the only like macro type things that I do to edit. But I mean, there's a lot more that you could do. But I just had this set up because for me, I edit on the timeline. And a lot of other people edit in what is considered the right way. And they have all the clips in the bin, and then you pull clips out piece by piece and then just like chunk them all together that way. Which I've
Wait. Talk about. So you're saying that there are people that will edit clip by clip instead of just putting them all on the timeline and just editing them that way?
Yep.
That is the weirdest thing. Why would...
Like I bet you dollars to donuts that Mr. Mobile edits that way. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. What they're doing is they're working from a shot list.
Right.
So you know, they don't have to have the continuous audio underneath to keep them where they need to be. So he would have this shot and this line of dialogue to deliver with it. And then the next shot and the next shot and the next shot and the next shot. so that when it gets done, he has 15 different shots, and he just has to like select the portion that he wants to drop it in, and I mean, you can see how that would be like super fast as well once you got used to that workflow.
Right.
And I've seen in his videos like where he talks about writing his scripts and stuff, and I've just kind of like got a glance of it on, you know, the screen or whatever he's using, and it's definitely more. I mean, my shot list is, okay, I sit here for 15 minutes and talk to the camera.
Yep.
You know, but he's, I mean, that's quote unquote the right way to do it. But that's and that's the way that it was done when it was like real film being cut and everything like that, because you want to get the pieces that you want and then tape them together in the order that you want, and that's your rough cut, right? Because if you have 50 different rolls of film that you shot in the course of making your movie, you can't just like spool all those up and like chop them in continuous rows, right? So I've never worked that way. But yeah, like I said, I know I would dollars to donuts and like bet that Mr. Mobile does, and some other people. I bet Jonathan Morrison works that way. In fact, when we were at his place a couple of years ago, when we were at Vid Summit, they were doing like they had finished the majority of the video. The majority of the video was edited and just sitting there on the Final Cut timeline, and they were doing pickup shots, which means like, oh, we need an exterior shot here that does this, so we have to go out, you know, and so we, like, all of us went outside.
Right.
They brought like the giant
light,
the giant light and all that. You were there. I mean, so we go out, and that's a pickup shot that they just wanted that one thing to go in a particular spot in the video, and they didn't have it yet.
Right.
So I don't know if he does like a continuous A roll and then like builds from there, but
yeah, because that's what I do. I mean, I do the A roll. I mean, I used to like try to think about the B roll first. I don't know why the hell I did it like that. I was so backwards. But now I shoot my A roll, and then as I'm editing my A roll, I figure out if I need B roll or if I want B roll at a certain point in the video. And if I do, then I go shoot the B roll or whatever. Then I add it on, or if I already have it, I just add it on there. But,
yeah. Well, when I'm doing something like if Apple, like one of those Apple, not like, you know, a reaction video to whatever was just announced, I know generally that I'm going to want a little bit of video from the presentation, and I'm going to want some screenshots from the website,
right?
And, you know, this, that, or the other thing. So I can go, before I do the video, I can go and collect like 10 pieces of whatever, and at least then I have it, and I don't have to worry about getting it while I'm editing. But yeah, I mean, I'm terrible at shooting B-roll.
Well,
I need to like sit down and learn some technique. Like, this is the technique that I have. Like,
yep, that's what I do.
and then I've got this one.
Yep, that's what I do.
I've got this one. You know, so
I do the same stuff.
And it's just like, okay, I see people doing really cool things. I have like, but I've never thought of stuff visually. Like, I didn't come to this from the visual side, so I don't think visually the way a real photographer or cinematographer would think about it.
Now,
So,
you know, one of the cool things that I've seen B-roll people do with B-roll, and it's something that I think I've only done once in a video, is they transition between B-roll shots.
Right.
I've only done it once, but that's cool when they would like transition from one B-roll to the next, like in a little transition between the two. That stuff is cool.
I've done a little bit of that, but usually I just go with like a simple, like, crossfade, like fade to black,
okay,
kind of thing, and it makes it a little bit smoother. And I don't think doing it that way, I don't think people would really notice, you know, because it's just a pretty simple thing. But, you know, one of the things that Star Wars had a particular style that George Lucas always employed, and that was the wipes that were like, you know, couple of squares zooming in and going like transitioning out to another thing. Like, and it was honestly, it's a pretty cheesy technique, but now they've carried it over to The Mandalorian. They do it at least once or twice an episode. And so that's kind of cool. But I figure since I don't know anything about what I'm doing in terms of like, I haven't gone to film school and learned how this stuff is supposed to work. I figure the simpler, the better.
Yeah, I am of the mindset that I want to do my editing quick as possible because I'm not no Mark F. Brownlee or Jonathan Morrison. I'm not trying to shoot the most cinematic video and things like that.
You don't have a half dozen people working with you in $50,000 cameras to work with.
No, but dude, I don't need to have the knowledge to get the shots or go for the shots that they go for. So I'm just like shooting the A-roll. If I want to add a piece of B-roll, I'll do that. But most of the time, I'm just like trying to chop it up and make it somewhat coherent, and then get it uploaded asaptual and just go from there.
Yeah, that's pretty much. I mean, I used to do no B-roll at all. Like
right.
I just wanted to get the thing up. Like, a video that had over 1 million views was shot in literally like 15 minutes with minimal edits, and then I put it up and with no B-roll, no titles, no nothing. It just, But the thing is, like, you can do that. This is what I learned. That can get you views. However, if you start from there and then you like just add a little bit of mustard, and make it a little bit more visually interesting for the audience, then you might keep that audience, you might keep those people for an extra 30 seconds.
Yeah. It's like I've noticed when watching videos that B-roll is nice, but too much B-roll is not a good look.
Yeah.
I watched a video recently of a person that normally does mostly A-roll with some B-roll, but for whatever reason, for this particular video, this person decided to go like do a voiceover and just have like a video full of B-roll, and I'm just like, what is this?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I definitely envy the guys who just like talk over gameplay footage.
All right.
It's like you run the same 15 minutes worth of gameplay footage and just talk about whatever you're talking about. No,
so easy.
So
gameplay footage, Jason. What's the status on your Xbox?
The Xbox is on the way. It's in the postal service system.
Nice.
So depending on how the mail runs, I'm thinking. Actually, I haven't tracked it yet, but Adam sent me like the tracking info and stuff.
Cool.
Yeah, maybe Monday.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. So I'm psyched for that. I've also been playing some No Man's Sky with a couple of friends, which is a weird game because basically you're just like wandering around a planet trying not to die of exposure and shooting plants to gain resources. And you do that in the first hour of the game is literally only that. And eventually you like fix your ship, and that takes a long time. I played the first 3 hours that I played was just all prelude to me getting my ship fixed so that I could fly off of the planet. And it's really not much more than that, but somehow like it's mesmerizing. You're just doing it. I mean, sometimes you have to run like 2 miles to get to someplace, and you just go. If you have friends playing with you, say like it'll take you 11 days to run to that guy.
Wow.
Because they're on another planet, which of course means you could not run to them if you wanted to, but still.
I remember when that game first came out, I think maybe 2 or 3 years ago, it got so much flack for our lack of content.
Well, it was I mean, it didn't play super well either. It came out in 2016. Which I didn't realize until I started playing it again. But now with the multiplayer thing, plus there is like more content in the game. Even though I haven't played too much of it, I can tell that the whole system is much more rich. It's a cool game. It's a nice change of pace from like, Call of Duty or something like that. Because really, it's like, other than a few moments where you're afraid you're about to die because all your temperature stuff is worn away and you're cooking in your suit and you got to run someplace. Other than that, it's not very exciting. It's very zen.
Yeah, I hear it's not exciting. So we still have 39 people watching. So happy New Year to all of you all. I know you guys on the West Coast have one more hour, so hang in there. You'll be out of 2022.
All of you people in the Mountain Time Zone, Happy New Year.
That's right. That's right. That is correct. It is now New Year in the Mountain Time Zone, so happy New Year.
You find yourself in Utah. Maybe question some of your life choices.
I don't know, Jason. Seems like all that the YouTube heavy hitters like Daryl Eames are in Utah.
There is some kind of like Utah mafia thing that's going on.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't really understand it, and I'm afraid that like the Utah YouTubers are somehow like trying to indoctrinate us into something. I don't know like Daryl Eaves and well, Tim Schmoyer is like a very religiously faithful guy. And I'm always like, why are all the YouTube like guru guys, except for like Roberto or whatever, but a lot of the YouTube guru guys are like pretty staunch in their faith, right? Like Sean Cannell came to doing videos after taping like services at his church.
Mm-hmm.
And Tim Schmoyer is also, and Daryl is also. I don't know why I mistrust that. It might be because I'm a godless heathen, but
well, Jason, being on YouTube as long as you've been on here, you got to have some type of faith because it's just you and your motivation on here. That's about it, man. Woo.
Well, there's another explanation. Albert Einstein once said that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Most people's career on YouTube, if it lasts more than like 6 months, is that in a nutshell. Mm-hmm. So I've always been crazy, but it kept me from going insane.
So I've been thinking about something lately, and it's kind of absurd, especially given the way I do my video, but I don't care. And if I can make it happen in 2021, I'm going to make it happen. And that is, I want the Sony A7S III. I want it. I don't need it, but I want it. I want that autofocus. I want that no record limit. I want that camera, but it's like $4,000 probably with tax, pretty much. And it would be complete overkill for my channel and what I do, but I don't care. I want it.
Yeah, I think I'm going to try and do like what Zach did for 2020 and like buy nothing or buy very little.
That's a good way to be.
I need a year where I don't buy much stuff because, I mean, I think I actually started doing YouTube as a way to justify buying a bunch of shit. So, I could say to my wife, well, yeah, I bought this, but look how many views I got and made like this much money back. It never really flew.
I am not going from an A7 III to a ZV-1, dude. We don't doing that here.
ZV-1's pretty hot though.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
I mean, I've got it up here as my overhead cam, and yeah, it's really easy to use. Like one of the things that was weird is coming from using like a more full featured camera. Then I go to the ZV-1 and I'm like, there's not as many buttons. Like I just left it in auto mode. I'm like, okay, do your thing, man. But if I vlogged, like that camera would be perfect because I got this little like that's down there a little companion tripod that folds up into a handle and it has a like record and stop and zoom button on it. So, if you're just like doing this but whenever I try and do the vlogging thing, I can never get my arm out far enough to get like the width that I want in the shot.
You need one of those Osmo mobile thingies or whatever.
I got one of those when I went to the Galaxy Note 10 event.
Okay.
I got one for that whole trip and I loved it. It was really good, but it was like $300, and I was just like, well, will I use this in my regular YouTube setup? Probably not. So I returned it, but I kind of wish I had it. Like I'm at that point now with the YouTube stuff where it's like sometimes it would be really cool just to have one thing that does one thing really well, but I'm trying to resist. I decided, since I have all of these cameras like set up and stationary on this whole table thing that I got going, like I was doing some recording for some music stuff that I was doing, I just decided to grab the iPhone, and I wanted to be able to monitor myself, so I just was like front-facing camera. I mean, front-facing camera is pretty badass. So I did that. We'll see how it works out. But I have this weird little, I got it on Amazon. It's like, it's a phone holder that you attach to the desk, right? But it's a gooseneck kind of thing that bends around, so you can get like several different angles,
Right.
from having it just as like attached in one place. So, but I realized as I was doing the filming that I was wearing like pajama pants, and pajama pants aren't very rock and roll. So like I was getting them in the shot some, and so like, yeah, I might have to do a little reshoot.
Might have to. You want to know what's weird though? When I made the decision last January to niche down to Apple content, I really thought that I would have less phones in 2020. But somehow I ended up having more phones in 2020 than I ever had in my entire life.
That's because you're a phone geek. Yeah.
No, not me, maybe, but no. Like a lot of them were, well, not a lot, but a few of them were sent to me. So I'm like,
okay. But you went out and bought yourself the Z Fold 2.
I did. Yes.
You bought yourself some pretty high ticket items.
I did. Oh, I did.
That if you were saying like everything that I buy has to be for the channel.
Oh no.
Then you could be like, well, I shouldn't buy this, but because you're a phone geek and you wanted it, you bought it.
I'm a tech dude. I treat myself very well when it comes to technology when I can.
Yeah. I mean, I've done that too, and this year I kind of got to the point where, at least with my setup, it's like I love buying pieces of gear like audio and stuff like that. I love buying that stuff. But I kind of got to the point where if I was to spend more money, I would just be buying another version of the same thing.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, because the one thing that I probably will not buy that I do not need is an M1 MacBook. I just, for what I do and my file size, I don't need it. I have no plans on buying one. I mean, I've heard all the raving about it, but my 16-inch MacBook Pro gets the job done. It gets the job done very efficiently. I do not need it, nor do I really have any desire to go out and get an M1 MacBook.
Yeah. I mean, I've got my 15-inch from early 2019 that's set up here that I plan on keeping at this spot. So I'm doing my live streams, I'm doing my video shoots and all that stuff. And then I've got the iMac that I picked up back there, along with my 55-inch television. And like I said before, that's the thing that I didn't do. I didn't have like one work setup that was just like would stay the way it was, and another setup that I could like fool around with. But if I can keep this, like I think I'm going to get a different audio interface, because this is like a $40 Behringer audio interface. And the one thing that's kind of bugging me about it is the way it's working in terms of the gain of my microphone and the headphone. Like I can get a really good microphone, like I can get good monitor in my headphones by myself. But then like when we were doing the podcast on Tuesday, like what I was hearing of my voice was much quieter than what I was hearing from you guys. And I just don't think that like it's not a mixer. it's just an audio interface. So I might get like a small 2-channel mixer that I can use just for that.
It's funny you say that your voice is quiet because that's why I won't use these on stream. Because even though I love how they sound, using them for like music and things like that, when I try to use them on the stream, I just feel like my voice is too quiet. So I probably can use my Sony.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, tonight with this, it's been fine. Like, so I didn't change anything, but all the volumes have been good. But yeah, this is like I said, it's a $40 interface that I've had for several years now that I just keep as like a backup, and it works okay. I mean, Behringer doesn't make terrible stuff. It just, they use cheap parts and it doesn't last for a long time. So I kind of want to get something that, if this is going to be the permanent setup, then I have something that's like a little bit more professional, that I can have a little bit more play with. So, but beyond that, everything's going to stay the same.
Yeah, we need you to stop tinkering with stuff week to week.
I know. I can't help it though, man. I mean, I just really enjoyed messing with stuff.
Yeah, but you know what Lil Wayne says, if it ain't broke, don't break it.
That's right. That is true. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. No, it's true. Like I need to, I don't know. Sometimes I think it's my way of procrastinating too. Like, oh, I got to tear all this apart so that I can make it work this way. And what I'm not doing when I do that is making videos.
I am like the lord of procrastinating, and it really hit home this year when people kept asking me to submit video clip for a collab that they wanted me to be a part of. I would literally wait till the last day that the clip would do before I actually shot the part. Every damn time.
Yeah, I didn't get too many invites for that kind of stuff. Like Greggles TV asked me to do one a couple of weeks back, and I said I would, and then I forgot. I kind of feel bad about that. But yeah, no, it's not easy. It's not easy to, especially like what I found is difficult this year for me that wasn't difficult before, is that since I'm home all the time, it used to be that like I could get a video done in 2 or 3 hours because I was doing it like after work, and I wanted to get the video out and move on to the next thing. But you know, and I was putting out videos a pretty good clip, but this year I made like 25 fewer videos somehow when it was like my full-time job. So I think a lot of that is just poor management of time. Like if I can trick myself into thinking like, okay, time to go to work. This is my job. Somebody's watching me. I got to get it done. Right.
Yeah.
If I can get a little bit of that going, I think I can be okay.
Yeah, I was watching a Kelly Stamp video, and one of her video she had made was how you blow up on YouTube. And one of the worst things that she said in the video was that you have to treat YouTube as a job.
Yeah.
Like you've been telling me I need to upload more. So that's what I'm trying to do in 2021.
To me, for you, only goal for YouTube for you this year is 3 videos a week. I think if you do 3 videos a week, for the most, like, you know, maybe a couple of weeks here and there where, you know, maybe it's 2, you know, or, you know, holidays or whatever. Anyway, if you can average 3 videos a week this year, I think you're going to start to see that growth that you've been working toward. Doesn't have to always be 3. I mean, this is one thing that I learned from Daryl Eve's course, is that you can grow on YouTube making 1 video a week. You can grow on YouTube making 2 videos a week or 1 video a month or whatever it is, as long as you're consistent. Of course, you know, 1 video a month might be a slower burn than 3 videos a week.
Right.
But I mean, there were just plenty of examples of channels that grew by just saying like, I'm going to make a video on Tuesday and Thursday.
Yep.
And they hit Tuesday and Thursday every week.
Yep.
And once you do that, and again, it's like the algorithm knows when to expect your audience knows when to expect, and you just get that thing rolling, then it was really like once it was broken down and you could see it against like multiple channels. I mean, I really think that the majority of success on YouTube is consistency. You know, I mean, you can't suck,
Right.
but I mean, one thing that you'll do if you're consistent, and this is for anybody who's, you know, thinking about starting or anything like that, if you're consistent and if you make that like goal number one, is that even if you have no experience whatsoever when you start, by the end of 2 months, you'll have made like what, 18, 20 videos. I don't know. I'm terrible at math, but anyway, you'll have made a bunch of videos, and you'll be much better at making those videos than you were when you made your first video.
Absolutely. Repetition is the father of learning, for sure.
And I mean, I think when we start out on YouTube and we get really and we're really into it and we're really excited, it's easier to like be consistent because you're like into it, right?
Yep.
When it starts to be like year 2, year 3, and you're kind of like, oh man, it's a grind, and you start to make excuses. And I've done this myself. You just start to make excuses for like how your master plan doesn't call for a video on that day. then it's a slippery slope where you just end up like, oh shoot, I've only made one video this week, or I only made one video this month. But if I were, my advice to you is like, if you think it's 2 videos, lock in on 2 videos on the same day at the same time. And, you know, YouTube gives you that little chart that shows you when your viewers are on.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
So, you know, just plan to put out a video in like the hour leading up to the peak time.
Yep. So
2 a week plus the Friday Night Viper stream and your podcast, man. If you do that, I think you will see growth.
I believe you are correct. And what I'm doing right now is I'm actually putting it in my calendar to make a video every Monday, every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Yeah. And think about it this way. If you know that you've got to have a video ready on Monday, you can get some of the work done on Friday or Sunday or whatever. Or you can get some of the work done for several of the videos before the week starts. And you know, so that then you find that's where the efficiencies come in. And I mean, I'm saying this because this is what I've recognized that I need to do to get the channel, like it's starting to like percolate. But if I want to keep it percolating, I've got to say like Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. I mean, I've been watching this guy for a couple of years now. I think it's been. He has this true crime channel called That Chapter, and religiously, Tuesday and Friday, he puts up a video, and it's gotten to the point where I'm like, oh, it's Tuesday. There should be a That Chapter video, and I will watch it. You know, I don't have him on notifications or anything. I just know that there should be one, and YouTube knows that there's one, and I usually watch it on the day that it comes out, so it pops it right up there at the top of my queue. So unless something's odd, I am watching that video on the day that he released it, and so is 500,000 other people.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a guy who, when I first started watching him, you know, true crime gets a bunch of views anyway, and if you're halfway decent at it, you can do pretty well. But he's grown a ton. So he must be averaging 500,000 views a video,
I believe.
So, and I really chalk that up to schedule 2 videos a week. You know, pay those off, and you have done your thing. And I think that can also be kind of freeing as well, because if you know that your next video is due on Monday, then you don't have to drive yourself crazy to get something done on Saturday or Friday or whatever. You know, that's what I end up getting into, is like, well, I could make a video today. So then I make a video, but it doesn't follow the plan that I've been talking about.
Well, my biggest issue that I faced this year was coming up with ideas consistently for videos. Trying to stay within the Apple sphere for every video I do, and not being like every other Apple creator that's out there, because I don't want to do all the videos that they're doing. Because I mean, they're already out there. So trying to figure out how to do something different and still being in the Apple sphere. I just drew a blank a few times this year, which is why my uploads were inconsistent. So I think next year I'm just gonna try to branch out a little bit beyond the Apple sphere.
So here's what I do. And sometimes it helps and sometimes it doesn't, because a lot of times I make videos off of feel. Like I think the vibe going on right now is the time for this video. Like obviously when a new product comes out, you're going to talk about that new product, but
Right.
you know, but I have a list, or probably several lists at this point in different places, but mainly in Notion. I'll just sit for 10 or 15 minutes and think up, give myself a goal like, okay, I need 10 video ideas that aren't necessarily time sensitive, that do fit in with like my overarching topic sphere, that I could make at any time if I get to that place where I'm stuck. And I might make like less than 50% of those videos, but there have been times when I've needed them. And for me, like the fact that I've done headphones and headsets and a lot of different stuff, I can put them in the evergreen basket and say, I don't care if this video gets views right now. A portion of these videos will get a ton of views over time. And then, the time sensitive ones you want to be on time for, like get the AirPods Max on the day that they're released and get a video out as soon as you possibly can, because that's what you got to do if you want to get views.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know what I mean? So yeah, I've just started keeping a running list of ideas, and I categorize them. Like, I don't know if you've ever tried Notion, but I watched a Thomas Mann video where he went through like how he plans his videos, and he like goes all the way through like editing checklists and all this other stuff, all in this one template. And he actually gives you the template, so you could go as detailed as what he does, or you could use it in whatever way works for you. But I've got a list of, I think when I counted the other day, like 30 solid video ideas that I could, I still have to like think about it, pull together like the details of what the video would be, but the general idea is there. But I definitely, when it comes to like, I'll look at so if we're talking about Apple stuff, I'll look at what Brian Tong is talking about. I'll look at what, Luke Miani and Greg and Renee, and I'll kind of like just peruse what people are talking about, and not necessarily like make a video like that, but try and find like what my spin on it would be.
Right.
And that's where a lot of my content comes from, is they're almost response videos to other people's videos, but I don't say that. I'm just thinking like, oh, that was an interesting point. I hadn't thought about it that way. Here's how I would think about it.
Right. Yep.
So yeah, I mean, and when Eric was talking about his video ideas earlier, one thing that I found is like, you can usually break apart like big overarching video topics and cover them more in depth. Like if I wanted to, I could make videos about the AirPods Max until February.
Wow.
Like do a comparison with this, do a like buy these instead, do a how to tweak your AirPods Max for optimum sound. If I was doing 2 or 3 videos a week, I could put together like 24 videos if I had to. Not all of them would be the best thing I ever did, but I could do it. People would get pissed. I kind of feel like So I think my last 5 videos have been about the AirPods Max. And on one hand, I'm like, oh man, I should throw some variety in there. But people are watching those videos.
Yeah, I'm about to say you got some nice decent amount of views on those videos.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they're not blowing up like things blew up in 2018, but it's a different time. My goal has been to build up to the point where I'm getting close to, like, say, 25,000 views per video. Like, that's my average for each video. And I think I'm actually close to that, or, you know, within spitting distance, as opposed to like not quite there at all. So I gotta no that. Yeah, see, YouTube actually gives you the stat now. Although there's other stuff on the page right now, so it's giving me like my entire year right now. But yeah, it gives you like how many average views you get per video from your regular videos, how many average views you get per live stream, and so I've been looking at that and seeing, like, I think right now I'm up around like 15,000 on average, and that's been growing from, like, you know, growing pretty consistently over the past couple of months. I'm getting like, I think the last number I saw was like 3,900 views per live stream over the course of, like, you know, do the stream and then, like, you know, the views that come after. So if I can grow slowly like that, you know, like, if you look at Renee's getting like millions of views a month right now.
Yeah.
And like I'm getting around a little bit over 500,000. And that's better than getting like 2 million views at 1 month and then, you know, 200,000 views the next month.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take 500,000 consistently over the course of the year. It'd be nice if we got a little jump here and there. You know, still waiting for that. I mean, Greg is a great example of this. Greg has been consistent and his focus has been tight.
Yep.
And he went from getting, I mean, you know, his videos were always good, but he's developed and he's gotten better at like, you know, tightening up that range. And he's getting, like, in some cases, like more than a few 500,000 view videos over the course of not too much time, which is pretty impressive, you know. And that's a testament to that, to just being able to be focused like that and stay disciplined to stay on that focus. So, I mean, there's that fine line between studying what other people are doing and learning from it, or looking at what other people are doing and whining about why can't it be that way for me.
Oh no, I don't have time for that.
I mean, and I know, like, the one thing that helps me is that I know that at a certain point when I was like having a big blow up, there were plenty of people who were watching that happen and probably feeling the same way. So I know what it's like to be on that side, and it would be a lot easier to just stay on the side of like consistency. And I'd love to be able to grow to the place where I know that I can trust my channel for like X number of views per video. That would, you know, like Marquez can pretty much guarantee, like, oh, I'm going to get about 1.5 million views on this video, no matter what it is.
Pretty much, yeah.
You know, and if it's a video that's topical, and I'll probably get 5 million views. I mean, did I ever tell you how much I made on the 1 million view video that I had?
I don't think so. No.
$10,000.
Wow. On one video. Wow.
On one video. So imagine you put out 3 videos a week and all of them get close to 2 million views. Just the AdSense numbers on that.
And remember, he's in a whole different ad bracket than me and you. So
I know.
yeah, he's doing okay. He's doing all right.
Yeah.
But
And
it's funny that we're talking about this because last year I had the goal to get 100,000 subscribers by the end of 2020 and failed miserably. But I wasn't really making any excuses. I knew why I failed because, like you've been telling me, you need to be upload more, and I didn't upload enough.
yeah, but I mean, I think even if you look at like you look at the fact that you didn't achieve the goal by the numbers, okay, fine, but you came away with a better understanding of what you're doing.
Oh yeah,
and what you need to do, and you're a little bit more dialed in than you were when you started the year, and so you can come into this year not having to learn the same lessons.
mm-hmm.
So while the subscriber count might not be there, you're still like improving and learning, and that's going to pay dividends for the following year. You know, like there's a lot of stuff that, I mean, this being my first full year as a full-time YouTuber, I spent a lot of this year like totally afraid, freaked out, and just not trusting that the channel would work. And that it would all fall out from under me. And then at a certain point toward like, you know, September, October, I was just like, I can't worry about that. I got to go with what feels like the right thing to do and think about what goals I have for getting to the places I want to go with the reality of right now. Because you know, when you have a huge amount of success and it comes out of the blue and that kind of thing, your brain tells you, and you know it consciously, like, oh, well, that's not going to happen all the time. But when you hit that other end of the valley, you know, there's a lot of second guessing. There's a lot of time where you sit there saying like, I have failed. And I spent more than half of this year just like freaking out like that. And then I was like, and then I just decided like not to worry about it. Like if I've been doing this YouTube channel since 2013, then yeah, nothing's gonna stop me from making videos. You know?
It's funny. I think it's that thing that you always tell Zach when he used to talk about like how can he grow a channel, and you always just said, dude, you just gotta make video. Just make the video.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, that's like all that you can. That's all you can control. You know,
Yep.
people will watch them or not, whatever. But you only have control of your output.
Hey, Dayton. I just pasted the link to Jason's channel in the chat there, so we're gonna check him out. There it is.
Actually, I changed the link. It's now youtube.com/painfully honest tech.
Oh well, it's coming up Jason T. Lewis right now, so I don't know.
That's weird.
It always takes YouTube a while to change that over.
But I changed it a while back. Like if you type that in, you'll get to the channel. Like the Jason. Like,
how did you change the link?
They sent me a message saying that I could get like a branded URL. I don't know if it was like, I don't know if it was, you know, where I was in my YouTube journey, or if it was something just limited that they do. But I mean, there was a time a while, like years ago, when you could get a personalized link, and then I don't think, well, the only way that you could change anything was going from a personal account to a business account, so, and I did that, which means that like I have my personal, like the Jason T. Lewis at gmail.com. I have that, which is a way that I can log into YouTube, or I have Painfully Honest Tech, which is what I would log into if I wanted to see my analytics and all that kind of stuff. So, but every time I do anything like that with the channel, I say like 10 Hail Marys, and just like, you know, just afraid, like, okay, if I hit this button, is my channel going to disappear? You know, so
Well, I'm gonna give you a pro tip. What you just said, never say that publicly again.
what? What? My email address? People can know what my email address is. I think, yeah, I think that's the email address that I have on available on Twitter. You know, so
The thing. Wait, what? Not the thing when you log to your YouTube channel. I hope not.
no, I mean it's two separate things now. So like when I first started a YouTube channel, it was at a time when YouTube didn't offer like branded channels. Like, so if you wanted to start a YouTube channel, then you had to start it from a Gmail address, like email address. So,
Okay,
so
one on your Twitter is different. Okay, never mind.
yeah,
Come on, boy, you can't do that.
no, but I mean, but the jasontLewis@gmail.com is the email address that I've been using since like 2006 or something. So when I got a YouTube account, that's what I used. But now that is separate from my Painfully Honest Tech thing, because I got a branded channel account for that. So it's like a separate thing. But it freaked me out because I was afraid everything would disappear. Because the way that you do it is you have to like set this up so that like here's the channel as you have it right now, and then you're going to transfer everything over, like all your videos and everything are going to transfer over to this other one. And my manager was like, be sure that you don't click this button because then everything will just go away. I was like, okay, that's not making me feel super confident.
I've actually thought about doing that because I think my my YouTube channel right now is a personal. I thought about changing it to a branded.
Yeah, I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's easy to do. So it's worth doing because the longer you hang on to like a personal channel and the more your channel grows, the more it just feels like kind of unbalanced. You know, like you're not using all the tools in the right way kind of thing. So I did that. And I mean, I have 2-factor authentication on everything YouTube related, Gmail, Google related.
Do you have a hardware key though? You should get yourself a hardware key.
I don't know. I've never seen that offered. I've just had like I just signed up for 2-factor authentication when it came out.
But you should get yourself a hardware key. You should get like a Google Titan key or something like that.
Yeah, I should.
You should.
Yeah. Yeah. It's almost 2 a.m.
It is.
I'm getting tired.
I can't tell. You are just going and going tonight.
This is what happens. I'll just get into a zone and like talk about shit. So
Google, me and you don't really get to have a lot of conversation. So
no, it's true. It's good to do. It's good to do.
Definitely. But yeah, I guess we can wrap this up. We've been here long enough. Actually, you know what? No, I'm gonna go another 20 minutes so we can get in New Year's Eve with the West Coast, and then I will end this.
Well, I'm gonna jump off.
All right.
Thank you for the good time spent with the good people.
Thank you for joining me tonight. Appreciate you.
Thank you guys in the chat who've been watching and everything. You guys have been awesome. I'm glad that you could find your way back to the stream once you got kicked off.
Damn internet.
I was like, okay, he's been gone for like 15 minutes. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be a whole outage, but luckily it came back up.
Yeah. Well, you have a good New Year's, man. Happy New Year's to you.
You too, man. When you get your Xbox set up next week, I'm gonna have to get your gamer tag and all that good stuff.
Yeah, I'll get it to you. I have one now, but I can't remember what it is, and I'm probably going to change it. So,
sounds like a plan.
All right. Have a good night.
You too,
good
man.
Night, everybody. Later on.
No doubt. Oh, so now y'all are stuck with me for another 20 minutes. So I'm going to stay here for another 20 minutes so we can bring in New Year's Eve with the West Coast, and then I'm going to bed. But thank you guys for hanging out. There's still 40 of you all watching, which is kind of crazy, but I guess it is New Year's Eve, so I guess it's not that crazy that there's still 40 people watching at like almost 2 a.m. in the morning. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. I will be live streaming tomorrow night. Well, actually, it will be tonight. It's technically Friday, of course. It's gonna be a special live stream tonight. It's Friday Night Vibe, obviously, but today it's actually my YouTube anniversary. So definitely gonna be streaming for my YouTube anniversary tonight. So I'm doing that. And I should be joined by Shannon Vlog because it's her YouTube anniversary as well. And usually on this day every year, me and Shannon get together and chat. So hopefully Shannon will be joining me tomorrow tonight. I keep saying tomorrow night, but tonight. So yeah, tonight my YouTube anniversary stream. I'm looking forward to that. That'll be interesting. Recap my 3 years on YouTube. Hey, it's that D Niven. Happy New Year, D Niven. What's up, man? Happy New Year to you. Hey, D Niven's in the building. That's what's up. But yeah, today it's been 3 years since I've been on YouTube. So it's been an amazing 3 years. I can honestly say that making a YouTube channel and starting to make videos 3 years ago today was the single best decision I've ever made in my life. I'm so glad I made the decision. You know, a lot of times I kind of agonized over the fact that I waited so late to do it. But if I had to go back and change it, I wouldn't change it. Everything happens for a reason and everything happens in its due time. So even though I hate the fact that I started so late, I would not change it for nothing. I wouldn't even change it. I wouldn't even change it, to be honest with you guys. But yeah, it's been a blessing being on YouTube for 3 years. And today is my YouTube anniversary. So yeah, January 1st, my YouTube anniversary. So yep, adding what is going on. And thank you guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. But yes, D Niman is still up. D Niman probably celebrating over there. Never know what that guy's doing. You never know what that guy is doing, man. Thanks for not forgetting about our PS series. No. I mean, we're so close. It might as well stay for another like 17 minutes to celebrate with you guys. Janotons, I did not know you were. Oh no, Janotons, you're in Canada, but you're on the west coast of Canada. That's right. So you're out there with the Californias and the Oregons and Washington and stuff like that. That's right. So yeah, 17 more minutes and then the west coast is going officially into 2021, and I think that's it for the entire world. You guys are like the last draw. I think the rest of the world's already in 2021. So I think the west coast is the last line of defense 2020 has it before it's gone. Hey. Thank you guys for rocking with me all year long. For those of y'all that donated tonight, thank you guys for donating. I tell you guys it's not required, but anything that you guys are willing to contribute, greatly appreciate it. Wait, what? Wait, Hawaii's not nowhere near yet? What the? Oh, dude. What? Hold on. Let's see what's going on here. What time is it in Hawaii?
The time in Hawaii is 9:40
What?
p.m. on Thursday.
Huh? What? Are you serious? 9:44? The hell? What multiverse is Hawaii in? What multiverse does Hawaii exist in? 9:44? Are you serious right now? How are they 2 hours behind the west? Oh my Lord. Oh my. Oh Lord. That is interesting. Wait. Tomorrow. Hold on. I mean, y'all said Alaska too. What time is it in Alaska?
The time in Juneau, Alaska is 10:44 p.m. on Thursday.
So Alaska is 1 hour ahead of Hawaii. That is some weird time zone stuff going on. What is happening here? Well, yeah, I'm here for another 15 minutes and then I'm going to bed. But yo, that is crazy. I did not know Hawaii was on its own little. Hawaii is literally its own little island. Like it. I mean, what is Hawaii? Is it like I swear Hawaii is like a different dimension or something? Like, how do they have like that much of a time difference? Holy crap, man! Woo! Oh no, ethnic. I use Google Assistant. I didn't use Siri because Siri is, she's special. So yeah. I don't know about that. I don't know. And it doesn't look like we have any Hawaiians on the live stream tonight. I see you guys are inquiring. I don't see anybody, so I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure I have people that watch and listen to me from all over the world, but I don't think I've ever had anybody check in from Hawaii. Maybe I have. I don't know, but not tonight. No Hawaiian tonight. So yeah, I think for the rest of you guys watching right now, you got 15 minutes. If you're not already in 2021, you will be in 2021 in 15 minutes. But yeah. So Jason says if I put out 3 videos a week next year, I should be able to see some growth. I'm gonna try. And it's not always easy trying to put out like it's not, like I said, for me personally, it's not the putting out, it's not the making the video that's difficult. I mean, I have the same setup. I just turn the camera on and I hit record and I talk into a camera, I edit and I go. It's just coming up with different video ideas that consistently, especially when you're trying to like stay within the Apple niche. But I think I'm going to like branch out the Apple niche a little bit next year just to keep my sanity and keep the content coming, because that's how I got messed up this year in my rut. I would be trying to figure out how to come up with a video that's related to Apple in some way that's not already been done all over YouTube. And I just came up with blanks like for the last like few months of the year. I just came up with kind of add a few times where I just had like a week or 10 days or 14 days where I just didn't know what to put out there. So I didn't put out any content on the main channel. But even though I had some content blank this year, I still put out over 100 videos on the main channel. Or I should say last year now, because in 2021 for me. But last year, I still put out over 100 videos on the main channel. So I think I put out over 100 videos on the main channel every year since I've done YouTube. So that's why your boy has over 500 videos up on the main channel, because your boy been doing work. Joseph, and I'm probably watching that as soon as I wake up, bro. And when I wake up tomorrow, I'll be binging Cobra Kai. If you can't find Viper, I'll be on Netflix. Okay. If you can't find me, I will be on Netflix. I'm probably gonna sit through and watch the whole thing in one sitting. And yeah, it's been a while since I watched a whole show doing like one sitting, but your boy definitely will be watching Cobra Kai probably within one sitting. I'm just gonna sit down and watch and not stop until I'm done, probably. Depending on how good it is. If it's good enough to carry me all the way through, I'll probably watch the whole 10 hours or whatever all the way through. Because I can do that. I can do that. But yeah, man, it is crazy. My man Joseph said if it hits in 13 minutes, I'm binging until he passes out. Oh my goodness, what is going on? Wait, what? The last place to celebrate New Year's is in Baker's Island in Hawaii, or Howland Island, and it's currently 7:45. Where are these places that do? Like, are these actual places? Are these like fairy tales? Like, what is happening here? 7:45 in some random place that I didn't know. Are you what? That is crazy. That is absolute craziness. There is a place in the world where it's only 7:45 tonight. Wow. That is just, I don't even know what to say about that. That's kind of nutty. But yeah, I appreciate you guys hanging out. I still got 37 of you all watching here, hanging out for another 12 minutes before I go to bed. Man, I need a chair, man. I got to stop sitting on the couch for long stretches of time. This is not healthy at all. It's still not healthy. Yeah, I don't know where any of those places are. I have no idea. I never even heard of them places until just now. So I don't know. I have no clue. I don't know. But yeah, man, I cannot believe that we still have hours to go for those other places. That's kind of crazy. All right, let's see if there's anything that happened in tech today or whatever. Let's see what's going on The Verge. Anything on The Verge? What is on The Verge? I mean, we've practically talked about everything that is going on in 2020. So I ain't got nothing left from far as tech go. Keep reading. We're not even in 2020 anymore. We are now in 2021. Yeah, I need some type of gaming chair or ergonomic chair or something. I need a chair and a desk setup that I can work with. Because this whole couch thing is stuck, and it's not a good look for a long period of streaming. Not at all. No, there's nothing on The Verge that I really want to talk about. Actually, you know what? Let's go to 9 to 5 Mac, I guess. I don't know. Okay, how can we kill the last 10 minutes of this live stream? I don't know. What we do? All right, see. Some AirPod Max owners report condensation inside of ear cup. What the hell? How do you have... I don't know how you get condensation inside your ear cup, but I will say that if you depending on where you leave them at, if you touch the outside of the ear cup, the aluminum part, it is cold. It is literally cold to the touch. So that is crazy. Oh, Apple is ending. Oh no, Adobe is officially ending support for Adobe Flash today. Oh, that was yesterday. So Adobe Flash is no more. Wow, Adobe Flash has been a thing for over a decade, I think, and it's done. Probably for the best. And nobody was really using it anyway. I think HTML pretty much took over. So, I mean, Adobe Flash, not too many sites use that anymore anyway. So, kind of makes sense that Adobe said, goodbye, we're done. So, this AirPod Max case I want from Waterfield, but of course it's already sold out into February. Like damn. Like that, I didn't even know when it went on sale. I just found out, and now it's like already done. Like it's already sold out. Like, come on, man. But yeah, this is the AirPod Max cake we deserve, Apple. Are you listening, Apple? This is the AirPod Max cake we deserve, Apple. This thing right here, I don't know what I don't know what this is. This is trash. But that Waterfield case, Apple, that is the cake we deserve. I want that one. I want that one. Give me that case because this little smart case that Apple shipped with the AirPods Max and buffoonery, man. I want the Waterfield case. I'm gonna pick one up when I get them when they're not sold out. So we gotta figure that out. But I would definitely be getting one of those. I cannot trade. I was gonna trade a Digital Flame, but my ear cups are like kind of dirty. And I don't really have any way to clean them out, so I can't really trade them. I don't want to trade them some dirty headphones. So I mean, they're not like uber dirty, but there's like some slight like they're forming some dirt. So I mean, I don't know if you can't really see, but yeah, I can't give it to them because they're getting a little dirty. So I'm gonna have to hold on to these, which is fine, whatever. So I'm gonna have to find some fake grades or whatever. Whenever they get back in stock, I guess. That Waterfield case is $99. So it's kind of pricey, but it's nice. And it puts the AirPods in their low power mode too. So I don't really mind that too much. Yeah, the ear cups are like light covered. They're like damn near white. Yeah, they're dirty already, man. I mean, I don't know. Like, you don't swear for me. They're dirty. I mean, they're not like filthy dirty, but I can't trade them in their condition. So I'm about to hang on to those, which is fine. Like I think whatever. Shut up, man. It is a lesson learned. Your boy Viper will not be getting no light color Apple products anymore. No, thank you. We're not doing that. I've learned from my mistake. It is now dark, all black, all dark, everything, bruh. I'm just saying, no more silver and white and crap. Nope, we're doing black and fake gray from here on out. I've learned my lesson. No, thank you. I still want the fake gray AirPod. I'm also trying to get my hands on the THS Panda from Drop. I reached out to Drop, but I have not got a reply yet. So I'm guessing they are probably on vacation. So I'm gonna check back next week and see if I can get Drop to send me out the THS Pandas. That'll make for a nice comparison video with the AirPods Max if I can get them. I don't know how I don't know how to wash them. I have no idea. I would if I could figure out how to wash them. I would send them off the Digital Flame, but I can't. I don't know how to wash them. I don't even know what I would use to wash those. I don't know. If anybody knows how to wash the ear cup on the AirPods Max, let me know. I don't 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 know. Man, yeah, it's crazy. Let's see. All right, so Jake says he has the a Note 9 and a 10S Max, and I'd rather not be keeping both. Not the best options. I love Apple iOS interface, Apple Watch, but I also love the more saturated curved display of the Note and its features. Well, it sounds like you might want to keep both in it. I mean, sometimes having the best of both worlds is the best way to be. I have an iOS phone. I have an iOS device. I have an Android device. I'm happy. I got my iPhone 12 Pro Max in one hand. Got my Galaxy Fold 2 in another hand. You know, if I need another Android device, I got a Pixel 5 right here. You know, I mean, sometimes it's good to have the best of both worlds so you don't miss out on anything. I mean, everything, they all have their like uses and things like that, you know. I will tell you guys this, and I told you guys this before, but for us creators, having a Pixel device is mandatory because these Pixel devices are like cheat code for making awesome YouTube thumbnails because the portrait mode is so good. Taking a portrait mode of ourselves, we could cut it out easily and put it into like any picture and things like that. So this is the cheat code for creators to make YouTube thumbnails. So if you're a creator and you don't have a Pixel device, you are missing out because this is the creator cheat code, fam. Hell, you don't have to be in YouTube to appreciate what the Pixel can do as far as picture quality and portrait quality. So if you are a creator and you need to like take pictures, you want to have like the best like portrait picture taking device on planet Earth, grab yourself a Google Pixel device and thank your boy Viper later. You will not be sorry. You will not be sorry. All right, so we got 4 minutes before it's New Year's on the West Coast. Hope you guys got your glasses, got your champagne ready. Get the champagne ready. Hold your glasses up. Here we go. Hold your glasses up, baby. Hold them up. With the pinky out. With the pinky out. Hold your glasses up. With the pinky out. With the pinky out, baby. gotta have a pinky out when you do that. Also, before I get out of here, where the hell is Flossy Carter? Normally, Flossy Carter will be doing this stream, but he hasn't streamed in God knows how long. What happened to Floss? Man, I don't understand this stuff. Flossy Carter, if you're out there, you need to come back to the streaming world. I mean, I appreciate you putting out the video, bro, but we missed the stream, baby. We missed the live stream, Flossy Carter. You need to come back to the streaming world. I don't understand this stuff. Where did Flossy Carter go? It's like he retired from live streaming, which is a terrible loss for the tech community as a whole. Because Flossy Carter is probably the best live streamer in the tech space. So Floss, you need to come back to the live stream, baby. Come back to the live stream, Flossy Carter. What are you doing out there, son? Where you at? Where you at, Flossy Carter? Where are you at? Where are you at? Seriously, where's he at? I don't understand this stuff. Like, dude used to stream like every Sunday. Now he doesn't stream. Like, man, you be lucky we stream once a month these days. Where's Flossy Carter? Like, where is he? So because Flossy Carter, I knew he would not be cheering tonight. I had to step in and take his place, you know. I'm no Flossy Carter, but I do all right. But still, Flossy Carter needs to come back to the streaming world. Come back, Flossy Carter. Come back. But like I said, I will be back later tonight for my Friday Night Viper live stream at 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. I should be joined by Shannon, so that'll be fun. Talk about my 3 years on YouTube and whatever else. I don't know. That should be fun. Though. It should be fun. Other than that, I'm gonna binge watch some Cobra Kai. Cause Cobra Kai is back, baby. Season 3 is back today. Janosin, that is a very good question. I don't know. I'm about to put the feelers out there and get it together and see who wants to be a part of it. But I don't know. Hopefully sometime soon. Hopefully before the end of January, Janosin. I would like to have another one before the end of January. So hopefully we can make that happen. Get a few ladies on deck to come join me in the stream. Have a ladies' night. Those are usually a blast. Love having those nights. Definitely got to do that soon. That is the plan. That is the plan, baby. That is the plan. Me personally, I am glad that 2020 is over with. Hopefully 2021 is 1,000 times better than 2020. Oh, I am tired of wearing masks, to be honest with you guys. Every time I get out of my car to go into a business, I got to remember to put my mask on because masks are mandatory out here these days. And it's just like, come on, man. I'm tired. Can we get past the point where we have to wear masks? I'm tired of these masks. But yeah, I'm ready to for things to get back to some semblance of normalcy. I don't know when it's gonna happen, but yeah, I hate the mask, man. The mask sucks. I wear mine, but it sucks. But hopefully 2021 we can begin the road to recovery, man. I don't know, man, but we got a virtual CES coming in a couple of weeks here. There's going to be no major gathering still for the foreseeable future, so that sucks. But hey, we'll still be in a better place than we were in 2020. So I'm not going to complain too much about this stuff. We just got to stick it out and stay tough and do what we got to do. Other than that, Happy New Year to my folks on the West Coast. It is now January 1st on the West Coast, except for Hawaii and Alaska. Alaska. So it is now January 21st everywhere in the U.S. except Hawaii and Alaska. So Happy New Year to my California people, my Washington people, my West Coast. Feel me, demon. California love, baby. Yeah. Happy New Year, you all. Happy New Year. Yes. And on that note, I am getting out of here. Thank you guys so much for hanging out for the last 5 hours of this stream. Holy crap, 5-hour stream. But I told you again, I will be back in a few hours for my Friday Night Viper live stream. And let me say a Happy New Year to Justine real quick because she's out there on the West Coast. and she's still up, bless her heart, and that's what we're doing. But until the next time, people, which will be in about let me see, 14 hours. No, yeah, 14 hours. Yeah, 14. Oh, yeah, 14 hours. No, 16 hours. So I'll see you guys in 16 hours. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. 16 hours. Yep. I'll see you guys in about 16 and a half. So until the next time, in about 16 and a half hours, this your boy Viper, the man about tech. You know where to find me. So come back for more.